Hello, this is J.N.S, and today I want to cover a very important topic regarding uh, the California Democrats' proposal for this $12 million for reparations plan. This is the latest budget proposal, so I want to break this down and really talk like some strategy and just some things that's on my mind. We're going to cover a couple of topics in this particular video. We're going to be talking about obviously the this particular reparations proposal, more methodology and strategy beyond behind direct cash payments, we're going to discuss that. We'll also be discussing political actors, what it means to stay in our lane, the fine line between adding value and neutralizing energy. We got a couple of things to address in specific context and manner in terms of political actors that purport to be political, but they are not political. We're going to also talk about Cointelpro. We're going to be dealing with a couple of topics, esoteric topics. This is going to be a heavy video. I have to forewarn you. It is mainly be giving some context on some things. We're going to be elucidating on certain people, certain actors in the reparation space, in the Black American community at large. We're going to be talking about a lot of shit. So this one you want to stay tuned in because we will be addressing political actors. We're going to be addressing this reparation stuff, but we all know that Mark Carter just called out Tariq Nasheed and hit, yesterday for disrupting the political space. And so I want to address that and just cover a little bit of information about that as well. So first off, let's just dive into this California proposal. Okay. And so this is a $12 million budget that will fund a year of reparations programs advancing in the legislature. And so a lot of people have their opinion on this. So it's earmarked $12 million for taxpayer funds, okay, for them to budget to launch race reparations for Black residents according to their latest budget agreement. That I find the way this is somebody is wording this a certain way to kind of throw off, to kind of whistle blow to those that are familiar with the law that, hey, this is a race-based Black resident. You see how they put race and Black like that together like that? They trying to, not realizing that that's I don't even know if I should be going down that rabbit hole, but just the way that is written. Now, we talk about status-based versus race-based legislation and what's constitutional. So whoever wrote this already has a bias. And it's subliminal. Again, you have to understand race, Black, knowing that the legislation that the Reparations Task Force is proposing is not race-based. And so I think that's very alarming that they put that in there, that they wrote that like this. And maybe they're the only one that did that, governing the enemies of freedom the way the mainstream media won't. Okay. I mean, yeah. So I just Googled this and clicked on the first article that popped up. So perhaps maybe I should find another article, but nonetheless, let's see what it says. The cash would support proposed programs that are still moving through the legislature, but are expected to pass given their support from Democratic supermajority. These bills include subsidized property taxes for eligible Black residents and mandatory preference for Black applicants who apply to state licensing bodies for work permits. Legislators also want to create a permanent state bureaucracy called the California American Freedmen Affairs Agency to dollar our future reparations. So yes, my suspicions is confirmed. Whoever wrote this article is clearly trying to dog whistle, like, okay, Black applicants, trying to say, okay, look, here's race, this is illegal, this is unconstitutional, but not realizing that as far as the work that's being done, a lot of this stuff is being swung as a status. So yeah, whoever wrote this article is very biased. But yeah, so obviously when it comes to this $12 million is going to be used for reparations programs, not a cash payment, which makes sense because 12 million would be obviously laughable if that was something that was to be the number that they were going to use for direct cash payment. So they are going to be giving out like these programs, okay? And it includes subsidized property taxes for eligible Black residents. I wonder, we got to look into the red tape behind that. Somebody got to dissect that. And then the mandatory preference for Black applicants who apply to state licensing bodies for work permits. mandatory preference for Black immigrants who apply to state licensing bodies for work permits. I think isn't that the government contracts that they're talking about? So they're trying to dog whistle, but again, you know, the overarching thing that I take from this is that obviously this $12 million is for programs. They're being very open and candid about that, and so obviously a lot of Californians oppose cash reparations, and so there are people that are trying to throw roadblocks in the way of this, and so the Democrat supermajority, I guess they have decided to go with this program option. And so that 12 million, I want to make very clear to Black Americans that 12 million is for programs. Are you satisfied with these programs? Did you pick these programs? Are the subsidized property taxes for eligible Black residents? Subsidized property taxes. I mean, we shouldn't have to pay any taxes. I think they need to add more things into that. We don't need to pay any taxes for eligible Black residents. And then making I hate the way this is worded. Whoever put a mandatory preference, it wasn't a mandatory preference. It was because of the current state licensing bodies for work permits for Black Americans is not meeting their proportion of the population. And so otherwise there's a disparity between with Black Americans getting these work permits given their population in California. That's all over the country. So it's not so much a mandatory preference, more so as obviously covering for that or remedying that disparity. That's just me intuitively. I know what that should really say, but they put mandatory preference. And, they're going to write stuff like this. They obviously are against reparations of any kind, and so they're going to speak in code and throw little dog whistles out like that. And so let's see, we have here the earmark is part of a state leader spending compromise for the next fiscal year as they try to close a $47 billion budget hole. Okay, behind it, I'm just trying to look to see. Okay, and so legal experts see what I told y'all. Look at this. This is my first time reading this. So legal experts have questioned the legality of the two most contentious proposals: subsidizing thousands of dollars in property taxes and fast-tracking professional licenses for Black Californians as potentially violating constitutional guarantees of treatment of citizens regardless of race, and last year's U.S. Supreme Court ban on affirmative action. So again, that status stuff becomes more prevalent because these white folks, they're gonna sue. They'll sue the pants off this motherfucking state in this country. They looking for any little thing, and so obviously they already got this lined up, written that way, and so. For those of us Black Americans that was like, we don't need a status, we do need the status, we don't need the status. Clearly you see how they're writing this stuff right in front of your face. So we do need some type of status, whether that's Negro, freedman, your shit, Black American, whatever, however you guys want to swing that. But you guys already came up with what you guys want to do in that regard. So that's probably no longer a conversation, right? But clearly. We also see other measures include a proposed constitutional amendment to ban prison labor in the state, which is fair, and a bill to siphon off a percentage of budget reserves in perpetuity to fund any future reparations plans. A siphon off in perpetuity, that's pretty cool. That part, because that's forever to fund any future a percentage of the budget reserves in perpetuity forever to fund any reparations plans. So that's cool stuff. The Democrat spending plan, which contains the 12 million for reparations. Okay, so that's something we have to discuss. But I want to read this last paragraph before I actually dive in deep into this. So the task force members recommended up to 1.2 million in direct payments for every eligible Black resident, but failed to garner support from Newsom and Black lawmakers and from Californians themselves, the majority of whom oppose cash reparations. The commission spent 2 years and 2.5 million in taxpayer funds to write an 1,100-page set of recommendations. Oh, they throwing dig after dig after dig, boy, ain't they? Okay, so this is not a direct cash payment. It's 12 million. It is for programs. That's interesting. However, like Black Americans, what do you guys think about these programs? As far as just 12 million, this a lot of people are saying that this is a nothing burger. A lot of people are saying that that's not that's some bullshit. Okay, some people just want to get paid. A lot of these nonprofit organizations just want to get paid, and they're gonna use that 12 million and divvy that up, amongst their nonprofits. I've heard that. Other people are saying, this is, as far as, when you have these programs, somebody have to run these programs. You have to pay the people to run these programs. So there's going to be the most likely nonprofit. And so people are saying that this is a money grab for the nonprofits in the Black reparations space in California. Other people are saying, you know, it's not enough because this 12 million ain't shit. It's for programs. It is not a direct cash payment of any kind. And so that's important to keep that in mind. And it includes subsidized property taxes for eligible residents and a mandatory preference, not a mandatory preference, but the closing, a remedy, a disparity between the applying to state licensing bodies for work permits that can probably have something about some grants or contracts. I'm not sure. But I would say on that note, what are good programs, and does this suffice as reparations? Do you as a Black American feel that this suffices as reparations, this program? Or is this or even if you were to say this is a good start, do you think that this is a good start? And so what I really want to talk about though is like, how do we streamline a strategy for the direct cash payment? Is this task force state by state methodology a good one? Okay. And by that, we just saw, like at the end of the article, they had recommended the 1.2 million of direct payments, but it had not garnered support from the governor and the Black lawmakers and the Californians themselves. So is the state by state method of the task force, you know, streamlining the cash direct payment, is that the best strategy? Now we know that there are Black Americans there's some that are pivoting. There are some that are saying that this is a legal matter. There are some that believes that this could be an executive order at the federal level. And so do Black America, like, as far as like where do y'all want to pivot from this? And this is something obviously you don't have the conversation online, but I would like to see the streamlining strategy for direct cash payment, whether you do that through a task force state by state, whether you do that through a legal matter, and whether you do that through an executive order. That work has to be carved out. The work for a reparations program, study of reparations, specific even types of programs, that work has already been done, is already in the acts. But this direct cash payment has not been taken seriously and has not been strategized enough for. I mean, you could say you want a direct cash payment all you want, but if it gets shut down, then what next? What's next? What do you do to make sure that you can get, what you're asking for, or what the grassroots want, what Black Americans want, what the everyday average Black American want, what we know we need? Is not about a want, but what we know we need, and what we know will correct the disparities, the medical apartheid, the lineage wealth gap, all the things that we've been dealing with, the food deserts, the lack of access to business grants, and all types of things. And so we have to come up with a strategy to streamline that direct cash payment, because they're blocking us at the task force level, at the state. It's not the task force themselves, but obviously the governor has blocked it. Black lawmakers have blocked it. Californians, Poland is not going to support it. So where is the bridge between what the average Black American is expecting in regards to reparations and what the state can actually do, which they're talking about programs, and then Black Americans' sentiment, which is, hey, there's actually an exponential lineage injury. There's actually things in real time that is causing a great disparity in terms of our access to equity and our access to a fair shot. Like, how do we remedy all of that? And so I do think that, and this is for Black Americans to do this work, preferably behind the scenes, preferably with people who are very intelligent and serious and legitimate, to streamline the strategy for direct cash payment. And you have to ask yourself whether it's the best, or maybe you can do both, don't be in such a rush, because fast money ain't good money. Okay. When you start rushing shit, that's when your ass might be end up in a fucking janky situation, a janky deal. You may literally sell your soul. You may sign your life over and not even know it when you rush things. So while we do know that we need these things, but we know what we need to do now, and we got some programs on the way. As far as carving out how we're gonna get this direct cash payment, we have to decide whether this is something that we're gonna do legally, something that's going to be through an executive order on a federal level, or if y'all going to continue to do this state by state task force. And you actually have to, I would say, come up with a simulation for each strategy. Come up with a simulation for, okay, if we were to continue to do this by state level, what is it's like doing a task analysis. Like, yeah, it's like doing like, what's that? I want it root cause analysis. Yeah, it's like doing a root cause analysis. But more of like a simulation in terms of like discussing, like, if we do this, what would happen? It's like, it's kind of like if and logic, if and logic. I don't know if you guys are familiar with computer programming or instructional design, but it's like, if we do this, what would this happen? If we do this, then this can happen. If we do this. So we got to actually sit down and do that work. This is laborious. It's boring, but if we can do that, then you guys can have a better, we're talking about serious people, not sellouts, not people that's just trying to get some money for a nonprofit. We're talking about serious ass people that would discuss, like, okay, first methodology, task force state by state. Second methodology, legal matter. Third methodology, executive order. And literally go through the simulation of, if we do this, this can happen. What is the root cause of not being able to if we don't get this reparations, what will be the root cause? We actually don't even need to really do a root cause analysis. I would say more of a task analysis would be more appropriate. Yeah, the task analysis is more appropriate. If we do this, then this happens, or this happens. And we just write down these scenarios of what could possibly happen on a very high level, though, about legal matter, executive level. And we actually can probably get an estimation of the time. Believe it or not, we could probably get an estimation of the time that it would take to get each strategy done. And then look at, compare and contrast the strategies and see which one is the best one to go with. And we talking about direct cash payment. I'm talking about no fucking programs. That work is already laid out. The government is willing to give us reparations programs. Now, whether or not you agree with the type of program it is one thing. Whether or not you agree with the funding amount of the budget, that's another thing. That's something that we can obviously just discuss and debate and whatnot and go ad nauseum. But we do know that in terms of reparations programs, they will do that. And then in terms of the budget amount, you're only getting $12 million for the year. $12 million for the year ain't really shit compared to, from what I'm hearing from other people that are experienced with this stuff. This is what Black Americans saying, that $12 million is not nothing, for, the type of government program that they're talking about. And they're saying they give bigger government contracts than that, 50 million, 60 million, And so that's something that we as Black Americans need to discuss. Is this enough money? Is these the type of programs that we even want? Subsidized property taxes, okay, subsidized property taxes and income taxes and all the motherfucking taxes. Do we do that? Or is that getting greedy? Do we ask for set aside, like in certain things? We talk about this, they want to create a permanent bureaucracy. So this, you see how they wrote this, a permanent bureaucracy called. Oh my gosh. Again, I'm good at siphoning through codes. I can tell when somebody's throwing it, and I think you guys can too. I think that's nothing special. I think you guys can clearly see that this person is not in support of what's going on based off of the first sentence: race reparations, Black residents, bureaucracy, called the California. But anyways. They calling it the California American Freedmen's Affairs Agency to draw our future reparations. Do Black Americans want a Freedmen's Affairs Agency? What will the Freedmen's Agency Affairs? What would the Freedmen's Affairs Agency be doing? So those are things you can talk about, but those are the things that are clearly underway. Our direct cash payment, though, is not underway. And so that's all I'm concerned with. If my energy needed to be directed towards strategizing on this particular aspect of the program component of reparations, that's cool. I don't mind doing that, but at the same time, my energy is more focused on what we had always discussed, which was that direct cash payment. And so I do think that as Black Americans, your attention needs to go to that. Don't let nobody tell you differently. But again, be high level. Do a task analysis of the methodologies and do and run a simulation. Get the pros and cons. Do compare and contrast. Get an estimation of the time. Look at it as like literally like um look at it as like kind of like a project management plan. Yeah, that's how I would say. But again, have one section being task force state by state, and do the simulation for that. Then do legal matter, do the simulation and task analysis for that, and then do executive order. Run the task. That's one's going to take the longest. That one I can tell you already, because that got you have to run a Black American president or a president that is willing to do an executive order for direct cash payment for Black American redress. You would literally have to do, and that's going to take the longest. That I already know. The legal matter, you know, that's something that I don't know much about the legal aspects. I'm not going to act like I do, but that you guys will come up with something that would suffice to see how, if it's more logistical, to go with legal matter versus executive order. Executive order would be the easiest, but it'll take the longest. It will be hard to get it implemented, but once, if it's in place and the right person is dead ass serious about writing that executive order, that would be the easiest for the direct cash payment. It would, but it would take the longest, and it would take the longest, and it would also, what I'd say, it would be very, it would have to put a lot of work in the beginning. So all of the energy is put in the beginning to pull that, to get to that level. And but then if it actually actualizes, then that will be very easy. The legal matter, I don't have much I can say on that right now. But then the state by state task force, I'm not really sure if I'm not sold on that is the best methodology, because the governor is shooting that down in California. And so replicating that state by state on a state basis, I don't think that's the most productive strategy. That's just me though. So I'm open to legal matter and executive order, and possibly I think maybe you need a fourth one, possibly legislative too, to get it passed through Congress, which I don't think that would be the best strategy, but that could be something you guys that we can also entertain, right? And so we have this multifaceted reparations plan. On some level, you got the state level programs. Do we demarcate that between what's on the state level in terms of the programs, and how we seek the direct cash payment? Is that something that's just set federal level, or do we combine that with the state? So those are questions that a lot more qualified people can ponder on, and I do think that another thing is the bridge between the grassroots strategists and then strategists. We're talking more so people that have experience in law and education and sociology, that type, and then the political people. Okay. There has to be some type of bridge between grassroots Black Americans, and that we talking about everyday Black Americans that are just looking to strategists, educators, and political people to decide what's the next steps. And so they're counting on credible people who have their best interests at heart to kind of make decisions for them. Not even and they also want to voice their opinions on what decisions should be made, how we should do it, and whatnot, right? But I think going forward that there has to be a better bridge being built between that. I also think that we have to decide how clandestine we need to be in terms of the way we even word reparations and in terms of the direct cash payment. And I'll say this, and this is where we kind of lose the grassroots, because I'm speaking to more of those that would be in the strategist political area. I think everyday Black Americans gonna understand what I'm saying, but I'm just saying the way we bridge that gap has to be better. But I'll say this. When I talk about being clandestine, we're talking about, obviously, if we were to get in the executive order position where we can do it ourselves, as far as the direct cash payment, or even in a legal sense, if we are to infiltrate the judicial branch and be able to pass this legally for ourselves, how clandestine do we need to move as a community? Do we need to use a synonym for reparations in a legal matter, in the executive level? Like, would literally a synonym for reparations? You guys think about that. I've always promoted using a synonym for reparations at this point, because y'all don't. I mean, this reparation stuff. As soon as you say the word reparations, these people, as you can see in this fucking article, they go on alert and start looking for ways to sue the damn government and to shut all of our shit down. And so I'm thinking of a synonym. Not even restitution is not even a good one. There's many synonyms, and I actually show you. I'll show you, because that way you could see it for yourself. Reparations synonym, because this is something I'm thinking about in real time. Reparations synonym. Okay, here we go. So look at this. Do we discuss, like, look at the words: indemnification, atonement may be a little too strong, recompense, repayment, we got restitution, we got amends, and we got redress. I like the word redress. I'm not going to hold you. Let's see if there's some more similar words. We're talking about, like, on the legal level, where, I mean, we know that this literally means the same thing as reparations, but we know that if this was an executive or a legal matter, we are wording certain things in some very clandestine ways in terms of what we need to get. You can pick any of these words. You can even or keep reparations. They got dues, emolument, expiation, penance, propitiation. Is that the way you pronounce that? Propitiation. Lord have mercy. Quintance. I do think you should go with something a little more outrageous like that versus just repair, amends, like something. I'm just speaking strategically, and you guys can say, "Well, oh, that's you're not being upfront." Our people know what this should mean, and again, that bridge between everyday grassroots. Because I remember when we were discussing this, I was thinking about this, and then, Black Americans, they got so upset. Now they trying to change it to redress. Now they trying to change it. They trying to change, and it was more so to protect this the work in terms of making sure the shit get passed versus, if we're using reparations, it causes everyone to single in on what we are doing as Black Americans, versus if we start to speak about us in a different manner, in a different lens. Exponential lineage injury. That's why I gave that strategy, that long ass 6-hour video giving strategy. Exponential lineage injury, based on the starting at slavery, but also being able to calculate and quantify the latent functions of slavery that affects us today, or the latent functions of Jim Crow, latent functions of war on drugs, latent functions of redlining, latent functions that all tie back to slavery, but with, as again, it's exponential lineage injury. So think of a exponential moving average, with the most recent harms having more weight than on the past, because we have to be able to quantify that, and we can, that we are being affected in real time with a lot of injury that is related to our status as descendants of those that have descendants of slavery, but also Jim Crow, redlining, the war on drugs, medical apartheid. All of that will be calculated. That's why I keep saying exponential lineage injury. You can't just start that at Jim Crow and just have reparations just for Jim Crow. You can't just start at slavery, have reparations just for slavery. Now, if y'all not serious and y'all just fucking around and just want money for a nonprofit or something, then y'all could they'll ignore what I'm saying. But I mean, clearly, you would need something that proves the latent functions of the harm, and it needs to be exponential, and it needs to be quantifiable in today's time. And so, if we start talking like that, you have to kind of, everything is about talking over when it comes to this politics shit, and even on a legal level, y'all know that ain't nothing but occult words. That's spelling. That's your language, is your hecka is your words, and then you putting that shit down on paper. We talk about creating laws and crafting legislation, all of that. I mean, you must really understand that is esoteric science right there. And so, when we're crafting out certain words purposely, And this is why I've been thinking about these things. You guys like to write me off and undermine me, whatever. But if someone is saying, hey, let's use exponential lineage injury, let's use uh for our cash direct payment, let's just use the word quintance, let's just use the word expeciation. Nobody knows, you know what I mean? Like that's how your brain gotta fucking work these days. Unless you just a motherfucker that's playing around. Expeciation. Look, like yeah, exponential lineage. But you can use it status based exponential lineage injury for status lineage expeciation. Boom. Nobody know what the fuck we're talking about. We know what we're talking about. But again, this is high level stuff. And I'm not, again, we have to bridge that gap between everyday Black American strategists and political motherfuckers. We got to bridge that gap somehow for all of us to understand what we're talking about. We could do that behind the scenes, do that in front of the scenes. Because we ain't hiding shit, we ain't doing nothing illegal. But I do think we need to strategize better on that. As far as like when we say direct cash payments and the way we word things as Black Americans. And I do think that this reparations word is dated. You guys can get offended by that. I'm not saying the claim is dated. I want to make this very clear because I know how you guys like to twist up shit. The claim is not dated. I'm saying the word is. So I'm saying especially when we talk about getting this cash direct payment, we don't want this shit getting blocked. We get up there to the executive level and we pass this shit. You better believe it's going to be some shit that y'all motherfuckers don't understand. The Black Americans will understand it. But like as far as like the clandestine element of it, it's going to be in that. It's an exponential lineage. And I can come up with something like and say this is old and outdated by the time we get to that level I'm talking about. I'll come up with something new. You guys know me. Exponential lineage injury for status-based expectation for disparity, or for the latent functions of because I don't even know if we should say slavery. The latent functions of injury of Black Americans or ethnocide. I'm trying to think of something that will really hit, but but again, when we start talking like that, and then we start rooting this stuff, we start using certain words that are status based. Obviously, it's really start circumnavigating their legalese. They work in the law of commerce. We already talked about these things, Black Americans. We're not going to do a video on that. This video is not about that. But I do think that we need to start thinking of like more high level than what we're doing. And I do suspect that if we're not, then that's because people are playing on our top and not taking this serious. But if we taking this motherfucking shit serious, then we are open to strategizing. We're open to anything that's going to get this shit done. Legal matter, executive order. I'm telling you, even if you do your legal matter, you want this stuff all, where you understand it. Galactic. Think galactic and universally when we come to crafting our own legalese, when we come to crafting our own heka. Legalese is nothing but heka legalese is based in Babylonian, Sumerian, Luciferian magic system. Y'all can say, oh no, that's not true. I can prove it. Like we already, that ain't nothing. That's something that's so easy to prove. When we talk about legalese and law and contracts and all these stuff, all that is rooted in Sumerian, Babylonian Heka system. That's an old science. It has been perverted. It has been perverted by people that don't belong to the bloodline and people that sold out the bloodline. And so, what you see now is a grave perversion of what those sciences once were, as far as the spelling and the crafting of language on paper and being bounded in a 2D signature to whatever you craft on that paper, the words that are crafted on that paper in a 2D sense, and holding a 3-dimensional, 4-dimensional, or even higher being to that energy that's written down on papyrus or paper, And so Black Americans take that serious. I swear, I'm kind of disappointed with a lot of the things I see, because I do see that we're a little behind. But I've always, I'm willing to speak up on things that we need. Whatever Black Americans tell me that whatever direction they want to go in, if it's logical and it makes sense, I'm always willing to advocate for us. Always. I just know that we kind of gotta you know, get the ball, you know, just get a little more expedient, is what I would say. We have to get a little more, I would say, even serious. And so the point is that some way, uh, well, the biggest thing I would say that you need to take from this is that we have to figure out the best way to do this. Which strategy do y'all want to use? And if the states are only capable of doing uh, program based, what is your response to that, Black Americans? How do we get this direct cash payment? Is this an executive order? Is this a legal matter? Do we use a synonym for reparations, redress, expiation, whatever the word for the direct cash payment component? People may say, "Oh, we don't need all of that. That is very simple." There is not one strategy for that direct cash payment. And yes, we know the government can print the money out. The Federal Reserve can print money like out of thin air. We know those things. We know that our government gives everybody else money at the drop of a hat. So don't conflate what I'm saying with that. We know that the money is there. That's not the point. So I'm not saying we got to change up our flow because the money is not there. Because I'm telling you, like, people in this space love to twist up shit that I say. And so I'm not saying that. I'm saying in terms of when we are able to get this done for ourselves, how do we avoid the lawsuits that are going to come, the people that are going to try to get all in the motherfucking way and all this stuff? That's what I'm talking about. And or how do we streamline that direct cash payment when we know the governors are saying no, when we know the lawmakers are saying no? So how that's what I'm saying. The money is there. They can print out money out of thin air. The Federal Reserve can do that shit. You see how quick they gave us them stimulus checks, how much they was giving immigrants $10,000 debit Visa, and the Mastercard and debit Visa. They were giving these motherfuckers 10,000 G's overnight, so they got the money. So now it's a matter of agreement on the payment, agreement on the strategy to get there, a task analysis on which strategy is the best to use, or maybe we try several, and then building a bridge between the Black Americans, the strategists, and the political people to determine how clandestine and how logistical and how esoteric we should be with coming up with that streamlined approach to the direct cash payment. Do we use redress? Do we use expiation? Do we frame this under exponential lineage injury for the latent functions of slavery? And again, we know that we can quantify this stuff. We can start this stuff, and we can in real time in terms of how we are being affected, and it will calculate what happened with Jim Crow, redlining, restrictive covenants, black codes, failed reconstruction, theft of money, the mortgage crisis that happened, obviously slavery. You know, it would include all of that. And so I think that's something we need to talk about. I really do. I'm interested to hear what people would have to say on that. I really am. I really am. Okay, and so that's what I have to say about that. That $12 million. I don't look at that as a start. I do think that there's questions about whether these programs suffice as reparations. That 12 million is not enough. Um, and again, what will we just have to we have to just assess whether or not these programs it suffice as reparations, or whether or not this is even good enough. Many Black Americans will say yes. Many Black Americans will say no. Many Black Americans will say hell no. So we have to discuss that, and this stuff is already underway. The programs is already in. There's American Freedmen's Affairs Agency that's already in. So then now what's not on the table though is that direct cash payment. No matter how much they try to convince you that it is, it's not on the table. We already just Governor Newsom shut it down. Even though the task force proposed it, they recommended it, but it did get shut down. And so we have to consider a new strategy for that direct cash payment, unless we're going to keep doing the state by state shit. executive order or legal matter. I think I've belabored my point. I'm going to move on to the next topic that I want to discuss in this video. Now I want to talk about political actors. Do we need to stay in our lane, staying in our lanes, and the fine line between adding value and neutralizing energy? Okay, and so we're going to talk about very specific people, in this portion of the video. And so, it's no secret that Mark Carter called out Tariq Nasheed. Many people have called out Tariq Nasheed. He's not the only one, but he was the most recent one to do that in quite a bold way. And so, what we want to talk about, that's not a secret. You see the room, you see the Twitter space that was held right there, right in front of your face. There were multiple rooms yesterday. I think 27K had held the room. That one, did he record that? Yeah, they talked about it in there too, but they also talked. I don't know who this person is. It says Smoothies Ultimate Adventures. I don't even know who that is, but he also held the room, and so people are discussing this with what Mark Carter said. Okay, they were talking about certain behaviors. And so Mark Carter called out Tariq Nasheed for giving asinine political strategy in the reparations space, and in addition to the 2024 election, in terms of his strategy of no vote and vote for the couch or sit on the couch, which has been his strategy since 2016. That has been his strategy since 2020. And so now, 10 years later, damn near, it's still his strategy in 2024. And so in 8 years, this method of no tangibles, no vote, we have to see and assess in 8 years of Tariq Nasheed stating that that is the strategy we should use as Black Americans. Has that been an effective strategy? Has that sufficed? Is that good leverage? Is that even fucking good leverage in 2024? Okay, 2016, it may have worked, and that's even arguable. But in 2024, is the the vote for the couch strategy fucking leverage? Because why? And why are we asking that? And what was the response to that? What was the response to political actors telling Black Americans that they should vote for the couch instead of the Democrats? Didn't the Democrats just flooded the borders? The Democrats just flooded the country with immigrants to circumnavigate the Black vote and to undermine the Black vote, to make it less irrelevant. What do the Republicans do? They never really was checking for our vote. They're trying to build a bridge now, but that's this no vote thing, and there's no vote, no leverage. And again, it's not about vote no matter what or vote because our ancestors. This is not what we're talking about. We're talking about. I'm going to speak for myself. I can't speak for Mark Carter, but this is not an either or situation. This is not a situation that is what Tariq is presenting is a false dichotomy to state. Okay, either we vote or we don't vote, and so when we do vote, we get nothing, and so that's stupid, and so we shouldn't vote. That's a false dichotomy. There's other political actions to take if you don't want to vote for anybody in this two-party system, and that's what Tariq Nasheed needs to understand, and he doesn't because he's not political. And so I want to talk about like the difference between reactionary strategy and action-oriented strategy. And many people are questioning again in 2024, is this sit on a couch strategy a smart strategy? Is this person even qualified to talk about a lot of political shit? And so we want to talk about staying in our lanes. Okay. And I'm going to be addressing I'm going to be breaking a lot of this stuff down in terms of his strategy, what I propose, if for those who don't want to vote for Biden and Trump, right? There are a lot of Black Americans that feel disillusioned with the system, right? And they're like, we're not going to vote for Biden, we're not going to vote for Trump, but then they have this reactionary approach, which is to sit on the couch or no vote for the couch. And I am telling you emphatically that is not a novel strategy. It is lack of strategy. It's not strategy at all. You're literally, it's literally non-political participation. And I want to state very clearly that I'm not suggesting that you have to vote, or this is not what I'm talking about. Like If you're going to say you don't want to vote for Biden or Trump, then you have to get involved in the political process in a third party sense, or in a sense where you run your own candidates. That's just obvious. If and we don't have that time now. But Tariq Nasheed, it's been 8 years. You've been having the same strategy. Why didn't you think of that? Because you're not political. But if you were political, you would have thought, okay, we need our own pack. We need our own third party. And so you would have had 8 years to do that, and we would have been prepared for 2024 in terms of having more clout, more leverage in this political election. Now we don't literally have anybody to vote for, but either Trump or Biden, Cornel West, or whatever, you know. So we have to do that work now. And so, grassroots Black Americans, I want to tell you guys that you have to start that work now in 2024 to get it, to start seeing the fruits of that labor in 2028 election, and or in 2020 and 2032 election. You guys can ignore me, but you guys were walking around in a circle like you've been doing like 40 years. Like the Hebrew Israelites walked around 40 years in the same circle in the same position and not getting anywhere. That's pretty much what you guys are doing. And so, it's been 8 years and you keep telling Black Americans don't vote, don't vote, don't vote. If it's no tangible, well, how do we get a foothold in the political process in a way that benefits Black Americans? If we don't like what these options, these old ass white people, Trump and Biden, and Biden is come on, he's looking like a robot up there. And so if we're not going to vote for Trump or Biden, then what are we going to do? Okay, no vote. That's not leverage. That ain't gonna do nothing. That ain't gonna do shit. It's not. And letting Biden get in there with the plans they got for these immigrations, for this immigration policy, that's crazy as hell. So honestly, for 2024, this election is a bust. It is. I do think Trump is the better person. But the work that we needed to do to get our own third party system, or to make headway in one of this two party system, that work would have had to been planned, I would say, around 2016 or even 2020. And that work was not planned because Tariq Nasheed is not political. And then you do got a lot of gatekeepers and sellouts among you that don't even care about getting you involved in the political process. And so we missed the boat, I have to say. And I know there are people that are not known that that was screaming from the rooftop about third party systems. There is a third party for Black Americans, believe it or not. It's just not well known, But for 2024 to 2028, Black Americans, that's some shit that you want, because you want to empower yourself, and you always want to be actionary, not reactionary. So if you know that they're going to sit up there, these two-party systems going to pick some two old-ass people that you can't relate to, that's saying they not going to do nothing for you, that's saying they not about to give you anything, no reparations, no nothing, then you say, okay, yeah, not only are we not going to vote for you as the Republican or the Democrat, but we're going to have our own third party. We're going to have our own PAC. We're about to pay off some of these politicians that, we about to really get serious and start doing our own shit, regardless of the outcome. But we have to at least try to get a political foothold or get control over the political process, or you infiltrate one of these existing parties that have infrastructure but don't necessarily have direction, like the Libertarian Party, and you can kind of take over their shit. I mean, that may be obnoxious to say it like that, but seriously. Or again, you can even go for one of the big dogs. You can go for the big dogs, and that's the Republican Party. That would be ideal, right? Penetrate in. I mean, Black Americans, if you focus your energy the right way, you're very powerful. I don't see how. I don't doubt that you can't do it. I don't doubt that you can completely take over the Republican Party and get in positions as Black Americans to where we can have some control over who's running, the things they're going to do for Black Americans. We can totally do that in 4 years. I mean, especially if we get a Ben Carson vice president. We get a Ben Carson as the vice president, that America already got 4 years of seeing a Black American in the highest levels of the executive branch. And he's fully capable. He has ran his own businesses. He has worked in the executive branch with every aspect of the executive branch, whether that be the director or the liaison. the United States House Representative, all types of shit. So he has the experience. He has held a public political office twice, in 2021 and in 2004. And so, if this is not just somebody that we're putting in based on race. The guy can do the job, right? Um, and so if we were to get a Ben Carson vice presidency in 2024 with Trump, we got 8 years as a transitional period to start to lay the groundwork for whatever we're going to do in terms of that infiltration of the Republican Party or the third party or the PAC. Okay, so I want to make it very clear that I am not telling Black Americans that I'm not telling Black Americans what to do. I'm merely giving strategy that if you don't want to fuck with Trump or Biden, you have that prerogative and you have that right? But I also want to encourage you to not sit on no motherfucking couch. This is your chance to come together and start to carve out what you're going to do as a third. If you want a third party, how do you infiltrate the Republican Party? How do you get a PAC? How do we start to lobby? How do we get into the lobbying position? How do we start to get raise the palms of some of these politicians to make sure that they do what the fuck we want them to do? Because you need money to push a lot of these things that we want to do. And so that's what I would say. Spend the next 4 to 8 years, even possibly 12 years doing that, and carve that work out. Say we got this third party stuff, but also start thinking about running your own candidates for that presidential level. That's going to take time. You got 2028, you got 2032, you got 2036, you got 2040. We expecting one of you niggas to be, and even if it's myself, we expecting one of y'all to be the president of the United States within that time frame. Black Americans. And we are expecting you to actually and bring about a golden age for America. And you're expected to do something for your community as well as all of Americans. But you're expected to not sell out your community once we give you that position as the watchers. And so this is some things that y'all have to really think about. Y'all really do. And this is the work that Tariq Nasheed should have been doing, but he's not political. He merely wants to purport like he's hiding behind people who actually are political, like the Freedmans, or when it was ADOS, or when it was security. Like he's hiding behind people that actually are doing more of the work, and more qualified to speak on the reparations, more qualified to speak on the politics, and merely even regurgitating what they said, distracting from what they said, or outright just completely neutralizing what they're doing. And so we'll talk about that. But I also want to say that, for those that are wondering, like you have talked about Tariq Nasheed several times, I want to make it very clear that this is not going to be no ongoing thing on my channel as far as talking about Tariq. That's just not my angle to just be sitting there talking about. I'm very, very gifted. I don't have time to be focused on, this nigga. I don't. But I'm a situation that happened, okay, that I am upset about. And so I told myself I'm gonna take 3 days to vent and be upset. And then I'm gonna get back to focusing on myself and my energy and what I like to do. Okay. What I like to teach, I like to talk about esoteric topics. I like to write. I like to, and so on and so on. And so I'm not about to be sitting here talking about Tariq Nasheed on an ongoing basis. But from what happened this week and what's been happening within the last 2 weeks, yeah, I've been upset. And so I've been getting that energy out by voicing that more publicly. And so I told myself I got 3 motherfucking days to be upset. And then after these 3 days, I am moving on to what I like to discuss, unless that dude does another, if he does something dishonorable, he does anything that's shady, I don't have to address him. Okay. I have substance. I have hell of a lot of substance. I actually have talent. I write, I sing, I'm psychic as hell. I come up with my own theories. I do hair and makeup. I create infrastructural systems through my mind, literal schematics. I create my own spiritual science. I create my own military science. And so I'm not about to be, I don't have to sit and talk about another person. Not the way my mind works, not the gifts that I've been given. And so for me to even be doing this, to be, because I'm at the ragtag this nigga. I ain't gonna hold you. Are we going in today? For me to have to do this it's because I'm clearly annoyed by something, a situation that happened. I'll break down that situation completely. But after this, I'm going back to my hermetic priestess lifestyle. I just got me a red light therapy machine, like a red light therapy that I've been doing red light therapy. I got me some 24 karat gold collagen uh eye sheets for my eyes. I'm about to be chilling. I got me some motherfucking oud. I done bought me some plants and shit. I'll be chilling. I live a very peaceful life. But contrary to, you may see me screaming on YouTube or getting upset at you today. You might see a lot of anger because I am upset about something. But I do live a very peaceful shamanic life. Seriously, I just bought me a motherfucking massager. I got me my red light therapy. I'm about to chill. I got me Ormus 24 karat gold with the Himalayan salt for my eyes, and the one that you use for your pineal gland, the one that you take orally. So yeah, it's about to get real in this bitch. I got my I be chilling. Seriously, I chill. uh, but this nigga, oh, you pissed the wrong one off, honey. And so I'm about to rag tag your ass today. And I just want Black Americans to know that don't think that I'm about to be focus my content on this nigga when I have things to teach you guys, when I have things to bring to the world. I'm gonna be teaching you guys more about game theory and about some of my versions of military science. It's gonna be very lightweight. We're not gonna get too deep. But I'm gonna be working on some new forms of military science that I'll be publishing. And so, if the government, the government knocked me off. I know you guys are like, oh my gosh, you're crazy. You shouldn't be talking about that stuff. You're gonna get us killed. No, I'm not gonna get you guys killed. But the military science that I'm gonna be talking about is more psychological. And so I'm not telling you guys to run up in somebody's stuff or do something illegal. It's going to be purely psychological and esoteric. And so we're going to get into those are things I want to. That's the direction I want to move into for the everyday average Black American who is dealing with psychological warfare, um, occult attacks, all those things. We're going to be. I want to talk to Black Americans about those things. So, and also, I still want to finish the stuff that I have to do for the encyclopedia for Black Americans. I want to get. I want to be involved. Now, if you guys don't want me around, I can pivot. I have a background in technology management. I have a background in sociology. I'm an ordained minister. I'm very spiritual. So I don't have to. If you guys are like, okay, you know, you guys feel like you don't want to support me in any way, I can just go ahead and do something else. But again, unless Tariq Nasheed does another dishonorable and shady act, I don't have to address this nigga. I don't. But I do need to forewarn Black Americans about how covert COINTELPRO works. Again, the situation with Tariq Nasheed himself as a character is quite beneath me, but it's important that Black Americans know the inner machinations of how this stuff works, how a COINTELPRO works, covert psychological operations, social engineering. Now, if you guys ignore the writing on the wall, then that's on you. But when you can't say that no one spoke out. People have spoken out. A lot of people have spoken out. But this one is going to be a little more in depth and a little more scholarly because I'm coming from the breaking down of various actions and aligning it and cross referencing with COINTELPRO tactics and techniques in terms of seeing what and the only reason why I'm doing this because again, there was a situation that took place. I'm trying to think if I should go into that situation first or if I should break down more of this strategy that he has put out. Or should I tell you guys what happened first? Maybe it's better if I tell you guys what happened first, and that way you'll understand. Like, it doesn't look like I just came out of nowhere. Yeah, just coming at this person. Right. Yep, I think that's better. I'm just looking. Yeah, I think it's and so shit. A lot of you Black Americans, I like to see what kind of drama is popping off. Anyways, so I'm trying to see where I should put this. Okay, I want to make sure that I cover the breakdown of this strategy though, because that's very important. But I also want to give you the background context as to why I'm even calling this nigga out. As far as me being upset. You know what? I want to go into the strategy first. I don't want to. I'll go into like the context, but it's important that we at least deal with the objectivity and not the subjectivity of the situation. So as you can see on your screen, I did make a comment, and so we'll discuss what I said because I said it and it's public and I meant it, and so let's cover it. So again, as I was saying, with the Tariq's no vote strategy or let's sit on the couch, I do think it's a false dichotomy, and I stated that earlier. But again, people had told Tariq years ago about creating a pack. People, Black Americans are curious about a third party. Since he was telling Black Americans not to vote, and he just simply never did it. And so those actions right there prove he is not political. Even running of their own candidates. I mean, he done cozied up to Marcel, but he's not the one that's behind putting Marcel in a political seat. He came on later. And so when we talk about like should people be staying in their lane, I think that when it comes to Tariq Nasheed, that is a fair question to ask. And I would even also argue that the 2024 rally proved that Tariq Nasheed is not qualified to be talking about the political aspects of reparations. There was zero call to action. There was no political proposal or petition. And so my thing is, why is he trying to purport that he's political when he does not have the range? Why is he trying to hitch his wagon to people that are political? So for instance, like in 2018 for about 6 months, I want to say it was 28. Yeah, it was definitely 2018. For about 6 months, he cozies up to ADOS and Yvette Carnell and Tone Talks. Starts to, they were talking very, very political. They were talking about the data. They were talking about all these things. He cozies up to ADOS, and then pivots from them to start FBA. And mind you, he's not political, and he has not had a political plan for FBA since destabilizing ADOS. So he took a lot of people from ADOS. They got into it publicly. As far as the fighting on both, they were going at each other. But then he pivoted, started FBA, but it destabilized the political advocacy of Black Americans. This is what you guys haven't even realized. I mean, people know it, but either they're scared to say it, or they simply don't know. I know the people following don't know. The FBAs don't know, and so that caused destabilization. Then he cozied up to the freedmen. Now that's the new thing. Cozied up to the freedmen, who at one point were ADOS and fell out with Yvette or whatever. And they also have a lot of political experience. A lot of them have experience writing legislation, lobbying, or have worked with Congress and Senate and whatnot. And so he's cozied in real time in 2024. And I will really break that down because I do have some military. I'll say this. I'm seeing a pattern, and I would do some predictive programming rather on what is going to happen with his new strategy of aligning with the freedmen. Freedmen can take it, go in one ear and not the other, or whatever. Y'all, y'all could Y'all can ignore what I say. But y'all, shit, laugh now, cry later. That's all I got to say to you. But the Freedmans, they have the political experience. They do. They always been. They come from the ADOS camp. Many of them, and not all of them. But they have the political experience. So he's closing up with them, and then he's pivoting once again by telling us to sit on the couch, aka neutralization. So now we're dealing with destabilization of the political process of Black Americans. I'm not saying necessarily the destabilization of ADOS. I'm saying falling out with ADOS, cozying up to ADOS, using their talking points, literally regurgitating actual political people, and then falling out with them and pivoting and calling and saying FBA, but then not having a political plan for them is destabilization of Black Americans' political advocacy. That now you're cozying up to the Freedmen who have the political experience as well, and then you're pivoting by telling them again, these are very political niggas, that they got to sit on the couch, which is neutralization. So now FBAs are being neutralized to just sit on the couch and not vote and not participate in creating a third party or a pact or getting involved politically or seeing who they gonna run or start studying this stuff now. They are not doing that, so they have neutralization. It's destabilized politically and neutralized politically, and this is the culmination of this no vote strategy that Tariq has been promoting for 8 years. It's very suspicious. It's because again, for the minds that are not the thinking mind, y'all like to run around and try to discredit me. You fucked with the wrong one. But for those that can think, they can reflect on them 8 years and realize, is this a good strategy? Let's actually do the critical thinking aspects of whether not voting for 8 years of 2016, 2020. Tariq Nasheed promoted that in 2016. I remember. Tariq Nasheed promoted that in 2020. In 2020, I remember that. Now he's promoted in 2024. So now we're going on 10 years. What's your plan for 2028? What, you gonna copy somebody else's shit, probably my shit, Freeman shit, whoever's the new thing. Okay. It's the same thing. So if you don't want to participate in a two-party system, given that you want to portray like you're political, you should have created a PAC or encourage FBA, the youth, to create a third party. But you haven't done that. Okay. And so that's suspicious. And then we also have not only you cozy up to ADOS, you cozy up to the Freedmans, but you cozied up to the Black American Indigenous, the Secure the Tribe. They were focusing on reparations in a different way. We're focusing a lot on genealogy. Then obviously you have the Black Indigenous demarcation of Secure the Tribe, and then those that don't like to use Black, they're American Indians. You'll call them Clubhouse Indians, which I don't agree with calling them Clubhouse Indians. But you got that aspect of it too. The Black Indigenous aspect. Tariq cozied up to that. He cozied up to the Secure the Tribe and whatnot. Fell out with the pull-up stuff. Fell out with them. What is that? Further destabilization of another growing movement amongst grassroots Black Americans, regardless if you agree with the people involved or not, or what they did or what happened. And I know exactly what went down. But Secure the Tribe was gaining momentum. They were working on different aspects of the reparations they wanted to see, different tangibles that they wanted to see. They had 5 points as well as the pull-ups. They had, this is stuff that, again, this was not funded. This was something they had decided to do all on their own. Here comes Tariq Nasheed. They fall out. He tells people that they shouldn't call it pull-up because they're going to get put on the list. But at the same time, he literally does videos saying, should we have another pull-up summer, which I have all the evidence of that. Yeah, that looks like another destabilization tactic. That looks like that looks suspicious because they fell out. He clowned the pull-ups, which was a grassroots effort. He clowned members of Secure the Tribe, including a young 23, 24-year-old man at the time who was really, speaking out for the Black Indigenous named Chet. He ragtagged him. Anybody, if you notice, when people started to call out Tariq Nasheed, for some of the way he was moving, he goes so hard on them, as far as damaging their reputation, making up lies on them, trying to humiliate them, so it can distract, because Black Americans love entertainment and drama, so it can distract from people actually looking at Tariq Nasheed. That's why when they was realizing that he wasn't promoting the pull-ups, because you have to pay, he's gonna ask you to pay to advertise that. That's just how they work. That's just how that's how they do things. And so they thought, though, hey, it's just it's a Black American thing. This is what we do for our people. Why aren't you promoting us? And they don't think like that. That's why, again, I'm telling you guys about there's a lack of a bridge between grassroots Black Americans and the way someone that is in the system thinks. So that kind of fell out behind that. And then the young 23-year-old at the time had called out Tariq for feeling like, where were you at during that protest that was going on, and whatnot. And so they had out to do about that. But to be honest, that was handled very poorly on Tariq's part, for the way he attacked a 23-year-old and put it all on display, and then the way he attacked a woman. But he's always been doing that. I mean, I don't even want to get. I mean, we could do. Come on, we already know. But he went in on Secure the Tribe, fell out with the founders of Secure. Now, I won't even say the founders, but the ones that started the Secure the Tribe, the Mel and Booby and Sonny. He fell out with them after cozying up to them. So now we have 3 movements. ADOS. I'm telling you what's going to happen with the Freedmans too. This one hasn't played out yet. If y'all catch it, if y'all listen to the end of this video, you'll catch it. And you can either nip it in the butt or let it slide and ignore me. And then when this shit happen, I will be sitting up here with a bag of popcorn watching it, baby. But they already kind of, I mean, we saw how some of them Freedmans came at Tariq at the damn, what was it? That task force reparations meeting. They got into it already. And so that's just a precursor. Then we have him neutralizing INFAC. He was telling everybody that the founder of INFAC was an agent who's currently in jail. Grandmaster Jay is in jail. They charged him with felony and whatnot. So I think he's doing like 7 years or whatever. But the community abandoned him based off of what Tariq Nasheed was saying about what's his name? Grandmaster Jay, right? Is that Grandmaster Jay? What he was saying about him. And so the Black community went on alert and was figuring like, okay, Tariq Nasheed is saying these things. He's saying he's an agent. And he showed that Grandmaster Jay, was, a DJ and was doing security work for Trump or whatever. And so he was like, okay, he used that as evidence to say, oh, he's an agent. And then saying, we don't need a militia. We don't need nothing organized. And it completely neutralized INFAC and, was saying all these things about we don't need to give our information, whatever. And my point is, Grandmaster Jay is in jail. So he did all that to end up in jail. I don't think an agent would do that. And he never addressed it. Like, okay, so he actually went to jail. So, yeah, I mean, he went to prison. And so was he the agent? But here's the thing. I'll tell you this, because, again, the average Black American can't see things that other people can see. I will say this. Grandmaster Jay was Secret Service that went rogue. Pretty much people know that. I remember when Grandmaster Jay first came out with the first militia video, literally with the first militia video, there were white people that are very well connected, in the intelligence world, that was like, what is he doing out there? He's Secret Service. But I remember seeing on Twitter them having this conversation, and then they was hurrying up and deleting it because they were like, what the fuck? So I think that was known. The first time I've ever heard Grandmaster Jay talk, I heard him talk, I assessed his energy. I knew immediately. I said, okay, he's Secret Service, or he's worked for the military. He's did something with military and intelligence or Secret Service, and he went rogue. He did go rogue. That's for sure. He went rogue. He found out information that I don't know if you guys remember when he was talking about that $10,000 book that you have to pretty much you get access to that book. You can buy that book. You cannot buy this book online. You have to go and buy this book. You have to travel to another country to get this book in person. They make a copy for you by hand when you order it. Not you can't just go in a bookstore and buy this shit. The content of this book, you have to put your information in the database, and you pretty much agree to be tracked for the rest of your life once you get access to this book. This is a $10,000 book. You can have the information in the book, but you agree to be monitored, and you agree to not tell the content of the book to the public. What does Grandmaster Day do? He goes and starts reading the book. I will never forget when he started reading that book on his live, and this shit just cut off like boom. Next week, nigga charged. They got him out the paint so quick. Oh man, when you start talking about the Nephilim. But that wasn't the book that he talks about with the Nephilim. That's not the book we're talking about. I just want you guys to know to make that clear. That's not the $10,000 book. When he cracked open that book, I don't think he able to get like a couple of sentences out, and they closed that shit and it shut the whole YouTube down right live. They took the whole video down. It was not playing with it. That's why when he did, one of the core orders was he cannot do social media, and that was because of that book. But here's the thing: you had to kind of agree that you would not give the content of that book out on live. So they kind of felt they had ammunition, and then they had to look for anything. In that situation that he found himself in, I think it was in Kentucky, right? Where he flashed a flashlight up at the federal agent, but they found something. They had something, and so they was able to bring some charges and get his ass locked up. But I know for a fact that Grandmaster Jay was locked up for the last couple of videos that he was speaking on about the Nephilim on his YouTube channel. That is the real reason why they closed in on it. When he came at, because I know I'll be talking a lot. Yeah, when he started talking about the pyramids and coming at Lucifer, pretty much. He not only did he obviously was talking about the Nephilim, he's talking about this is very highly classified information that they do not want the average Black American, let alone the average American, even discussing amongst ourselves. And so when he came out in 2021, and you guys can laugh at this and say, no, that ain't the reason why. Check. Go back and look at his channel. I mean, I don't think he's in prison, but go and look at the last couple of videos and the stuff he was talking about. That video that I'm talking about with that $10,000 book, I don't think that video is up. But he started to read another book that is legal to read to the public, right? So he started focusing on the apocalypse and I forgot the book about the Nephilim. That last video where he started talking about Lucifer and them damn pyramids, watch what soon followed after that. Okay. But Tariq blew the steam out of the In Fact movement. Good, bad, right or wrong, whether you agree with the strategies or not, whether you agree with what Grandmaster Jay was doing or not, it was not the most well thought out, I would say, but I do think that he was Secret Service that went rogue. People, I mean, what's the guy that there's a couple of Black people. Micah Johnson went rogue. He was military and intelligence. Donald, the Dawson guy, he was intelligence and military. So people, they would know the most. Unfortunately, they know the most. They know things that the average American would never know, and sometimes those things drive them over the edge. And if, however you want to, whatever value judgment you want to attach to that is on you. But what I'm saying is that from what I assessed as a priestess, just intuitively, the moment I saw Grandmaster Jay, I said, he is intelligence Secret Service that went rogue. And they lost control over him. That I knew. And I knew they were going to come down on him. And I knew that in terms of, damn, once you know certain secrets, man, you'll be shocked. You'll be shocked how you can organize something, how quick you can organize something. Once you start to understand how this system really works. Who would have your back, who don't have your back, who you can align with, who you can't align with, right? And so that situation with Grandmaster Jay, as far as the idea of a militia, and it's legal to come up with a militia, it is legal. Tariq Nasheed telling Black Americans, speaking against Black Americans doing something that's legal, whether he wanted his following to do that or not, is still another form of neutralization. Because in fact, it was completely destabilized after that. So we have neutralization, we have destabilization of ADOS, about to be the Freedmans, certain even individuals. In fact, Secure the Tribe, the indigenous movement that was not attached to Secure the Tribe. So this is something that you guys have to think about. And then the actual individuals. Like now you have the actual individuals that also have been affected. He spoke about the Moorish Science group, the entire Noble Drew Ali, he's attacked Noble Drew Ali. He has attacked Hebrew Israelites. And so, or just generally just keeping up shit. And so now he's keeping up shit in the Freedman space. So now there's shit in the Freedman space. And now there's shit in the reparation space. Okay. That's pretty much what we're dealing with. And so you have to ask yourself, does these look like destabilization? Does this look like neutralization? Does this look like distraction? And what does it mean for someone to do mirror casting? Those that have access to certain knowledge, whether that be the occult, whether that be the intelligence agencies, they know certain things that the average Black American does not know in terms of conducting social engineering, psychological operations, spiritual, swiping someone's spiritual credit, neutralization, destabilization, distractions. This is what this is starting to look like. And I have to say myself, I used to follow Tariq, and so I do know what I have seen over the years. I do know I was also fearful to speak out, but at this point, I'm not as fearful, but at the same time, I know how my community thinks. I know my community likes to be entertained rather than be enlightened. I know that my community likes to go with cult personalities and what's popular over what's the truth. And so there's some heavy people have to answer for that. People have to. It's as simple as that. People have to. The community itself has to reflect on that. But I want to talk about like this idea of harvesting spiritual credit or mirror casting, because this is what Tariq is doing right now in the reparation space. He's trying to come off political. He's not. He's copying other people's talking points, whether that be ADOS, whether that be Freedman's. He's swiping it where he's saying we. It's a lot of this. I'll actually. I wonder if I should play. Matter of fact, yeah, I want to give you an example because again, it's important to just give you an example of this stuff. So listen to this, where you start to, when we talk about someone that's cozying up to someone who is not really doing the work, but cozying up to people who are or do have the qualification, and then saying we, as if putting them on their level, and then swiping the energy from them onto himself to make him come off like he's the political one when he's not. And so I want to show you what that looks like. Just listen to this right here.
If you ain't really got nothing to say and you can't really articulate what you're trying to say and you don't really have any input, man, let the people who's really on this speak on it. You know what I'm saying? Because we got that church thing. It's a church thing where we let everybody come up and give a damn testimony and they just be up there saying all types of stuff.
You're like yourself. Are you kidding me? Look in the mirror. But let's keep going.
We kind of give a mic to everybody. And then folks don't know what's going on, and then it becomes just a lot of rambling and just going on and on. Listen,
he rambles in this video, and we're gonna give. I can't wait till y'all can see this stuff.
There's progress being made.
There's progress being made. We already
know what the plan is. We've set the template out here in California.
We've set the template out in California. What template has Tariq Nasheed set out in California? That was the work of other people that are political. Many of whom were Freedmen, are Freedmen, or ADOS. So what is he saying? We set the template. What did he actually bring to the political arena? Was he the one writing that legislation with those organizations, with ADOS or with the Freedmen's or with the other legacy organizations? Why is he? You see what I'm saying? Like, that's mirror casting. This is what he did with ADOS. This is what he's now doing with Freedmen. This is what he was doing with Secure the Tribe. It's mirror casting. This is what occultists do. They'll steal your. It's an energy harvesting. Let's continue.
We made sure the language was right, the legalities were right.
We made sure. What Tariq has not made sure of that. They still using African American. What the fuck is you talking about? So this is what we talking about, this mirror casting, cozying up, acting like they are the ones that's doing the political stuff when it's other people doing the political work that don't even fuck with him, but then acting like they are somehow in cahoots with one another, or that they, like, he has contributed in any substantial form to what's going on in the California's reparation space. That was the work of the task force. That was the work of other scholars, people who have worked on that legislation, people that are political. And so this is what I mean with, I'm telling you, I've witnessed this. And if you're not savvy, and which I have to admit that I was not, in my formative years, but also like, 2018, 2019, I didn't know much about politics. And so I do have to say, he has been doing this for a long time. And so when we would hear this as the following, you would hear this and be like, okay. But when you start to really dissect it, you're like, wait a minute. Now that I'm actually a lot older and can see this shit for what it is, I'm like, you didn't actually work on none of that stuff. You didn't write that legislation, or like, it's just creepy. Like, and look at this.
Who the funds would be designated to. We've been on this thing out here in California.
He's been regurgitating what other scholars have said, what other what political people have said. It's not like he's just merely, and then people could say, okay, we need those signal boosts from a entertainer, or a filmmaker. We need that signal boost. But I mean, that signal boost led to, look at what happened with ADOS. Look at look at what happened to Secure the Tribe. Y'all wanted these signal boosts. Look at what happened to Impact. Look at what happened to the Freedmen's. And it's really about to happen to them, because they already got some. They already, and it's tension. It's tension. That's why Mark Carter is calling out Tariq Nasheed. It's a lot of tension, but it's about to get worse if y'all don't catch this shit. If y'all don't catch this shit as Freedmen, y'all kiss that shit goodbye, just like how I fucked up Adolf. Y'all about to get fucked up. But yeah, this is somebody that's mirror casting. I'm going to pretend to be political. I'm going to pretend to be, and say we go around real political people or the real deal, and then take their shit, regurgitate what they said, and then say we did this, we did that.
California, every step of the way. You want to see what the plan is? Look at how we've gotten everything worded in California. And again, you had a lot of ops that they sent out.
He's talking about Freedmen, by the way, the ones that got into that argument with him, and maybe Secure the Tribe as well.
California hearings, when we were getting the language together, man, they had so many ops and
he's the op.
Agitators and paid instigators up there trying to turn things into a clown show. That's one thing. Part of the plan is, this is the plan. We already know how to implement reparations. We know how to do that. It's not rocket science. We know how to implement it. We set this thing up just like they do with some of these red Native American.
Okay, because I really want to. I'll stop it there, because we'll get back into because that's Lord have mercy. We'll get back into that at a different part of this video, because I want to show the covert operation that he's about to pull on these Freedmen's with his new strategy that he just came up with. And yes, I did download this video just in case he tried to go back and remove it, because he most likely did. And I have caught him going back and removing certain sections of his video, but of his videos. But he most likely, once he sees what I'm about to bring out with this stuff, he's most likely going to try to remove that out. And I did download the original, because this shit is really fucking dangerous about what's about to occur. So this mirror casting is a real occult practice. It's called switching your spiritual credit. It's where you're wearing other people's energy. So he's literally doing this in reparation space. I just showed you an example of what that looks like. for him saying we did this. He didn't come up with any of the legalese in that paper. They still using African American. They decided to go with Freeman. They didn't use FBA. They didn't use Black American. They didn't use what he suggested them not to use. I mean, they used what they suggested him not to use, which was African American. So what do you mean we? What did what did you write? Like what legislation did they take from you as Tariq Nasheed that was implemented in that California's reparations thing? Because the lineage based stuff that came from ADOS. So what the fuck is you talking about? Black Americans were talking about uh, speaking out against black flatness. They're speaking about making it lineage based. Literally in 2018, 2017, we have those screenshots. So you did not come up with that. That was somebody else's thinking. So once again, you took that from ADOS, went and pivoted and made FBA, and then started talking about lineage, but you got that from ADOS, the lineage talk. Again, this is what we're talking about with the swiping of people's energy. This like now he's about to swipe this genealogy shit. I'm telling you, it's a smooth play. I'm about to show y'all how he's about to do it. He swiped the indigenous talk. When we talk about when Black Americans start talking about that they are indigenous, came at Dane Calloway, attacked him. I don't agree with everything Dane Calloway say, but he attacked. Once again, more neutralization, more blowing the steam out of people's shit that they got growing and trying to build. So he started to come at started to cozy up to the Black American and indigenous, and then pivoted, started the maroon stuff, started coming up with his own stuff. That was to take the energy out and then wear the energy of the real people that was behind it. That being Truth and Higher Learning on Clubhouse, that group, which consisted of many Black American women, Black American indigenous women and men, and also Secure the Tribe, which was more on Twitter, which deals with that had more men involved, more as far as the males, Sonny and Boobie, and Check and KD, and all, that all got. I'm telling you, this is something that y'all don't want to pay attention to, and that's y'all loss. That's literally your karma. I'm freeing myself of this shit, of this karma, because I'm like I. It's like being under a spell, damn near. But seriously, but when you think about this mirror casting and swiping of spiritual credit, Tariq Nasheed did that. He's been doing that for a long time. And now he's doing it in the political space. That's why that's why Mark Carter got on his ass. It's like, now you just fucking up shit. With this no vote for 8 years, and then coming around the Freemans and the ADO, and then talking about and the security drive. What we did is we came up with it. This was our plan. We got the legalese. You didn't come up with shit. But he has done this even in portraying himself as a scholar. When you think about like what he did with the Black scholars, when he come up with Hidden Colors, it was hiding behind narrow brilliance to the point where people started giving him credit for what other people was teaching us. Technically, he brought forth Francis Cress Wilson, Kaba Kameen, Phil Valentine, James Small, Umar Johnson, Amir Bey, man, motherfuckers, man, just so many, countless of scholars, right? And they were teaching us about things. It wasn't him that was teaching. And this is what people that follow him need to understand. It wasn't him teaching us his theories and his scholarship. It was other people's scholarship he was either regurgitating, or it was him hiding behind these brilliant scholars and putting them to the forefront and taking credit for, once again, swiping and stealing their spiritual credit. This is what occult Masons do. This is what, come on, y'all. I don't think y'all understand how this shit works. But he's been doing this for a long time. He's been getting away with it very successfully. It's just that his time is slowly coming to an end. The spiritual realm, as far in terms of what the ancestors and what the spiritual our primordial spirits, they kind of like, you know what, you're moving too fucking reckless. You out of order. You are out of order in the spiritual realm, Tariq. And I know you think you're not, but you're starting to piss off some very primordial spirits with your antics. You've been getting away with a lot of stuff, and you know how to transmute the karma, so to speak, but you're running out of that energy. We're in 2024, and so you know, the hiding behind other people's brilliance to either destabilize or for controlled opposition or for all of that, it need to be brought out to the forefront. You wanted to hide and ride behind other people's energy. That's what you've been doing for a long time. Francis Cress is well saying Kaba Kameen. Kaba Kameen is the brilliant one. Kaba Kameen is the light. You ever watch Kaba Kameen talk? At least, I don't know. I haven't heard from what he's saying now, but I mean, come on, decades ago, when a decade ago when we saw him speaking and him teaching, that light, that was his brilliance. When we saw Frances Cress Welsing teaching, that was her brilliance. When we saw Phil Valentine, we know he gonna drop some gems. That was their teachings. That was their gift. That was their, anointing. James Smalls, even Umar Johnson going up there about the black boys in the education system. That's while we may look at it as, okay, he brought them forth, he brought them forward, and they are the one, and that's how we all found out about them. Yes, that's true, and we gave them their credit, right? And we honored, but a lot of y'all started to get infatuated with cult of personality, where y'all don't talk about, y'all don't bring up, y'all don't really big up Phil Valentine or Kaba Kameen or Frances Cress Welsing. Y'all credit Tariq Nasheed as the scholar, and Tariq Nasheed doesn't even have a high school diploma. Tariq Nasheed has been in Hollywood for 25 years. Tariq Nasheed is not a scholar. Y'all credit him for being a scholar, but don't mention anything about Kaba Kameen and Phil Valentine or James Smalls. And these were the people that made that documentary pop. So he swiped their credit, spiritual credit, and he's walking around as he's the scholar, which he is not. And they are the ones, they are obviously still scholars. You can't take nothing from them, obviously, but they are not as well known. Their information is not as promulgated. A lot of them don't even talk with Tariq no more. James Smalls and pulled up back. Umar Johnson then pulled back. Kaba Kameen, we don't know what, they probably still cool, of course. Frances Cress Welsing has transitioned. The other baby boy, I think his name was Renoko Rashidi, right? He's transitioned. He was big on Pan-African. Tariq Nasheed pivot even from what the work that they did. So we can also look at that as a discrediting, once again, another destabilization. Because he's discrediting pretty much the work that Kaba Kameen has done, the work that James Smalls has done in that space, and the work that Renoko Rashidi has done in that space. Forgive me if I'm saying his name wrong in terms of the work that they've come up with Pan-Africanism, the undermining of Dr. Ben, the undermining of Dr. Clark and Dr. Ben. And again, you can have a transition, like we don't rock with Pan-Africanism or anymore, that's fine, right? But my ancestors told me, that's why I came up with entrusted melanism. You don't want to rock with Pan-Africanism, fine. You want to do something that's more action-oriented. You want to do something that protects your ethnicity. You want to do something that allows you to have delineation, but also be able to network with melanated people and build alliances when it is warranted and when it is necessary. Come up with a new framework. And so that's what I did with the entrusted melanism framework, teaching melanated people globally how to work in tiered systems, in a tier-based way, on the local level, region level, national level, and even overseas, but building up that capacity on the grassroots local level by focusing on your own ethnicity, and then at the interest line, then you can join others if you want to. And so entrusted melanism was, for me, my solution to no longer wanting to support Pan-Africanism. That work has been buried by these controlled opposition niggas because they are afraid to death. There's literally a chapter on military science for melanated people. So as you can imagine, that got me on a watch list. I was on a watch list before then, but I mean they ramped it up like around that time when I came out with that work. And again, I do believe if you're gonna speak out against something and say you don't want something, you think this is stupid, you think it's wrong, then what is your solution? And so when you think about it, even in that sense, as far as the bringing them forth, cozying up to Pan-Africanists, and then once again pivoting, throwing them completely under the bus, and then pivoting to delineation, which he's not the founder of delineation. And then kind of they become irrelevant. That's a neutralization. That's more neutralization because a lot of Black Americans, they don't want to listen to a lot of Pan-Africanism. And so that's something that you should think about. That's another destabilization of, once again, Pan-Africanism. So we got the destabilization of ADOS, destabilization of INFAC, destabilization of about to be the Freedmans, destabilization of Secure the Tribe, destabilization of Pan-Africanism. But my thing is, even if you don't agree with Pan-Africanism, you should come up with your new one. This is why we're saying he's not political. He's telling people to not vote, but he's not coming up with a solution. He's telling people Pan-Africanism is not the way to go, but he's not coming up with a solution. And delineation and gatekeeping, that stuff is coming from other people. A lot of that stuff is coming from me. A lot of that stuff is coming from people in the reparations space, grassroots Black Americans. He's not coming up with those ideas. He's stealing content. And so this is what we're talking about with the spiritual credit. And this is why people are getting upset that he's starting to bring this shit to the reparation space, and he's bringing it to the political space. He's acting like he's political. He's acting like he's coming up with the solutions. He's not the one coming up with these ideas. He's taking this shit, whether it was from ADOS or Freedmen's or Security Tribe, pivoting it and then bringing it on to FBA. And FBA is still fucking walking around in circles. He don't got the sauce. He's not the mind behind it. So when you start trying to swipe and switch spiritual credit, again, this stuff is spiritual. And you try to switch people's energy by mirror casting, you can only go so far with that. You eventually have to show and prove. Eventually people will catch on. Eventually people will call you out. That's why Mark Carter called his ass out. Like, what have you done political? What is your plan? What is your plan? And if you ask him the plan, he regurgitates what the Freedman said. What is your plan? You're the one that's saying, with FBA. And I'm going to tell you what he said. And that's, I think when people walk themselves right into a nice little trap. Yeah. But, he's doing the same thing in the reparation space. And people are either scared to call it out, or they think that they're going to get some capacity or some clout from it, from aligning with Tariq. People have tried to warn people about that. I have been warned. I tried to wake shit up 2 years ago. It came for my neck. I backed down out of fear for my life. But again, after all these years of following Tariq, you have not learned how to build capacity assistance to garner contracts or money from the government. You have not learned how to make money. You have not learned how to get grants from the government. You have not even learned how to build parallel infrastructure. But you have been asked to give your money. I have given my money to the projects that he has had in the past. And to whatever he tries to fund. And I'm like, okay, Black Americans, we do need these things. And so many of us have decided to donate. And then you guys feel like the service has been transacted in terms of whatever, if it was a DVD or whether it was a rally or something. And in that case, that could suffice, or even the museum, that could suffice. However, the productive value of these things, we can argue in terms of what Black Americans really should be focused on, what we really need. That all can be argued. The execution of things, or if it's a distraction from something we really, really, really need to be focused on. So you guys can look at it. Well, we give our money and he provides a service. And that is, once again, in the entertainment / business, stuff. That's not politics. That's not education. And so once again, it's about staying in the lane. I don't think you guys realize that the big crux here is he is the one that is going into other people's spaces, other people's movements, destabilizing, neutralizing, or distracting them, and then bringing the energy onto FBA, and still at the same, and still at the same time, kind of leaving us without a clear plan forward, without any clear strategies. I mean, that FBA rally showed y'all that. No clear strategies. Nothing that is substantially going to put us in a position of empowerment as Black Americans. A DVD is not going to put you in a position of empowerment. It can educate you, sure. And that's not a bad thing, right? We want education. And knowledge is power. But at some point, you yourself have to admit that that's where it stops and ends. And Tariq has not done that. He has not done that. He tries to act like he is on the level of a revolutionary, that he is on the level of a politician, that he is on the level of a scholar. He tries to do that shit. And y'all allowed him to do that. But again, as Black Americans, we need to run our own candidates. When we talk about like this no vote strategy and sitting on the couch and all that stuff, that's a false dichotomy. That's not the only solution that we got if you don't want to vote for Trump or fucking Biden. We can start to use this time, 2024, as a placeholder and transitional stage for the presidency. You got 2028, you got 2032, you got 2036. We can build again, excuse me, we can build out their party. We can take over the Republican Party. We can start a PAC. We can lobby. We can run our own candidates. We can pay off corporations. We can pay off politicians who agree to push our agenda. Okay. And so, Black Americans, we have to think about those things. Because I told you before, to vote means to bow. To vote means to bow to an agenda. And so, Republicans and Democrats, they have a shadow agenda. Many of them are two sides of the same coin in some aspects, but they do have contrary, there is some rifts behind the scenes in terms of which direction we're going to go into. As far as American policy, American foreign policy, the social engineering that we want to have for the American people for the next 200 years, those are things that are being crafted out now. A lot of this system is come to an end, and they are trying to usher you into a social digital database, a digital ID database, digital monitoring database with whether that be through getting you in a federal system to put your ancestry in, social credit system, all types of shit. So these are the things that we're thinking about. I personally don't agree with none of it, but I'm saying these are the things that they are thinking about. The Republicans, the DNC, whether they're going to continue to. I'm not going to go that deep. I'm not going to go that deep. But again, you have to know what shadow agenda you are supporting as a Black American. You want to study the symbols. Okay, there are a lot of symbols, a lot of hand symbols, there are a lot of colors, there are a lot of things that will let you know which entities are involved. Who's supporting what agenda? Is it come on, it's deep. We show you it gets deep. And I don't expect the average Black American to go that, like, I'm not gonna go into that in this video. And so again, when we think about like Tariq's productive value in the Black American community in 2024, I know you guys, many of you guys are under a spell, or you're under many of you are scared to actually say these things that you have caught and saw over the years. But many of us even witness a change in Tariq's content. There's always constant distraction. It's always fighting with these African immigrants or with some low trash hick town white people. There was a time where Tariq used to do motivational videos, literal motivational videos, like top 10 rules to success, top 10 habits to get productive, top 10 steps for motivation. Like this is the stuff, like this is what at one point, he was doing. And he has not done that in 2 years. All of his content now is fighting with immigrants. We have checked these Africans. We have requested, we not requested, we have demanded delineation. We've already delineated. We already figured out lineage base. We already, in terms of we already have solidified our gatekeeping. We already have talking about making sure that we protect our ethnicity. And so what is the productive value of uploading constant content about you fighting with a tether or a Black immigrant? This is entertainment for you guys, for Black Americans. You are concerned with entertainment over enlightenment. Once again, so now you have distraction, you have neutralization and destabilization in Black American society. You guys have been distracted, absolutely distracted, fighting with them Africans. Some Africans, you can't fight a motherfucker that already lost. They had to flee. They had to come here. They trying to grab and hype on your shit. They already lost. When you focus on yourself, you get more. That's why I'm about to be sitting here doing no videos on this fucking nigga. I'm about to check this fucking nigga though. But I ain't about to sit here just focusing on it. This shit is beneath me. I ain't even gonna hold you. But Black Americans, like that, and we've all fell for it. I'm not shaming the average, and I already know how the low class of our people think, but I'm not sitting up there judging Black Americans. I know for a fact that I was out there ragtagging them Africans, cussing them out, constantly getting in their ass, bringing scholarship, cussing it. As much as y'all love to discredit me and try to make it seem like y'all wasn't getting the sauce from me, on a lot of things. I'm not saying everything, but a lot of the things, you know, we was going in on them Africans. Y'all couldn't wait to destabilize my motherfucking ass. Um, but this we all have been there. But what's next? I mean, how long do y'all think y'all can do this? You give them these people your energy. You argue with them. You talk with them. But then you say you better than them, and we got to focus on our delineation. Then let's focus on our fucking delineation. Our barbecues, our music, our soul music, our cookouts, our get-togethers, our everything, our culture, our sports, our education. This arguing with these fucking Africans, that's not delineation. That's just arguing and distraction and entertainment. Y'all do know that that's not delineation. Do y'all not? Y'all have to know that. You have to know that that is not delineation. That is not actually gatekeeping. Arguing with some motherfuckers that already lost. Arguing with people that don't know what the fuck they talking about. That's uneducated. That ain't bringing nothing to our community. And again, I understand we do it on Twitter Spaces, or you do it, when you want to blow off some steam. But we talking about Tariq's content. Literally, because I know look, this stuff I know right now is blacklisted and all this stuff and y'all shadow ban me, but at least for people that will see this years from now, they'll know like, okay, this bitch wasn't just making this shit up. I actually want y'all to see this for yourself. Yeah, because y'all, we not doing this. Y'all niggas, we so done with this. Y'all really have pissed off some very ancient spirits with this nonsense. Okay, so look at this. It's nothing but Tariq Nasheed versus this, like versus an undercover tether versus Granny Babylon Democratic Shield, Somali man versus Mansa Musty, Tether nurse shares her contempt for FBAs. What have Pan Africanist groups accomplished? Like this stuff is what you guys are. This is like very low level shit for Black Americans. This is not bringing anything productive to Tether voices against reparations. Fleeing foreigner has criticism of FBAs. Tariq Nasheed versus an Anglo agitator. Ethiopian man says FBAs are poor with low IQs. Why would you allow that to harness your energy? We know we don't got no motherfucking low motherfucking IQ, or nor are we poor. Like I would never give some random ass person this type of that type of time. That is completely beneath me. And so now it's all these white people, versus bigoted Beth, low level ass white people, cosplaying culture vulture, Dr. Deflection. This stuff is not going to get you any political empowerment. Zambian man says their huts are better than housing projects. South African man asks why FBAs aren't improving their lives. Like, and then here and there are Black people being fed misinformation about the Democrats. He'll put something like that. It most likely got the talking points from somebody in the Twitter Spaces, or for somebody that's in the Freedmen's, or from me, or from whoever else in the space. Tether says modern FBAs are scared to fight racism. Tariq Nasheed versus caller who is struggling with inner urges. Like, this is entertainment. This is not political shit. Tariq Nasheed versus passive aggressive fleer. Tariq Nasheed versus a plebiscite. I mean, I think y'all get the motherfucking point. Racial Royal Rumble. Racial Royal Rumble? And so I have been monitoring this guy because, to be honest, again, I'm a priestess. I can see stuff very much so spiritually. And I've seen the shift, and I've seen some of the shit that's been going on. And it's about time somebody speak out. I've tried to speak out before. Again, when you're under quantum entanglement and under psychic attack and under a DUW, you know it is what the fuck it is. Y'all can try to discredit whatever y'all want, but y'all can't fuck with me. I can't disprove what I'm saying right now. You damn sure can't do that. Wonni, any of y'all niggas, Denmark, the ones that, and we're gonna get into that because this situation was caused over some bullshit in a space, in a Twitter space. And so I wouldn't even have been going this hard right now had these motherfuckers just left me alone. But I'll tell you guys what popped off. But I think you guys get the point. OnlyFans babble, Like this shit is not. And my thing is, why are you trying to act political? Why are you trying to act like you're a scholar? Why the fuck are you doing this with that type of content? Y'all seen that content. And so once again, distraction of Black America. How is that helping you in a political process? And then then he cozies up to the ADOS or the Freedmen's or the Black indigenous that are in the political process, trying to get involved really heavily in the reparations, or are really involved rather in the reparations, and pivots the energy, tell you motherfuckers you don't need to vote, fall out with people in the reparation space or the political space, or cause a fucking distraction with arguing with fucking Africans. That's the new thing. That's the thing. Fight here, Black Americans, argue in the Twitter spaces with Africans all day, instead of having the average Black American start to come up. Hey, we need to start a third party. How about we start a lobbying group? How about we start a PAC? How about we do that? Why haven't you done that in 8 years? But you claim to be so political. You gotta you sit up there saying we did this. We crafted out the legalese. We did this. Okay. And so Tariq Nasheed has wanted to act like he was a nigga that was political, that scholar that's gonna lead y'all to, and I see the way y'all talk as Black Americans. Y'all are completely smitten with the cult of personality and celebrity, the possibilities of whatever you think is you can get out of that of working with this person, and then your ass get neutralized, destabilized, or distracted. And an average everyday Black American, they want to go and get entertained by that content. That's fine. That's where he's at. That's where he's at with that content. You have a museum, but you doing that kind of content? That's crazy as hell. And no one is going to speak out on this shit. But then you're going around making it seem like you're going to actually do anything substantial for our community. Just say it's a hustle. Just say that, you hustle. This is your bread and butter. You're a businessman. And my thing is, it's going to be a lot of shit that get revealed. We all have to do our introspection, including myself. Because we absolutely know what real leadership looks like, real revolutionaries look like. Tariq tries to act like he is some type of revolutionary nigga. He likes to say, I speak out against white supremacy, I do this. And we've had examples of what that looks like. We had Fran Hampton. We had Nipsey Hussle, who niggas lied to get him out the paint. And it wasn't just shitty cuz. We've had Darren Seals. We had Thomas Sankara. We had Huey P. Newton. We have James Baldwin. We have Zora Neale Houston. We have Francis Cress Wilson. We have Leroy Jones. We have Ralph Bunche. You have so many, so much more that's unknown, that is known. Sandra Bland, believe it or not, the reason why she got targeted is because she was talking that hot shit. Same with Corinne Gaines. They got targeted. Y'all do know that, right? Targeted harassment is real. And so Tariq tries to act. He's an actor who tries to play one. And he's cloaking his energy as a scholar using other people's stuff. Or he's trying to cloak his energy as a political person by using other people's, by copying other people or associating people with that are doing the real deal. And so this man, it's something we got to think about. Now I want to address these idiots. Because again, Black people, y'all are fucking, like, I swear, man. So this person, Sarah says, Tariq never claimed to be a politician. I never said he claimed to be either, but he's trying to provide political strategy and give us political strategy, you idiot. So he only referred to himself as a historian and a filmmaker. It doesn't matter what he verbally expressed. He said, okay, yeah, I'm a historian and filmmaker. He is encroaching on other people's stuff. He's going into the reparation space. He's going into the political space and disrupting shit and destabilizing stuff and neutralizing stuff. He came after INFAC and said, we didn't need to do organized militia. We can do guerrilla warfare. That is someone that's trying to act like a revolutionary, dumbass. He's trying to act like a revolutionary. And he said, we never thought he was the next Malcolm X. Yes, the fuck y'all did. I got clips of y'all. I could show you that. You know how easy it is for me to just go pull up. I mean, any of his Twitter space, y'all call in, talk about, you're doing such great things for us. You're doing so many. You did so much. Y'all did try to act like you're going to take us to the promise. There is literally Black Americans on Twitter spaces saying Tariq Nasheed is going to take us to the promised land of reparations, of take us to the promised land of freedom. So this Sarah dick riding bitch that Tariq done sent over here to comment on my shit under my comment. Oh, as you can see on your screen, bitch, he didn't have to literally say it. But if you're going and you coming at everybody else. All of a sudden, nobody else got a valid plan but fucking FBA, but his ass. Are you kidding me? And this man has not offered any great political strategy. He's going around ADOS. He's going around the Freedmans. He's going around the Secure the Tribe. Taking a talking points, taking a momentum. Saying he's it's not about saying he's a politician. It's about the actions. It's the implicit actions. Actions speak louder than words. I don't care what if he just said he's only referring to himself as a historian and a filmmaker. He did try to come off like he does try to act like he's a scholar. He does try to come off like he's political. I just played that in that video. He was literally regurgitating, like he's literally saying, "Okay, we got the legalese right. We got all this stuff right. We that was other organizations that you had nothing to do with. That wasn't you." And so you talking about him, we never thought he was the next Mexican. Yes, the fuck y'all did. Not you. Nor did he profess to be. Dumbass. It's not about what he professed. It's about his actions. This is the thing. This is the issue with Black Americans and humans in general. You got to watch what people do, not what the fuck they say. If I haven't learned that myself in all these years, boy, have I had to learn it in the last 2 motherfucking years. You got to watch people do, not what the fuck they say. These people are fucking snakes. You got to action speak louder than words. We heard that all the time growing up. Action speaks louder than words. So it's not about professing to be, bitch, but we do see destabilization. We do see neutralization of other people's shit. We do see him copying other people's shit. And you say, sounds like you may have expected things he didn't promise. What are you talking about? He is telling people not to vote. He is telling people that we need a plan for reparations. We need these things. We need to build. I mean, he was telling us we didn't even need to fucking organize. We didn't need leaders. He was telling people they didn't need leaders. He was telling people the code is a leader. Didn't even quantify what a code was. Stealing, once again, Nellie Fuller's work. Stealing another scholar's work. Trying to ride off on other people's energy. Once again, this is what this man is doing. If you a stupid motherfucker that can't see that, that's on you. But don't try to sit up there and justify it. And you know I'm going to clock your motherfucking ass. He was acting like he was capable of people providing strategies and solutions to our community. He has brought neither. He did act like he was, like, I see the way Black Americans still is carrying on. I could show where y'all was saying he's going to lead us to the promised land. This was what y'all was saying. And so that is acting like he is the next Malcolm X. And he was regurgitating someone else's scholarship, even as a historian. He was regurgitating someone else's shit. He didn't come up with his own body of knowledge or his own repository of knowledge or his own scholarship, his own theories. And his last video about that California reparations, which we're going to talk about, proves what I'm saying, that he is purporting himself to be doing political work, that he himself has not done, which I was playing at, where he was saying, we have done this, we are doing this, he is not staying in his lane. That's what you don't understand. That's the point, dumbass. He wants to play like he's acting the role of a scholar, a political strategist, and a revolutionary. If you're going to tell, in fact, okay, we don't need to organize militia, we just need to do guerrilla warfare. But then the founder of InFact actually goes to prison. You done told everybody in the Black community he's an agent. InFact is destabilized, and your motherfucking ass didn't give us no actual solution to this self-defense. You a whole nigga. But you got upset at another Black man's attempts at defense. You come at Norbert Drew Ali. You come at now you're coming at the scholars that you put on in terms of their body of work, and you don't have a body of work. You don't have a body of work of scholarship that's going a new framework that we can transition to outside of from Pan-Africanism. That's why you want to bury me so bad, because I came up with entrusted melanism, and that shit is actually relevant to Black Americans, and it meets the goals and standards of ethnicity, gatekeeping, and delineation, while also allowing melanated people globally to become empowered. You don't have that body of work. Could you sit up there and attack the work that other people that was in your documentaries, Runoko Rashidi, who just died, Kaba Kami, James Small, you attack their work instead of upgrading their work and showing respect and bringing something forth to the table. I don't like Pan-Africanism. But I never wanted to castigate the scholars that came before me that did, like Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark. I'm not about to act like they don't have no productive value of the things they have brought. Yes, a lot of them are Rhodes scholars. Khalid Muhammad was a Rhodes scholar. Y'all do know Khalid Muhammad was Boulay, right? I told you, like, some of when Boulay was like when how do I say this? When shit popped off in the 60s, them niggas that were Boulay, they actually put in work for the community. You got your Medgar Evers, Paul Robinson, your Zora Neale Hurston, the whole Harlem Renaissance area. That was all kind of a plant play, a psyop, but they were getting the most gifted of the Black Americans, the James Baldwins, this elite Boulay group, you know, that stuck that rolled out for each other, but they was looking out for their motherfucking community, speaking the hell up. So a lot of people don't believe this and don't even know this, but Khalid Muhammad, he'll tell you, he's a scholar at Columbia. He did do some work at Columbia University. He was a Rhodes scholar. He was a Rhodes scholar. He admit that. He has done research, I want to say even for the United Nations. Khalid Muhammad, but they killed his ass because you go rogue. Like with me, I went to Columbia University. You see the way I talk, like you go rogue. Shit, people get tired. people, the more, to be honest, especially if you are in that space with Khalid Muhammad, you know, learning the knowledge of the Nation of Islam and then actually being a scholar, that shit is very painful to know what's really going on, to know how this system really works. It's really, really, really taxing on the mind the more educated you are. We're not talking about educated through their system. We're talking about someone that is able to critically think, see through programming, create their own knowledge base, see through bullshit, educate themselves through all different means of knowledge bases. That is going to blow your mother. You're going to get pissed when you start to see what's going, how the people is being treated and how you yourself has been treated. And so it's not where I like to shame scholars now, because a lot of academia, they shut that shit down. To be honest, that's why you got, I slept through the motherfucking cracks. But when you think about like the last of that, the PhDs, you know, like the Francis Cress Wilson was an MD, and Phil Valentine and Professor James Small, Dr. Kaba Kameen, they would get their PhD, take that knowledge of what they learned and bring it back to the community and want to help enlighten their community and build in that way. The powers that be kind of, they really cracked down on that since they came out, since the conscious community came out. You know, that's why there hasn't been really a scholar that has come out of the conscious community within the last 10 to 15, 20 years, besides the ones that have already put in the work, the ones that we already know. They stopped that. I mean, even the way they study Khalid Muhammad, John, what's that baby boy's name? Johnny Cochran, Steve Coakley. They was like, we can't have these motherfuckers coming up in our education system. They learning, because you do learn methodology. You do learn methodology when you, I'm not saying a lot of that stuff is social engineering, right? A lot of it is mind control programming, to be honest. But you do learn methodology, how to conduct a ethos, a credos, a logos, value proposition, a thesis, a statement, and an argument, a conclusion. You know how to research, you know how to look for evidence. You'll know how to, if you go to college, you will learn those things if you take it serious. You may not learn it, but for those of us that have the life path of a scholar that naturally like to research, we would know those. We're going to pick up on those things. And so if you take that whole thing and you go pivot it to your community and say, oh, I'm going to build some frameworks for our people, some infrastructure. We're going to take this to learn how to craft out our own legalese. We're going to craft out our own shit. Yeah. Hold up. That's what the government said. Hold up, you supposed to be a mind control motherfucker that's supposed to go right into corporate America, work and shut your ass up and talk about the shit we want you to talk about. And that's why you don't have any scholars talking like me. You don't have any scholars talking like how you seen our elders are doing and how they did it. You don't see that. You see everybody talk intersectionality and oh yeah, we have transgender, you know, trans, all this crazy ass shit, gender neutrality. There's no gender and there's no they're literally teaching this in fucking academia. There is no gender. There is no what the fuck. There is no, women are not, we don't, cis heterosexual women and cis het men and they and them pronoun and it's fucking ridiculous. Even we talk about the accreditation process of the university. And I'm actually doing some research on this because I'm in a PhD program to study higher education administration, and I'm looking at literally like we're looking at the accreditation, and I was looking at how it's even the way that's designed is to, how do I say this, pervert academic freedom, is to repress academic freedom in terms of what you think and what you're allowed to produce and what you're allowed to say. And that's why they wouldn't give me no shade. Because I mean, the books I write, I mean, I have to produce everything on my own. That's why I have Nike University. Y'all can say, oh, you're not accredited. I mean, it is what the accreditation process is, even I can actually show you, even within the last 2 years, people are coming forward, other academias, people, chancellors, people in the chancellor's office, vice presidents of these universities, they are coming forward saying this accreditation shit is bullshit. It's standardization. It's literally but passing standardization and access to government funding. It's not really determining education, how well you build up education, the quality of the education, the quality of the curriculum. It doesn't determine it. You guys do know that. We're going to be moving out of accreditation. We're going to be moving out of the university systems. We're going to be moving into decentralized autonomous organizations. We're going to be moving into a more a decentralized peer-to-peer learning, customized learning paradigm. I'm going to build that paradigm out. I've already started AFES. Again, this government got me on a fucking blacklist watch list because they say I feel like I'm a threat to of their system. I come up with very innovative ideas, brilliant ideas, and they shut this shit down. They lock me out. And it just is what it is. And a lot of Black Americans know what I'm talking about. They know we're in on it. They're gatekeeping ass niggas, or they want to control what I think and what I say. And I'm not. I'm much too brilliant for that. I can't sit and go along to get along with stuff that I know is not strategic. Stuff that I know is a dangle of a carrot, a horse and pony show. That's just not my personality. I'm always thinking expansion of consciousness, expansion of innovation, expansion of invention, enlightenment. I'm always thinking about the Renaissance. I don't think of bureaucratic bullshit I know is not going to help my people. I'm always thinking of how do we elevate humanity? How do we elevate our consciousness? How do we transcend? I read a whole book on transcendence and ascension, and how do we align with mind, body, and soul in cosmic universal law? And if I'm the bad guy for that, then I'll be the bad guy. But I know that this what this country has done to me, and I know that the Cointelpro people in this space has done in the reparations space and in the Black conscious space, this Cointelpro shit that I've been dealing with. And I'm speaking out about it. I'm speaking out. You guys don't have to. You guys can get mad that I'm coming at your sacred cow, Tariq Nasheed. You guys can get mad that I'm coming at your sacred cow, because I know people make money off this shit. People make money, and it's like you coming at the person that they make money for, then they come after you. And so I know how this shit works, and that's why I haven't spoke out, because I have been afraid, and I have seen the powers that be come after me after speaking out about certain shit, and surveillance and brutal, completely brutal shit that I had to deal with. And even the occult, the witchcraft, the occult shit that I've had to deal with. I've had to really beer. I promise you, I probably aged like about a good fucking 30 years in a span of 2 years of what I went through since 2022. I've had to age, okay? And I'm still growing. I ain't figured it all out. I can be very obnoxious, sometimes arrogant. But my heart is in the best space. I know how I am, where I have put others above myself at all times. I know I have wanting to give freely. I never asked for anything from this community, and I know that this community has given me the ass to kiss for their sacred cow. And so that's fine. But again, these ancestors, man, y'all done fucked with the right one. Y'all done found the right one. Okay. And so, like I said, with Tariq Nasheed, his light is entertainment and filmmaker. So he is actively undermining Black Americans with his dishonorable ways. And again, Black Americans, y'all do try to act like he has going to give you. I literally heard of black men say he's going to lead us to the promised land. Also, for this person that said he's never claimed to be a revolutionary, he put himself in a large mural with revolutionaries in that museum picture. Matter of fact, y'all think let's just look it up. Cause y'all niggas, y'all had me fired today. And I'm gonna give y'all the context of what happened as to why I'm coming at this nigga. We'll get there. We'll get there. Let's see if I can find that mural. Okay, here we go. So in this mural, we got Harriet Tubman. We got Claude Anderson. We got Francis Quest Russell. We got Dr. Clark. We got Professor James. We got Ida B. Wells. And Tariq Nasheed put himself right smack dab in the middle of these people. Right smack dab in the middle of these people. And so that's purporting to be a revolutionary. These are all revolutionaries. Is Harriet Tubman not a revolutionary? Ida B. Wells is not a revolutionary anymore? Yeah, they're revolutionary. So they have a body of work. Claude Anderson has a body of work. Dr. Clark has a body of work. Books, scholarship that they produced and written. Kaba Kameen, Professor. So where's Tariq's body of work? Yeah. As he knocks it out, and he got Pan Africanist on here, Dr. Clark, and he done put himself up there in the middle of that stuff. He didn't have to put himself in the middle of that. They should be in front of him because he's rolled off of their work. And he got even the concept of the FBA is a spin on Native Black American from Claude Anderson and ADOS. So even his talking points about white supremacy came from Francis Cress Welsing. So this is a person that is literally built his whole image off of other people's work, other people's energy marker. So he put himself standing on it. So this idiot, Sarah, who says he never professed to be, again, it's about, this is, actions speak louder than words. Anyone can Google the image. And so I told this person, I was go get another lackey to defend himself against me. Tariq won't go against me. He's a bitch. But these people don't have the range. None of this had to pop off, but we'll tell you why it popped off. We'll tell you why it popped off. Okay. But I really wanted y'all to see about this pattern of neutralization, destabilization, and distraction. Going after Security Tribe, going after ADOS, going after INFAC, going after Moorish Science Temple, going after Hebrew Israelites, going after certain even individuals. A young boy named Chet. He's a grown man, but 23 years old, he in his 50s attacking his dude, humiliating, going after women. Going after freedmen. Now, and this is the thing, he wants to align with these freedmen so bad. They come at him clear as day at the reparations hearing. They don't really fuck with him. Literally, they don't really fuck with him. But then at the same time, he wants to align with them and say we need Freeman's Bureau. He's literally regurgitating other people in this space. But they're saying we need a Freeman's Bureau. And you don't even know what the hell going on. And I could tell that. But he's repeating these things as if he's connected to, this Freedman stuff. He's about to destabilize the fuck out of y'all too. And I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Okay. And so we're doing a review of what he has brought politically and his problematic behavior. Absolutely. And so this is coming off of the energy of a situation that took place. Because now we're about to get to, okay, well, what's your beef? Okay. So this is coming off of a situation that took place on June 25th, 2024. Because again, the thing about being a priestess is that you can see shit before it happens, or you can see shit in the spiritual realm, in the astral realm, but then you don't have proof of this shit you'll see in the spiritual realm, right? So it's very dangerous, in which I have to take that, and I understand that as a priestess. Yes, That's why I do my weekly tarot, because I can prove that I can predict events weekly before they happen on a global scale. Week after week, I have done this. They have shadow banned my content because, again, the government, believe it or not, people that can predict, even whether it's a divination tool or not, and you can actually really do it and you can prove it week after week. Oh, you have no idea how much of a threat you become to the system, because then now you can look through all of their psychological operations. You're dismantling their algorithm by doing your own predictive programming and divination. I don't know if you guys knew that, but me doing these weekly tarot things, weekly tarot bank employment glitch prediction comes true, the world events, weekly tarot, the Julian Assange and Trump pardon, federal judge dies, like all these things that I do a review of the previous week in every weekly tarot video, right? Every weekly tarot, we do the previous review, and literally, like on the money, on a weekly basis, I have been accurate. Weekly tarot, just from looking at some damn little cards or whatever, I'm not saying that I know everything and I can predict all the future. No, like this one right here was pretty big. They really shadow banned this one. The one with the persecutions, credit ratings, and reviews. So as you can see, like all of my tarot videos have the lowest views because, again, this stuff gets shadow banned heavily because it's accurate. Like if someone is sitting and we literally play the previous week's review of what I said, and then I'm showing you everything that happened with a timestamp that it happened after, literally 3 days later, a week later. I mean, that's like that's pretty uncanny. And I can do this on a weekly basis. I can see things before they happen. Sometimes I don't even need the tool. If it's a very serious situation, yes, my ancestors will feed me this information in a dream or through quantum entanglement if it's the primordial, if it's the Godhead. Does not have to deal with gods at that level. If as far as things I can see. And so when I spoke about, like, here's another one: weekly tarot, all these things, weekly tarot reading, all like it's. I mean, you guys, I'm not trying to promote. Like, you don't have to get a reading from me or anything. You think I give a fuck about that? I don't do things for money. I don't live for money. What I'm saying is, I can prove. I can take anybody up on this. I can prove that on a weekly basis I can predict something, or even on an individual level. Some harder than others. Not everybody. I can read, get an energies assessment on, and that's fine. I'm not trying to act like I know everything, you know. But with Tariq in particular, I have been shown stuff on the spiritual realm about him for years, and I can see things that Black Americans just can't see. I know certain things that Black Americans just can't know, unfortunately. And that's the thing that sucks about being a priestess. It's a blessing and a curse. It's truly a blessing and a curse because you can see some shit, you'll see it, and if you come out talking about it, then you're going to be gaslit or be told you're crazy. And so, luckily, I already know how the ancestors about to handle this one because I'm telling you, they tired. He. I don't know who he. I know he crossed quite a bit of people, but he's violated. He's done something that spiritually is not clean, and I do know that they're going to be closing down on him very soon, because no way, no way, Jose, you crossed the fucking line, honey. And so I've tried to tell him and give him warnings. As a spiritual priestess, he never listened. I have proven on a weekly basis that I can see things before they happen. On my weekly tarot videos, it's publicly available, it's freely available. You ain't gotta get no money or nothing. And so no one can fuck me on that. This government does secretly study my stuff and implement it. They have government operatives have reached out to me and told me that 7 state attorney generals were asking about me, that the government was interested in my military science. And so, like, this is what happened. Now, the person that did it, he's an operative, but uh you know it just is what it is. And so I do know there's a concerted effort to discredit me, and there has not been success in that, for the most part. People know the truth, people know certain things, and they are scared to speak out, or they have oaths and they got to protect, they in a brotherhood, they got to protect one another, whatever. And so they have to come after me. And so I do want to say that this is coming off the energy of a situation that took place in a Twitter space held by Denmark VC and Wonni Spots, and which I was questioned about my books on Tut language. In which it was purported that I should not be doing books on Tut language, or it was made as if I was doing something wrong. As a matter of fact, I actually just want to play it because that's fair. And so that way you guys can hear it for yourself.
That you just described does not exist, and I suggest anybody who's out there start working on that application. Like, that's what I said. It's time to start thinking about what is your reparations career? Like, what is your role in the post reparations Black America? Because like the shit is on. Like, you're gonna wake up, and it's gonna be here. I mean, here as in the beginning of here, obviously.
Not to be
and Callie, I tried to order your Tut book off of Amazon. I don't know what happened. It literally confirmed it and then it disappeared. Because speaking of reparations, America, I have right next to this several community centers. And the first thing out of their mouth is youth program. So obviously Tut, or at least the introduction, not actually teaching Tut, is something that. So Callie, get back. I know we had, but anyway, we good. Anyway, so contact me. I don't know why I wasn't able to order that book, but I did want to get your basic Tut book.
Hey, Kelly.
So who put a Tut book on Amazon?
Callie has some good books on there.
I mean, who put the Tut book on Amazon?
Okay, so we really about to go into what really popped off, how this is a covert psychological operation as a part of like a discrediting campaign, because I am the second person in the world to create books on Tut for Black Americans. And so I want you guys to see how this all plays out. Okay. Because I don't know if this was a setup or what it was, but I drew a corollary between a statement that Tariq Nasheed made 2 weeks ago and then Denmark VC playing. I had these books been on the books on Tut have been created 4 years ago. Denmark VC knew about that. Like, they all know about it. Like, even Wonni Spots, they know that these books have been on Amazon for fucking 4 years, and they're just now saying something 2 weeks after Tariq Nasheed posted a bullshit ass comment about what he felt we should be doing with Tut language. And so, with me being a military scientist, I can draw corollaries and understand what a triangulated, covert COINTELPRO attack looks like. And so I want to continue to play this. Obviously, they have plausible deniability. They'll say, no, that's not true. You just be paranoid. But you look at the evidence and then you see for yourself. Because this is why I'm going off on this nigga. And this is why we releasing the Kraken on this nigga.
Callie, I think.
Is someone talking other than you?
Yes, Denmark. Hold on.
So how is that okay?
So I'm literally requesting to speak. You see, how is that okay? So I immediately request to speak. Said he's throwing me under the bus, low key. This is not the first part. This is not the first time Denmark VC has tried to throw me under the bus. He did this shit on Clubhouse some years ago too. So, but my thing is, they knew that I had these books out, these Tut language book, and I'll prove to you that, again, just watch closely the shit that Tariq Nasheed, because Tariq Nasheed lies on me in this Twitter space, and so just watch very closely. Use an objective mind. We're gonna be doing things that are very objective. I'm gonna be just streamlining this shit for your ass. Okay. And now, if you want to sit and play dumb and then act like how Wonni Spots did, then that's Your karma. It's not even karma, but that's output input is what we dealing with. Cause and effect. You play dumb, you win dumb prizes. You ignore things, you shall be ignored. You undermine, you shall be undermined. That's the fuck we dealing with. So let's continue though.
Can you tell me somebody?
What?
So this is Cointelpro. This nigga literally for 4 years now, all of a sudden, 2 weeks after Tariq Nasheed makes his statement about Tut, Denmark VC calls me out about Tut. They all work together. Now just continue to see how this go.
How it's okay that there's a Tut book on Amazon?
Okay, well, something about Pandora's box being already open. Yeah, I feel bad now that I said that out loud, but it is what it is. Not only that, it's all on Wikipedia. But here's the bright side, everyone. Here's the bright side.
Mind you, I requested at this point. As soon as he said, "How was that? Why is there a book on Amazon?" Boom, I immediately requested because I knew what this shit was about. So I immediately requested. And you see, I'm still not even on the stage.
What's his name? Michael Riley, who is, and he might be in the city, but he has developed Friedman Tut script. It is literally indecipherable. When you use it, you will be able to speak Tut perfectly because it's just what is it? Amazing. Black people are fucking amazing. But he developed an entire alphabet. There's even a Friedman Tut script keyboard available. And so you would have to be heavily vetted to have access to that. And that is a way that Tut can be kept secret and cultured and gate kept. And let me tell you,
I blame you doing. This is your fault.
No, can I explain? Because you're asking a question, and I'm the second person to create the book on Tut, so I don't mind explaining.
But so, wait, let me finish with this. I just want to say that the young kids today, Denmark, and the Solons on TikTok, believe me, they are speaking Tut in total slang. You would not even ever be able to understand it.
But everybody on Solon ain't Black American.
Well, I'm just saying, well, it is what it is, but that's where we're at now. That's why I said the Friedman Tut script is the saving grace here.
All right. Okay, so as far as why it's on the internet, we all know Gloria McWellen was the first person to create a Tut book, the first comprehensive book on Tut language in 1995. She died in 2022. Her website is still up, tutlanguage.com. You can go on there. The alphabet is freely up on there. Anytime you Google Tut language, what pops up? The Tut alphabet. So anybody theoretically, which I don't promote the Tut language to non-Black Americans. That's for one. Even in the description, it says this is for Black Americans, and obviously some of the monikers that we identify as, whether that be Freedmen, FBA, ADOS. So I make that distinction very clear that this is for Black Americans. Now, when you go and Google Tut language, the first thing that pops up is the Tut alphabet. Somebody put a translator up there already. Somebody, like, as far as like the secrecy of the language and the gatekeeping of the language, I promote that. The first thing in the book, the first thing in the course says, this is gatekeeping for Black Americans. This is only for Black Americans. The only people that have been buying the book are Black Americans. The only people that have been signing up for anything, even my course, is Black Americans, are Black Americans. So Gloria McWellen, to me, in terms of what because she's she's the first one. This is the first point of contact. Now, she died in 2022, but she put this stuff up in the American Journal, Speech Journal. It's recognized by Duke University. This is an official language that is recognized by the American Speech Journal. So as far as like the gatekeeping, I understand. As far as the secrecy component, that's a hard sell. Not because I'm not trying to keep it a secret, but because the alphabet is literally freely available on Google. As soon as you Google the alphabet, there it is. So anybody technically within a couple of hours or within a week can learn Tut, because what is Tut language? It's pretty much the phonetic spelling of the English language, which Gloria McWellen says on a news station. She literally just says this broadcast that loud out in the news station. So to me is like, yes, we can gatekeep it. Of course, it should be for Black Americans, but the actual implementation or execution of that is hard because not me, but all the other people, including even Black Americans, have went and thrown the alphabet all online. Gloria McWellin's PDF is freely being is free on the internet as we speak. Like anybody could just go buy, not buy, but go get access to the book for free because people have been spreading it all around. And so the little books that I have on Tut language, they're for Black Americans. Introductory is nothing deep, but again, theoretically and just objectively, anybody can go right on Google that alphabet, use the translator, and learn it. So if we're supposed to be gatekeeping, y'all trying to come at me because this is you're not the first person to try to like throw a subliminal. Y'all coming at me, but what about the translator? That's the Tut language translator is freely on the internet right now. Africans have African just try to say that Tutnese comes from some one of them countries over in Africa. The alphabet is freely available on Instagram, TikTok. As soon as you Google it, you both variations of the Tut alphabet. I didn't put that up there. Other Black Americans, these youth are putting it up there. It became popular because of the social media in 2021 in TikTok. And so I do think we should gatekeep Tut language. I want to make that very clear that it is for Black Americans. I do not teach. I don't even feel comfortable teaching Tut language to people that are not of our lineage. And so if there's a book or two on Tut language that is for our culture, I don't see anything wrong with that.
First time I heard about it was some years ago with Dawn. First time I ever heard of Tut, and
Exactly. So now y'all up in arms about a book on fucking Tut language. I'm about to get to how this relates to Tariq Nasheed though. We're just gonna keep going though, because again, I honestly I don't know if this was pre-orchestrated or if it was happenstance, but you know how this shit works. Let's just keep listening.
now,
Yeah, it's been around since for a while. But again, as far as the secrecy,
yeah, I know it's been around for a while, but I'm saying,
but let me just say this because
online and
right, the secrecy of Tut, obviously in the context of slavery and anti-literacy laws, it would obviously make sense that Black Americans in the 1800s, this language came out in the late 1700s, we would have to keep that a secret. That's just obvious. I mean, it was anti-literacy laws. We couldn't even read or write.
so
And
now
so
it
when we
makes
figured
no
out,
sense to have it as a secret
no,
nowadays.
it has to be for Black Americans. But as far as saying, like, again, I'm not saying that
Well,
this
it's
should
not
not be
for
a
Black
secret
Americans because it's been promoted to the world.
by the youth because they were misguided. But
But that's where the script comes into play. There is a script, right? Nobody should be
I
writing
just
Tut.
talked about it.
Yeah, so there are changes that are being made for us to go back to gatekeeping it. So it's not all is not.
So
law.
they trying to promote their script because April asked me to take my books down, by the way, behind the scenes. But so they want to promote their Freedman script and they can do that and then have me take my shit down or push me out the way, pretty much. Which, whatever they can do, whatever they can do it. But like the covert shit is what I don't like. And the Cointelpro shit or trying to promote this as if I did something wrong. I'm the bag. I'm the one that fought for putting Tut language out. When this shit is all over the internet. I am literally telling you that anybody anybody can go right now, Google Tut language, all the alphabet will pop up, and that's pretty much all you pretty much need to learn Tut. And that's it. Is that the alphabet is the Tut language? Y'all do know that the Tut alphabet is the Tut language, and it's freely available on the internet. I didn't put it up there. I didn't put that up there at all, but it's up there. And so, if y'all want to do a script and keep it secrecy and gatekeep and make some changes, that's on y'all. But why y'all coming at me with this shit? And why y'all doing covert shit like having Tariq make subliminal stupid ass statements 2 weeks ago, which I'm gonna play that, and having y'all bring me up randomly in this room. I'm minding my business. I ain't speak to Don in like a fucking year. I literally have not talked to Don in almost a fucking year. Y'all do know that, right? So for her just bringing me up randomly and then Denmark, oh, why is that okay? That seemed like a play. Because the Tariq got in this room and they wanted to paint me as crazy on this stage. And so I don't take that fucking lightly. And that's why I'm coming so hard down on Tariq, because he's behind the scenes with this Cointelpro shit, trying to convince Black Americans that I am crazy and that I'm the one that's selling out our culture on Tut language. I ain't sell out our culture. I've not worked with any white people with Tut language, any institutions, corporations with Tut language. I have not been approached. All of my money has come from Black Americans. I only make $3 off that damn book. I don't sit up there. That's not that don't even pay my rent. That doesn't even pay a fucking, like, are y'all kidding me? That doesn't even pay a internet bill down there. Like, y'all have got to be kidding me. And so for them to be saying, "Oh, can you take your books down?" Or we got to use our free manuscript. Y'all do what the fuck y'all want to do. What they got to do with me? But to try to set that up on some Cointelpro shit to make it seem like, and I'm about to really dig into their asses about that. We about to go in because y'all don't woke up. I mean, why y'all fucking with me? Y'all can't hold a candle to my intellect. Y'all can't hold a candle to me spiritually. But y'all want to sit up there and tell my community that I'm doing something wrong about not gatekeeping Tut language. I am gatekeeping Tut language. I make an introductory kids fucking book on Amazon, and y'all want to go up in arms about that? But y'all didn't come at them fucking Jews. Y'all don't ever talk about them white people that y'all know that Black executives have sold out our music to, that Tariq actually still work with. But matter of fact, let's get into that. Let's still hold off, because I actually just want to play this so y'all can actually hear how this shit go.
At all. There's many ways, and there's a lot of things that we're actually doing to separate. So I mean, it's just like AAVE. We know who is and who's not. And so yeah, so we have those informations are taken in place. It's just it's a slow process. But there's some great organizations working. We've partnered with some. Will be doing their lineage verifications moving forward because they didn't have a system in place. And so we're working with a lot of people that have been doing it. And there's a young people that are doing amazing work. So it is going to be a process, though.
But I agree with that, April. I'm not. I'm talking about specifically on the Tut language, because it's like people are coming after me, and I'm a Black American for making a book on Tut when only Black Americans buy my books.
Who was coming after you?
Tariq threw a subliminal shot, which I did a video response to, and you, I think I don't even think we talked about that, but I was supposed to talk to you about that. And then Denmark is saying, "Who put a book on Tut? Why is there a book on Amazon?" And so
no, what I said was, why is that okay?
He did say, "Why is there a book on Amazon?" And then he said, "Why is that okay?" He said both. This is a recorded space. You guys do know
that there's a book on Amazon about Tut. Why is that okay? Is a key,
because it is a dying language, and I'll explain why it's okay. It's a dying language. It's recognized by the American Journal of Speech, but as far as for our community, even Gloria McWellan says the same thing. Tut language was a dying language up into 2021. The youth took it and blew it up. They were misguided. They didn't have anybody to tell them, "Hey, don't put that all on the internet." Don't. They put the alphabet all. I'm telling you, you can Google Tut language and the alphabet just pops up freely because of these 17, 18, 20-year-olds just going on all on Twitter, TikTok with it. And so I decided to make a book on Tut language, a kid's book for Black American children so that they can learn the basics of Tut. Then I decided to make a gratitude journal in Tut language for the Black Americans so that they can have some gratitude. It combines some quotes from like some of our pioneers of Black thought, Black consciousness, obviously James Baldwin, Francis Cress Wellston, all these. It's a book for our culture. It's the collation of culture and the gatekeeping of culture. I mean, I don't see the big deal.
Anyway, I want both of those because I'm trying to put in April. I need to connect through the city, obviously, because with Chitaki. But I did want to put together a youth, I guess I'm gonna call it just a Black American Heritage course, but just something like a Saturday class, something that could be used as a aftercare. I don't know how long it would be, if it's ongoing. But
do you have teachers for that?
No, that's what I was Well,
we have an educators committee. It's like it's 5 of them, 2 teachers, 1 retired teacher, and 2 homeschool parents, and they're actually putting together night school and Saturday school. So I would like to
something
get
a
with
little
you.
more. So
Yeah.
here's the thing.
April, you know I'm an educator. Why are you?
Yeah, so April knows I'm in the education space. I'm in a PhD program. I have a master's degree in instructional design and technology. Instructional design means I have the credentials to create a course curriculum that is literally university level. I have a master's degree from Columbia University in technology management. I have a background in sociology. I have a background in many things, and I'm self-taught in many areas. And so April knows this. She knows that I have knocked university. You know, it's been hard. I'm not backed by anybody. I don't have no backing. I don't have a corporate white. I don't have Jews sponsoring me. I have none of that shit. So like April is like literally undermining me, like, oh, we got educators, we got it, knowing that I'm an educator, because I guess she wants, you know, to be the person that brings that. She's not an educator. She's not an educator at all. But Don is literally sitting there talking to me, talking about this Black American. Don herself knows that I have a master's degree in instructional design and curriculum. So that's why she's saying, oh, I want to talk about, of course, about Black American heritage. And then April comes in, you know, but it's a lot of this is how this space rolls. This is how the reparations space rolls. Y'all have been trying to discredit me for years. Y'all been trying to get me out the paint for years. The jealousies, all types of crazy ass shit. But I want y'all to watch what this bitch ass nigga Tariq Nasheed does.
Are you doing that?
I hit you up. We're supposed to connect. Remember, we just said it. We're supposed to talk.
So here's my thing. Here's my thing, and this is just me, and I'm not coming at you. I more so hold Dawn responsible than you, because Dawn was the first one that started disseminating Tut on the internet. But
It was the youth.
Okay, maybe
the go
talking about the old people.
Go and
right.
Google Tut language right now.
All right,
You'll
but
see literally
Callie, stop
over
cutting
10
me off.
websites putting the alphabet out.
Callie, please let me say what I gotta say, and then you can say what you want to say. And this is how I'm looking at it. And yeah, if you want to shed some light on my perspective, but our culture, as what we call it, was just basically survival tools that were given to our ancestors by God Almighty, as far as I'm concerned. Some might say, well, it was something else. But the way we talked, the way we walked, the food we ate, the music we sang, the way we communicated, the way that we worshiped, the things that we did as a people, as a group, were survival tools. Those survival tools, just like in any other culture, are passed down or are identifiers of that group as well. Like our food, our music, and so on. It identifies us as a group as well. When
I'm sorry, this is just taking too slow. I gotta do 1.5 speed.
And that's the reason why other people are protective of their stuff. But we have used our culture as a come up. We think that is a good thing when people are imitating us, and that's the reason why we're in a condition.
So what that fuck that got to do with me? Because I ain't doing that shit. If I wrote a book on gatekeeping 2 years ago, Tariq Nasheed talking about all this gatekeeping. I talked about that shit years ago. Yeah. I don't see our culture as no come up. I think that if somebody starts a business relating to our culture, that our community should support it within our community. But this comparison, and again, this is that Cointelpro shit. I didn't take Tut language to no white people. I didn't come up off of my motherfucking culture. Have y'all seen my fucking tax returns? Y'all know how I made off of them? Like, are y'all kidding me? How have I come up off the Tut language books? This is what this person is saying. And then there's hundreds of black people in this room listening to this shit. And they thinking, okay, yeah, you're an op, you're taking our language. And these motherfuckers didn't care about Tut language. I just now found out about the shit 4 years ago. So it's not an identifier of us yet. We can make it an identifier. But to be honest, you should be inventing a pentagram, an ideogram. That's what you should be doing. Tut language is Dutch language, double Dutch. It's just phonetic spelling of a Western English word. That is, it was created at a time of anti-literacy laws. Yes, we should gatekeep it. Yes, we can hold it there. But if y'all really want to go, y'all really want to sit up there and throw the keg off of this shit, you really want to impress the ancestors, create a fucking ideogram in a pictographic language. That's how you gatekeep is secure or something from these white motherfuckers finding out. Anybody go on Twitter, Clubhouse, literally Google. Matter of fact, let's just do it because y'all motherfuckers, y'all ain't gonna play on my top. Let's just do this shit. Let's just type in Tut language. Y'all not gonna play on my motherfucking top. Boom. I didn't put none of this stuff come from me. This shit about putting all this alphabet all up like that, it's everywhere. I mean, obviously see my book, but it's a book. It's behind a paywall. But look at this. This is how my niggas. This is how people would do me. He's literally talking as if I think that it's okay for other cultures to imitate our culture. What the fuck they got to do with me? They know the work I have done in this space. I'm telling you, this was their last chance to try to figure out a way to. Okay, they don't have nothing on me. And so, I'll play the clip that Tariq did 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, within 2 weeks, this shit about this Tut stuff has popped up. Don mentions me. You didn't see me go up there. Don says my name, and then all of a sudden. So how do I know if that was not even pre-orchestrated? Like, seriously, how would you know? It probably wasn't. But Denmark, all of a sudden, this nigga known me for 4 years, know of my work for 4 years. I have talked to Denmark on the phone years ago behind the scenes. All of a sudden, you don't know. You. Why is it okay? How is it okay? Like, I just this is some bullshit. Just continue to hear what he's saying.
We're in now. Oh, they want to be like us. You know, they dress like us. They want to sing our songs. They want to act like they want to eat our. And we thought that was a compliment, and it was actually that
I never thought that was no motherfucking compliment. I've been doing this shit since I was 19. I never thought that shit was no motherfucking compliment. Y'all thought it was a compliment. Y'all in y'all 60s and y'all. I'm 32 years old. Y'all thought that shit was cute, and now my generation is the one cleaning all this shit up.
I'm finding out that was a process of erasure. And so when we hand our culture over to people and say, hey, here, participate.
And mind you, this is a space where thousands of people are watching, and I'm the second person in the world to do a book on Tut language, and Tut language comes up in this room. And now he says, when we hand our culture over, where the fuck have I hand my culture over? What the fuck are you even talking about? See, this is why I'm saying this is a triangulation. This is a subliminal defamation of someone's work, or it's like it's a way to discredit them without really discrediting them. So it's a logical fallacy to. It's pretty much it's a part of a logical fallacy. What is that? A non sequitur. It's a non sequitur, but it's also kind of I would say it's more of a non sequitur. Premises does not match the conclusion. Like, he's coming to me with this shit. I'm like, I never gave my. Why are y'all accusing? Why are y'all bringing this shit to me? Why are y'all asking me to take my books down? Why are y'all all of a sudden up in arms about this shit? Y'all niggas ain't say nothing. Y'all don't talk to y'all. Did y'all come at P. Diddy when he was working with Lyer Cohen and them fucking white people and selling out our? Did y'all go to any of them black executives? And y'all old as fuck. But y'all coming at a 32-year-old that's done nothing but done work in her community, live in my community, done work in my community. Everything I produced has been for my community. Those books have been for my community. You'll never see me take $1. Y'all motherfuckers is tied in with Liberation Ventures and MacArthur Foundations and all this stuff, and Rockefeller and George Soros. Y'all don't have not one person. And this is why this government hates my motherfucking ass. And this is why they can't. These niggas have been trying to find a way to tag my ass for years. They don't have nothing on me. This is literally the last thing. This is the last thing that they can try to do. Oh, you created a Tut language book that we're supposed to keep secret. And Tariq Nasheed, bitch ass, said this stuff 2 weeks ago, and we're gonna triangulate this shit. We about to really triangulate some shit.
Participate. We can't blame them. We can't gatekeep that no more. We can't gatekeep that. We can only gatekeep that if we're protecting it. When we give it over to them, we can't gatekeep it. And we've given our culture over for $1. We've had people not.
So he's saying this shit in this room. I've never given my culture away from $1. I want one of you niggas to come forward and make that claim and find the evidence, find the proof, find the evidence. So even if he says, no, I'm not talking about you, it's not redirected to you. That he shouldn't even be saying that to me in this space. in the context of what I'm talking, in the context of my work, I've never worked for damn near a white person in my life. Until I worked at Columbia University as a representative, and I worked for Georgia State University. I've literally never, like, I would say within the last 6 years. Yeah, I've been in school and shit, and I've been doing my own thing, trying to find a way, my own way, because I don't have any corporate backing. I am blacklisted. This black community has never helped me financially, never put me on. Any of the black gatekeepers never fucked with me. Not one person wanted to ever help me. And it was much as brilliant as I am, and as skillful as I am in technology and website building. That website you see at Nike University, I built that fucking website. I built that website. All them books, the 20 books that I've written in a span of 4 years, I wrote those books. I own 100% of that publishing. I don't have any white corporate sponsors or no fucking Jews supporting me. None of that shit. But y'all bitch ass niggas gonna sit up there and come at me like that?
As a group, but we've had individuals who say, okay, come on, white boy, it's perfectly okay for you to
I ain't never say no, come on, white boy. This, to me, like, do you not see the corollary of someone calling up a scholar, calling out a scholar, saying, why is that okay? Why is a tut book on Amazon? You see the recording. I come and explain myself. Then he goes into a fucking tangent about some shit that don't even got nothing to do with me. But black Americans are not sophisticated in psychological operations, social engineering, character defamation, Cointelpro, Project Phoenix. Y'all can't see shit. So y'all really probably sitting up in the audience, oh yeah, she's selling out to the white man, or this is what they trying to spin. This is what they're trying to spin.
Rap artist, I'm going to promote you, blah, 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 because that's going to make me money. Now, today, they're saying, well, this white boy is the king of rap.
Y'all did that. Y'all old ass niggas. I've been calling that out. Y'all never spoke out against that shit. Y'all call out Jay-Z. Y'all call out P. Diddy and the black executives that work with these Jews, Liar Corwin, and all these people and all executives that sign y'all in them slave contracts. Did any of you black niggas ever speak out against them? But y'all coming at me. But y'all never spoke out about them black people. Even today, y'all don't call them out. Y'all don't call them out. We talking about y'all so want to be gatekeeping, and it's actual black people that go to white people and sell out our culture and buy, and we have the names. But then Mark Vesey or Tariq Nasheed's old ass, they not calling them out. They not calling Tariq Nasheed damn sure ain't calling P. Diddy out. We know he sold. He worked with Clyde Davis and sold it. So we know he done worked with all the white people and sold out black Americans and sold out our music and everything. Executives working with Def Jam, all types of shit. Y'all ain't never called them out. You got the chance to call them out, and you still didn't call them out. But y'all want to sit up there and hear me making a tut language book for black Americans, making no money off of it, working with no white people on it. Y'all bringing that shit to me. He bringing this conversation to me. And y'all can't see how that's Cointelpro. And I'm going to show you this statement that Tariq Nasheed made 2 weeks ago. And I'm going to draw the correlation of why it matters and what the fuck this is all about. Again, the government has been looking for any type of way to discredit me. They tried to do the crazy thing. They wanted to do all types of stuff. They have tried several assassination attempts, DEWs, all types of shit that have been done. My family have sold me out. My family, I caught my family doing some sherm shit behind the scenes. We're behind this shit with this government shit. I'm not fucking with y'all niggas. And we're gonna get to that. What this is all about. And so I am very angry that these niggas would try to associate me as someone that sells. Mind you, I wrote the book on gatekeeping culture and delineation, and years ago that Tariq is using the term gatekeep from my fucking book. I can prove Tariq Nasheed stealing my content in real time within even the last fucking year. And all of a sudden, y'all don't try to march a covert psychological military operation to try to do more discrediting and damaging of my reputation. And that watch how this go, because I don't want to go in a tangent, but watch how this swings.
You know what I'm saying? So what I'm trying to get at is that me personally, I don't think that it's okay for us to take our survival tools and disseminate that amongst the world and think that it's okay. I just, and I'm not coming up against you, Callie. I'm not even really coming up against doing it. I'm trying to.
Obviously, who would argue that? You making it seem like I argue. That's damn, it's not a non sequitur, it's not an ad hominem either. Damn, what's that? It's like it's you take somebody's argument and you argue a point that a person never made. What's that logical fallacy? Where you argue a point that the person never made, that they never stood for, that you don't have any evidence that they ever engaged in. To associate them with, we taking our, I don't think we should disseminate. I think we should disseminate the Tut language amongst Black Americans. That shit is 300 years old. Anybody can learn it in a week, in a day, probably in a day. And I do think that Black Americans, we should invent an ideogram. If you want something secret and covert where white people can't understand you and nobody know what you're talking about and nobody can learn it, you got to develop a high society, which is what I developed, and create an ideogram, a pictographic language that only you would know. That's how you do that. You can't use their English language, develop a language on it, and think they can't fucking crack the code when the fucking Tut alphabet is on the internet. They did what they had to do to survive 300 years ago. If somebody makes a novelty book on it, and some Black Americans want to purchase it, that's fine. I don't even market my book. She act like I'm marketing and promoting. Yeah, whoever sees it, sees it. I don't do the work that I do for money. I want that to be very clear. I'm not in this shit for no money. You know how many times? Yeah, I mean, these people try to murk my motherfucking ass. These people play psychological fucking rituals, all types of MK Ultra shit. Come on, get the fuck out of here. Y'all niggas is obsessed with this system. Y'all niggas want to work with this system. Y'all niggas are in bed with these people. Y'all never called out P. Diddy. Tariq Nasheed been working with P. Diddy for 25 years. All in his videos were literally defending him. Even after we caught P. Diddy dragging Cassie's and beating the shit out of Cassie, all types of shit. All of the people coming forward, all of the Black Americans who complained about over the years that he had got fucked over by them. And Tariq Nasheed is still defending P. Diddy. But all of a sudden he wants to act like he wants to gatekeep Tut language, gatekeep culture. But y'all niggas ain't never call out P. Diddy. And he actively sold y'all out to the white man. Y'all can't never say that about me. They don't have nothing on me. I'm a priestess. I live a very shamanic, righteous life. Very righteous lifestyle. And I believe in I live in a Black neighborhood. Y'all can't say, oh, she live around white people. Oh, she spend her money with other white people. Oh, she doing this. Y'all don't have that. Y'all don't have that story about me. Y'all can't say I came and destabilized y'all fucking movements and distracted y'all movements. Y'all take a lot of my ideas and never give me credit. Y'all try to write me out of this space and then try to say I'm crazy, but I am the most genius person within the last 20. I'm one of them. I ain't saying only one, but I am very genius and one of the most brilliant minds of the last 21st century that we've had amongst the scholars that exist. And yes, I know there are other brilliant people. And yes, I know I don't know every fucking thing. Yes, I know I'm still motherfucking learning. But y'all niggas is literally trying to block me out for some fake ass agent shit. To cover for a fucking agent. Let's continue though, because I got to get to the evidence. The corollary, the triangulation is what's most important here.
Express that I'm disappointed with the mindset that within our group where people think that it's okay for us to disseminate our culture, our survival tools, what our ancestors gave us, and for individuals to take it upon themselves and say it's okay to share that with the rest of the world. That was not a group decision.
Not sharing with the rest of the world.
No. What if Gloria McGilligan had done it? So it's a double-edged sword.
She already did it, Don. She did it.
That's what I'm saying. What if she
in
had
1995? Got late.
I said, what if she had not? This is a double-edged sword. The cat's out of the bag. We already have control mechanisms in place going forward, and it had to happen. And I'm so thankful. April, what's his name? Michael, is it Ridley or Wrigley, who developed the Freely Touch script, and it is a beautiful thing. And you cannot crack the code, and you must be vetted in order to have it released. So let me say this, Emma, too. You had two groups, like you said, Callie said, the youth who are just spraying it everywhere because they're so proud to have something that is theirs. But then there's us who also found it at the same time, and we have kept it very secret, like like you're expressing, and that's why April has the infrastructure in place that she does, because we pursued that. And Callie spoke to the disconnect between us and the youth. They are moving without guidance. They're coming up with solar. So there has to be a reconnection. And what we're talking about, the work we have to do, is the youth. And these things that we're talking about right here are exactly the ways that we can access. And guess what? Our community centers, our churches are hungry for programs like this. So
I
you
don't
don't
think the
have to
program
speak
is going to
Tut.
do
You
it.
don't have to teach Tut. You can teach them about its existence, because then you don't have to do a lineage check of every child if you're doing a program, for instance. I'm just throwing stuff out, but there are mechanisms out there for us to preserve it and keep it behind closed doors.
It
Dawn,
would be nice to keep
Dawn,
it
could you
close though.
check your messages real quick?
It would be nice to keep our stuff behind closed doors, especially our communication. Communication was so important to us, especially after slavery, and well, especially during slavery and after slavery, and even up to this very day. So to allow someone into our mix to be able to learn hidden language we had amongst ourselves, protect is basically to protect ourselves, so that we can call each other into action, and things of that nature. When that was given away, especially through various different ways, through desegregation was one of another ways that they was able to infiltrate our communities. We started going downhill. Every time we give them anything or allow them anywhere inside of our being, our communities, they destroy it. So
I
we
guess we
now
have
we
to
have to
do
find another way,
everything
you know.
out. We have to do everything out in the open now, but we have to fight and protect your 2A rights. I think that's what time it is. We can't. We're too big. We're too influential to do things in
We are
secret
very big, and
anymore.
this is one of the
So
problems.
you power to obtain, to maintain power. There is some 2A involved, and that's where we're at. Like shit. We
I,
about
I
to get
disagree.
paid. We about to get reparations. Don't think. Anyway,
Yeah, I disagree because to put everything out in the open allows
Nikki
this
said when y'all
allows
bring her up, she can't hear. I'm sorry. Sorry to interrupt. Sorry.
isn't what's that, you can't hear me?
I don't even box because I sent you something regarding the ethnicity issues that were discussed a few minutes ago,
Yeah,
and I don't see anyone trying to come up.
I don't
I
see.
can see Callie's hand is up.
Yeah, I don't see anyone trying to come up, and I let me check over here. I don't see right now. I don't see. Yeah, yeah, let Callie. Okay, after Wake, let Callie go ahead. Wake was just speaking, but let Callie get in there. I know Callie's trying to get in there.
Yeah, because she was trying to respond to
Oh yeah, she was. Yeah,
comments. Go ahead,
yeah, she
Callie.
was. Go ahead.
Yeah, so again, it's, as far as Tut language being our identifier, I mean, we could do that now, but to act like it's historically something that's been an identifier for Black Americans, that's categorically false. I mean, we didn't even know, like, it was a dying language. Most Black Americans to this day don't even know about the Tut language. So dissemination amongst Black Americans of the Tut language is important to me. Again, I want to make that very clear. This is not something we're giving away to the world, and so I don't think it's a fair comparison between what happened with rap and with hip hop in our music, compared to what we're doing with the dissemination of Tut language amongst our youth, amongst Black Americans, because even the Black Americans, Black American adults don't even know what this is about. And I also want to say again, we're 30 years, like, if we care so much about this, Gloria McWillan created this book on this in 1995. She went in the Bay Area. She went on a news station, literally gave out the crux of what it was about. She did state that it was for Black Americans. It wasn't like she was trying to broadcast it to the world. She made it very clear that she was only teaching this to Black Americans because it was a dying language, but she did want it recognized in American Journal of Speech. And so I do think there's like, we're not handing it over to the powers that be to having foreigners or anybody in our shit. I want to make that clear. And I also think, like, it's a bit of a fake outrage because, again, Tariq, he just made a correlation between Bruce Lee getting killed by his own people. And then right after that statement said, we shouldn't be teaching Tut language. We shouldn't do that. We have to keep, and after inviting me to teach Tut language at his Dallas event. So I did feel like that was a subliminal dig for somebody to bring up Bruce Lee getting killed by his own people for teaching a secret and then saying, oh, Tut language, that's why we shouldn't teach Tut language after this nigga invited me to teach Tut language at the Dallas event less than 2 years later. Actually, not even a year later. So to me, that just happened, I want to say, like 2 weeks ago. So
let's show what he said, because this dude got up there and lied on me because he's a bitch. And so let's actually just play what he said. Literally, let's play what he said. This is what I want y'all to see, that this is June 12th. That's 2 weeks ago, damn near. And I want y'all to hear what he says about this Tut language and why it's suspicious that Denmark VC starts questioning me about the Tut language. And then Tariq lies and said that his team never reached out to me to teach Tut language at the Dallas event. That's very important. I need y'all to pay attention to the next step of events to prove that this nigga is a fucking Cointelpro agent. Let's just play this. I think it was at this. Let's just see.
Teaching a form of martial arts that he wasn't.
Okay, so look at this.
So us speaking out against white supremacy, we're looked at as troublemakers. You understand? But we do have to hold on to a lot of our stuff. Look, other cultures don't play that game. When you're giving out some of their cultural secrets and some of the things that's supposed to be in their culture. See, that's why a lot of Asians, I want y'all to understand, for a minute, a lot of Asians didn't like Bruce Lee because Bruce Lee was teaching a form of martial arts that they said he wasn't really supposed to be teaching outsiders. You know what I'm saying? Okay.
So y'all saw in that room what Denmark tried to make a correlation as if I was teaching outsiders when I'm not. But this watch now, Tariq is making a correlation that Bruce Lee got killed by his own people for teaching a secret to outsiders. Now watch this.
A lot of them didn't like that. And some people, there have been rumors saying that might have been what contributed to his death. Those were rumors. Those have been rumors that's been around since the 70s. Some of you are older. Y'all heard those rumors that he was teaching a form of martial arts that he wasn't supposed to be teaching. You understand? They kind of had a bug in the ass about that. Now, don't teach people that. No. You don't do that. That's a kind of a sacred thing. You dig? So us gatekeeping and holding certain things sacred, that actually puts more value on things. That's why I like our foundational Black American Tut language. Instinctively, we are gatekeeping that because you're not supposed to teach that to people. And most of us don't. A lot of folks don't know it, but those of us who do know the language, like I can read Tut fluently. I can read that shit fluently. My ancestral memory.
Ancestral memory. Like anybody can learn Tut in a week. This is a phonetic spelling of the English language, you idiot.
Pick up on that real fast. So if somebody gives me a whole book, just
right. So you guys heard it. You guys heard him say. So y'all heard that. The correlation of Bruce Lee being killed by his own people for teaching the secret, and then right after Tut language. Y'all heard that. So in this room, that was 2 weeks ago. That was literally 2 weeks ago. Denmark says, why I get brought up. Don calls my name, talk about the Tut language shit. And Denmark says, why is that okay? Why? This could have been scripted for all I know. I'm telling you, y'all, and y'all know this shit that's going on, but y'all don't give a fuck because y'all too scared to speak up. I don't know if y'all under oath or if you get money to ignore what's going on with my situation. And that's fine because I already know the blowback on the spiritual realm was happening. But it's that's y'all can't. I mean, y'all really think that's a coincidence? This happened June 25th. That video will happen on June 12th. That's in the span of 2 weeks. Me, who mind my business, who don't fuck with nobody, who haven't talking to Don in a year, all of a sudden my shit comes up in Denmark VC's space about some damn Tut language, and he's talking about you giving out the language away. He's making these false ass comparisons of people giving out their culture to outsiders and comparisons to white people. You just heard what Tariq Nasheed said. Now, me and Tariq, he likes to play like he doesn't know and whatever, but that nigga been put on me to watch, and they have been trying to get me off the paint, just like how that nigga destabilized ADOS and whatever else, NFAC and Security Tribe, whatever. He has been put on to do the same thing to me as an individual, just like he has done to many other individuals. And so they don't have anything though. They can't say I scammed somebody like a Jay Morrison or I'm like a Nature Boy cult leader. They don't have shit on me. So they have to like this is like going to the extreme to find any little thing. And the only thing that they could possibly associate me with is that I did a book on fucking Tut language for Black Americans. I have not, but this you heard Tariq Nasheed say that about, oh, we gotta gatekeep our culture and this is what this is what we need to do to protect the Tut language. And Bruce Lee got killed by his own people, and they didn't fuck with him because of he was teaching a secret Tut language. Again, it's on the fucking internet. Y'all cannot be that stupid. So I gave my perspective on why I should be able to teach the Tut language to Black Americans, and I drew a corollary in that space within the span of 2 weeks. I noticed that covert tactic that Tariq Nasheed stated we should not teach Tut language, and the reason Bruce Lee got killed by his own people was because he was teaching a secret. And then right after that statement, he says we should not teach Tut language, knowing that I am the second person in the world to create a book on Tut language. And again, I said I found that ironic because he had his team reach out to me to teach Tut language at that Dallas event. Besides Gloria McMillan, I am the second person in the world to write a book on Tut language. So I was able to I'm a military scientist. I can triangulate a covert way to undermine somebody. I know what undermining looks like, or someone trying to set up a play to get somebody fucking murked or to get somebody put a target on somebody dead. And that's exactly what I look at this as. And so Tariq Nasheed been trying to undermine me for putting his ass on blast that he's fucking Cointelpro, that he's CIA for 2 years ago. He's upset. I saw that shit in the spirit realm. I see shit is gonna come to pass. I gave y'all a fucking clear a corollary of events that have taken place over the last fucking 10 years about how he's been moving in these spaces, jumping from literally movement to movement, or speaking out against movement to movement, whether it been INFAC, whether it been Secure the Tribe, whether it's going to be the Freedmans, which he did try to go at the Freedmans, and he's died down. He doubled that down because he's fucking with power that is above his pay grade a little bit. So he's still trying to figure out a way to dismantle that Freedman shit, but he will if y'all don't pay attention to his next play that I'm about to give y'all, his next strategy that I'm about to give y'all. Y'all gonna be stupid, thirsty, clout chasing motherfuckers and align with that nigga. Y'all gonna get everything y'all motherfucking deserve too. So I did put him on blast 2 years ago. So he been looking for a way to try, which way can we get her? Which way can we do it? So I mentioned this in Denmark space. And then so the Tariq shows up and then they immediately remove me out the room. And then Tariq lies and said that his team never reached out to me and that he never heard of me. And then proceeds to run a Cointelpro Project Phoenix program, social engineering tactic to state that I am crazy just making it up. Mind you, I'm not in a room. So I'm not able to show that I have the evidence, but I'm about to show y'all the motherfucking evidence in this video, and it's right available publicly. Let's continue.
Then right after that day that he did that broadcast, people came over to my channel saying, "Why aren't you gatekeeping this?" I am gatekeeping it,
and I showed the evidence of that in that video. This video right here. If you guys want to say like, "Oh, your colleague's just making this up," in this video right here, are we not supposed to be teaching Tut language? I show how he did his video in a 14-hour span, and then that same day, people did come over to my Tut language video saying, "Why aren't you gatekeeping this?" So this nigga is trying to run a play. He's sloppy though. He's not as smart as me. And so I caught it. Especially with this Denmark VC shit and the shit that Wonni pulled behind the scenes. Yeah, this was done on purpose. This was done for the Black American community to say, "Oh, she's trying to sell." I ain't trying to sell out our motherfucking. I'll make a dime with these white people. They don't fuck with me. White people don't fuck with me. I don't go looking for them. There have been times where it's been years before. I remember when that pandemic shit popped off. I mean, it had been years since I had physically saw a white person. Literally. Like years. I had to talk to him on the phone or talking to him, at school, some shit like that. But I'm talking about physically see him. It had been like 2 fucking years when that pandemic shit popped up and everything went online. I always lived in a Black American neighborhood. I've always spoke out about anything that was affecting us. Always offer anytime I offer my services, they have blocked me out because they don't want a radical nigga like me in these spaces that actually are really strategic, that actually think that's dead ass serious. So y'all know that in reparations space they have been blocking me out, Naheem or whatever. These motherfuckers, this is what they do. They have blacklisted my YouTube channel, blacklisted everything that I try to do. Anytime I try to make money, they do covert attacks behind the scenes. Y'all know I was on a watch list. Many of you guys know I was a targeted individual. Still am to an extent. This government fucking with me. Y'all all knew that. Y'all didn't care. I have text messages in my phone from a friend of 20 years ago that admitted that on a text message. And y'all niggas trying to play on my top and say I'm crazy. But let's continue. Because I'm telling you, I'm tearing a frame at these fucking Cointelpro agent assholes.
The first lecture literally says gatekeeping for Black Americans. The only people that support me are Black Americans. A pastor just reached out to me that asking, a Black American pastor. He made it clear he's Black American and he's a professor and he wanted to know about the Tut language research. He reached out to Gloria McWellen's family. That's when we found out she died in 2022 and her daughter is still around. But I don't feel like it's a fair comparison. We are not handing over Tut language to anybody. But theoretically, this we're 30 years. I mean, not even 30. That 1995 is we 30 years late. It's already out there. The only thing we can do now is disseminate amongst Black Americans. That's the only acceptable thing to do, is disseminate amongst Black Americans. Create some parameters around what we're doing with our culture. And we don't think it's cute to just say, have others participate in our shit. That's what got us facing ethnocide now. I don't think it's cute. I mean, I know that there are people that look for validation from other people. But no, I don't think Black Americans should be looking for any type of validation from no motherfucking group in this world for anything that we have done. And so, yes, we are in a stage of protecting ourselves from ethnocide. We are in a stage of protecting and gatekeeping.
Mind you, a lot of the stuff that people are saying in this regard, a lot of this stuff came. I've been a pioneer. They'll take this away from me. They feel like I'm 32 years old. But I've been watched by these people, and I've contributed a hell of a amount of thought consciousness on this space around this gatekeeping shit, even around the delineation movement. Saying the terms melanated, saying the terms delineation movement, gatekeeping. This shit I've been saying for years ago, documented in books. I literally have books using the word melanated. It's like y'all be late. And y'all trying to, again, it's that spiritual credit shit that Tariq Nasheed does. Now watch this. Watch how this play out though. And then y'all will see what I'm talking about. Y'all ignore this shit, that's fine. But I already know it's up in the spiritual realm. It's up for y'all. It's done. We tearing all this shit down. Because that what y'all pulled, that was so wicked. For this nigga, for what this nigga did. Watch this.
In our culture. I've been talking about this gatekeeping shit for years. And so I'm not going to stop, but I did do those books on Tut language. Maybe it was misguided, but I do know my heart was in the right space. It was for to carry on Gloria McWellen's legacy and for Black Americans. That's all I can say. It's definitely for Black Americans. I make that very clear. There's no other person really buying those books but Black. I don't think there's any white person that has bought that book.
Well, I didn't realize Tariq had said that to you, so I'm going to drop this right now.
He didn't say mine. Obviously, he didn't say my name, but again, we throw subliminal shots at each other. It is what it is. But when he said, Bruce Lee, that's why Bruce Lee got knocked off by his own people, because he was teaching a secret, and they felt a certain type of way about. That's the speculation that and then he said that's speculation, and that's why we shouldn't be teaching the Tut language. And that's right after that. After this nigga had his team reach out to me to teach Tut language at the Dallas event. So this guy was trying to undermine me. Then people coming to my channel directly. I showed it in the video, like the timestamps and everything. That same day, why aren't you gatekeeping this? Why aren't you gatekeeping this? Like, I'm just out here selling out my motherfucking culture, and that's not the case. They're trying to paint a narrative to me, and I really feel like that's some fucked up shit to do.
I don't think that's what was his intentions. I believe
you don't know his intentions, because
wait. Let me finish my thought. The reason why I say that is because
wait a minute. Hold on 1 sec, please. 1 sec. I'm not even sure who's speaking because my stuff is acting up.
Waksabe.
Okay.
Waksabe. Okay.
Waksabe.
Hey, yeah, let's move on to something else. I want to leave that alone.
Because if I didn't draw that correlation and that triangulation, they would have kept going. Me being able to put that two and two together, I wasn't supposed to catch that. This was supposed to be something where they are slowly dismantling my reputation by telling Black Americans that we're not supposed to be teaching Tut language. And so when they see somebody created a book on Tut language, your first impression of me is already negative. I was able to draw the correlation. Tariq did that in his space. Denmark called me. This was y'all niggas don't be knowing how this shit works, man. It's kind of like a smear campaign, but it's subliminal. Where, okay, I'm the second person in the world to do a book on Tut language, and then y'all talking about we see what Bruce Lee got killed. And then this shit right here with making this correlation. Oh, we gave our culture away and all this stuff. This is a couple thousand people is already watching this, and so if somebody does come, and I'm not well known or anything, but if somebody does come upon my shit and they say, "Oh, you did a book on Tut language," oh, see, she's teaching our secret. Oh shit, she's the op. But Tariq Nasheed is the fucking op. Now watch how this nigga lie though, because he says that he never invited me. His team never reached out to me to do that Tut language Dallas event. Watch this part.
You know, no, bro.
was feeling, but but she
brother,
feeling
my
some kind
brother,
of way
and
at
is
her.
that
He
what
was
I'm
basically
saying is
trying to
how
say
does
that he made a
how is
mistake
this
without saying
happen?
it in so many words.
All right, okay, all right, okay.
It's
Well,
always a dumbass bitch ass nigga always defending that nigga. Y'all some gay ass niggas, man.
all right. You got in what you wanted to say, but I do.
Look at your screen.
My screen is acting up.
You're not.
Game to this dude or what? But he did the shit out. When they left out the room, it
No,
ain't
I
work.
just sent it to you.
Okay, so now Tariq is on the stage. They immediately remove me out the room. They immediately remove me out the room, and then they just go in with oh, she's crazy shit. Mind you, I just showed you what Tariq Nasheed said, and we all just watched what played out in this room. But watch this nigga lie. Watch this nigga get caught in a lie, and ask yourself, well, why is he lying about that? Why did you lie about that? Like that's this. When I show the evidence, after I show the evidence that proves that Tariq Nasheed lies on me, ask yourself, why would he lie on that? What does he have to hide? Why is he and I'm going to show you this dude is actively copying my content. So he's copying my talking points and stuff, and literally a day or two apart or three apart, but it's saying he never knew of me, and that he never invited me to had his team reach, because this is very important that you guys hear this. He never had his team reach out to do the Dallas event. Watch this.
Yeah. No, I'm saying that, did you send it to somebody else earlier and they left out? If you sent it to them and they left out, then they still got the request. So it ain't gonna work.
I don't know.
Space is weird like that. It's all good, bro.
Hey, Tariq.
How y'all doing, guys?
Sorry, the stage is in an uproar. In an uproar.
Yeah, that somebody told me that Cali. Where's that Cali lady? Where's that lying ass Cali lady?
I don't
Okay.
know.
They had removed me out the room this time. Even if you may see they moved me to the audience. But then literally, you're probably going to see me disappear, because it did say, when on Twitter Spaces, when you're removed out of the room, it says you have been removed from the space. You guys know it says that, and it did say that.
Yeah, this woman's up here lying her ass off. Y'all, it's a lot of weirdos who pop in this space, man.
Three can't touch me intellectually. He can't fuck with me on any level. And this nigga is copying my content. I'm the weirdo, but this bitch ass nigga is literally. I'm about to show y'all. That this bitch ass nigga is copying my content.
And this woman sits here emailing me talking about I'm sending subliminals at her. Crazy as cat shit. I don't know this woman from a can of damn paint. Anybody throwing those subliminals, and people have these whole conversations within their minds that don't exist. I don't know this woman from a can of paint.
He's fucking lying. We're about to prove that.
So let's be very clear about that. All these subliminals, and we're going back and forth. We ain't going back and forth. I don't know this woman. So let's just be very clear about that. Because people get in these spaces and just say any damn thing. And that's the problem. People just be on here babbling and saying weird ass stuff. Callie, whoever you are, you're giving the thumbs down. I didn't have no team reach out to you. Nobody's throwing subliminals. I don't know you. Don't care to know you. So that's what it is.
I am concerned about the Tut language being out there like that.
You see how quick Wonni switched up on me? You see how quick Wonni switched on me? But we about to show. So he said, you just heard him say that I never had no team. I want y'all to make sure y'all motherfucking hear that again.
But no, I don't.
This woman from a can of paint. So let's be very clear about that. All these subliminals, and we're going back and forth. We ain't going back and forth. I don't know this woman. So let's just be very clear about that. Because people get in these spaces and just say any damn thing. And that's the problem. People just be on here babbling and saying weird ass stuff. Callie, whoever you are, you're giving the thumbs down. I didn't have no team reach out to you.
Okay, I didn't have no team reach out to you. Let's go and show how that's a lie. I'm just gonna go to the screenshots because my Instagram page is not linked to this one. Maybe you know what? Is it better to just go on Instagram? Because this is serious. Like this is serious stuff. So it may be better to actually go on Instagram yourself. Actually, no, you can see it from here pretty clear. I mean, you can see Instagram.com. I mean, you can clearly see it. So I said, okay, since Tariq Nasheed lied on me, I will post receipts to prove that he is lying and his team did reach out to me to do the Dallas event to teach shut language. Denmark removed me out the room and refused to let me speak for myself. So here's the screenshots. Chris Kelly, who everyone knows was the initial planner of the Dallas event, did reach out to me to teach a tut language per the screenshots. We go at the Dallas event. This was just literally a fucking year ago. So in a year, you bitch ass niggas immediately get the bright idea that we should not teach tut language. And again, that statement that was made 2 weeks ago about Tariq, with Tariq made about the Bruce Lee being killed by his own people and we should not be teaching tut language, and then Denmark VC going off in this space like that. Y'all don't see how this shit work. But look at this. Let's look at you heard him say his team did not reach out to me. Okay. What day is that? June 21st, 2023. Look at this. Active Instagram.com direct. And she's a beautiful woman. I had no problem with Kelly Girl Chris. I hope you I mean, I know this is fucking messy as hell and I ain't trying to drag you in no shit. I think you're beautiful and I wish you all the best in the world. So I apologize if this is offensive to you, and I hope you understand. But this is somebody that's literally going around telling my community I'm fucking crazy, and so it's up. It is what it is. But she says, "Good afternoon. I hope you are well. My name is Christina. I'm on a planning committee for the expo this spring. That's Tariq's team. I'm looking for someone who's experienced in the teachings and history of Tut language to possibly speak and host one of our workshops of the expo. If you are interested, I would love to connect and set up a call. Please let me know. Thank you for your time and a good day." I didn't see, I don't check my Instagram that much, so I didn't get back until a little later. But I said, hello, I thank you kindly for considering me, and I appreciate you. May I have the month the expo will be held? I'm open and set up a call with you. Thanks once again, and enjoy your week. Okay, good morning. My apologies for a late response. I was quite busy yesterday. Thank you for responding. The expo will be held on Memorial Day weekend, Saturday, May 27th. If that day works for you, I would definitely like to speak with you. Here's a link to schedule the meeting time, whatever works best for you. Hello, I understand you were busy. Thanks for getting back to me. Unfortunately, I won't be available on May 27th. I won't be able to make this expo. I apologize for that. I'm sure the expo will be great and hope to make the next one. All the best. No worries. Thank you for considering you guys. Yes, hopefully next time schedules will permit. Okay. This is the FBA Expo. This was held on May 27th. This is Chris Kelly. This is Chris Kelly on Tariq Nasheed's page. What's going on in Mexico promoting the fucking expo. Now, I know they pulled out the event. 9 people pulled out this Dallas event. They realized Tariq Nasheed is a sherm ass nigga, so they started pulling out. But yeah, this bitch ass nigga just got up there and lied. I want y'all to play this. I want to play this motherfucking lie again because Wonni, I had messaged her. I said, you remove me out the room. So, and she said, I said, I'm gonna post these screenshots because this nigga is lying on me. She says, stop, don't post it. She literally is trying to convince me not to post this stuff while they run a campaign telling motherfuckers that I'm crazy. And I'm just making this up. This is literally after, mind you, this was in the 23rd and shit. This is after I told Tariq Nasheed that I know you motherfucking CIA. This is literally after that. This is literally after that. And that's why he says, I don't want to get to know, I don't want nothing to do with it. Because he's pissed off. Because people know behind the scenes what this is really about. There are people that are elders that know what the fuck is going on. Make no mistake about it. There are people that are elders that know. They under oath. They trying to protect this Masonic ass nigga. It is what it is. That's their brother. They gonna roll with them over. I'm not initiated in nothing. So they gotta protect this nigga knowing that he's a sherm ass bitch ass nigga. And that I'm the real deal, and that this nigga is a fucking agent. They have to protect this nigga. Knowing that he's corrupt. And so that's why a lot of people are pulling away from Tariq. But let's hear that motherfucking lie again. Y'all niggas ain't gonna play on my motherfucking top. And then Wonni, she tries to get me to hurry up and not post this. She says, stop, don't post nothing. Don't post nothing. And I said, why the fuck would I let this bitch ass nigga lie on me when I have the proof? And then I show the proof. She says that's not proof in the emails, and then threatens to call my family, who my family has sold me out. My family it was in on getting me locked up. They want to take my intellectual property. They want to. I'm letting it know publicly know now. because Tariq Nasheed also, when I had told him to stop throwing them subliminal messages, he kept bringing up my family too. We gotta talk to you. We're gonna reach out to your family. We're gonna call your family. We're gonna call your family. What the fuck are y'all calling my family for? About proof that I like, Wonni. I literally showed the proof. Literally showed the proof that this dude did reach out about the ex. That had his team. It's not him, but this is his team on a committee. So what the fuck? Like, and then she says, "No, that's not proof. That's some wicked ass shit." And I got the text, I got the inbox messages to prove it. The Wonni blocks me. She says, "Please stop talking about this. Oh, I'm gonna reach out to your family." And then she started bringing up when I had called the CIA 2 years ago. She brings up the screenshot. This is what you said about Tariq. We're gonna call your family. Bitch, what the fuck? What do they got to do with anything? What do they got to do with the fact that this nigga sat on a stage and fucking lied on me? You that fucking corrupt. You don't have that. You don't have no integrity. What kind of woman are you? And then and threaten to call my family because they know my family would Britney Spears me pretty much. My family will Wendy Williams me and Britney Spears me, and I'm letting that know publicly. I don't fuck with them people. I don't know who. I legally, shit. I was adopted. My adopted mom died. You look at my birth certificate. Legally, I can actually literally by law say I don't know those people. I can literally legally say that. I do know that. I was adopted. My adopted mom died. Yes, I know my biological parents, but yes, they was on some sherm shit, on some they were trying to do some sherm shit, trying to sacrifice me, doing some crazy ass shit, and I caught it. These people know, again, this shit is much deeper. These people behind the scenes know what happened to me. Why the fuck are y'all bringing up my family? Tariq Nasheed brings up my family in the email. Oh, we gonna get your you need medication. You're crazy. And then Wonni says it, but I'm literally showing the proof. Wonni literally, this is proof that Tariq lied in Denmark VC space, and she says because I posted this and put it on blast that she wants to contact my family. She said we're gonna contact your family, knowing what my family will murk my motherfucking ass. They will Britney Spears my ass, Wendy Williams my ass, and murk my motherfucking ass and steal my intellectual property. And by law, on my birth certificate, it does not have my biological parents on there. By the way, yeah, y'all want me to look? I'm trying to be smooth. None of my friends. I'm telling you now, anybody that come and say they a friend to me, they knew me for 20 years, or they knew me for this. If they name start with this is for you, Dawn, because you gonna sit up there and say that we gonna call your friend. If you pulled this shit too, we gonna call your friend. That person works for the Air Force. And Asia Jones, she worked for the Air Force. She sold me out. I got a text message to prove it. She said, "Yeah, we know what you was doing." She brought up Connie and all that. Yeah, we know we don't give a fuck what they was doing to you. We knew we didn't give a fuck. This is a friend of 20 fucking years. These are people I don't fuck with. These are people that are in on the sellout. When they do a discrediting campaign, when Cointelpro come after your ass, they get your family to turn against you. They pay off your family. When this government come after your ass, they pay off your motherfucking family. All of my family have sold me out. So when Wonni keep literally in a random ass message of me showing this proof, saying, "Look, they remove me out the room. He's lying on me. Let me show the proof. We're gonna call your family." That's random as fuck. I have those inbox messages. Shit, y'all want me to go to show that? Y'all show it. Matter of fact, let's do it. I'm tired of this shit. I'm tired of this shit. Y'all fucked with the wrong one. And to me, it was wicked. That's wickedness in high places. That is wicked. Now that's the definition of wickedness. To sit up there and know what my family did behind the scenes. No, they really don't give a fuck about me. They don't. And I'm telling you, when I was at my lowest, and I need nobody in my family, whether my adopted side or my biological side, nobody helped me. Nobody. I've gotten wind of what the hell's been going on. As a Tariq designer, I posted on my timeline. Stop, Kylie. Don't post anything. Why? He lied on me and you removed me from the room. See, Denmark said he didn't remove me. So I didn't know who removed me, but I know somebody motherfucking removed me. Y'all removed me from the space, and that man said I just made it all up to save face, but then you tell me not to post anything. Please stop fighting. Please stop posting things. Then I said it shows that he was lying. That's all I care about. I would stop posting, but you have to admit that he lied and tell Black Americans and tried to tell Black Americans I'm crazy. Why would he do that? Is a bigger question. Those emails are from 2016. Stop playing up twos. So she tried to literally still be playing on my top. Then she said, "I'm going to have someone call your family. We had to call your. Please stop tweeting." But I showed the proof. What the fuck? Like, how is that a reason to call somebody family if they lie on you? And you show the proof that they lied, how the fuck are you? That shows logical coherency. How the fuck is that? How can you call somebody family about that? To protect a fucking agent. That's so. I just wanted y'all to see that. That's what Wonni did, and then Wonni blocks me. And so I'm pissed off about that. I don't care about her blocking me, but like that shows like a severe lack of integrity. That shows a severe lack of integrity to hear what this guy. And I want to say this again because y'all bitch ass niggas. I'm telling you, it's up for y'all. Y'all are wicked. We have to play this shit again, just so y'all can hear it.
Less than 2 years later, as gatekeeper, he Americans. But no, I'm talking about this gatekeeper, Black Americans. Again, calculation. Put it in the video.
Way so she can get some understanding.
Your laptop is not working.
Nah, it ain't gonna work.
Hey, what's going on, Wonni? It's Tariq.
Hey, Tariq.
How y'all doing, guys?
Sorry.
And that shit gonna blow back on them. I just gave y'all a whole outline of what the thing this nigga been doing. He brings no productive value of what you guys can't get your fucking head out your ass to see what the hell this nigga's been doing in our community. But listen to this lie one more time.
The stage is in an uproar. In an uproar.
Yeah, that somebody told me that Cali. Where's that Cali lady? Where's that lying ass Cali lady?
I don't know.
Oh,
He gets caught in a lie. This is projection.
okay. Yeah, this woman's up here lying her ass off. Y'all subliminals and people have these whole conversations within their minds that don't exist. I don't know this woman from a can of paint. So let's be very clear about that. All these subliminals and we're going back and forth. We ain't going back and forth. I don't know this woman. So let's just be very clear about that. Because people get in these spaces and just say any damn thing. And that's the problem. People just be on here babbling and saying weird ass stuff. Callie, whoever you are, you're giving the thumbs down. I didn't have no team reach out to you.
Okay. Yeah, that's a lie. And you can see the evidence of the screenshots right on your screen. So now Tariq says he does not know me at all. He never knew me. Okay. Because you also heard that. Here are emails from 2016 to 2023. I'm not trying to make it seem like I know this nigga. Okay. I want to make that clear. I'm not trying to make it seem like we friends or like we are best buddies and all this shit. Okay. And let's be clear. I also want to address that to you bitch ass nigga. If I wanted to act like I know someone or pretend to know someone, I would go with a boss. I would pick someone that can actually do something for my motherfucking ass. I would pick there's so many men to play these type of games with. What the fuck I gotta act like I know your motherfucking. Matter of fact, let's just show the motherfucking emails. Then I go fuck on. Fuck that. Let's bring this home. Let's do what we gotta do here. Let me focus. Okay. So email 2016. Again, my Facebook, I don't have access to my Facebook page. That shows we were friends. Not me following him, not him following me. It literally says friends. And we were just, send message here, back and forth. Nothing serious, nothing deep at all. And I'm not trying to make it seem like it's anything deep at all. I'm not saying we were close or we were friends, but this dude is lying saying he just don't know me from a can of paint. So this is the first email from 2016 and uses my real name. Second email from 2018. It's not like okay, let's just look at it. Everybody know that Tariq Nasheed email was kflex4life@yahoo.com. January 13th, 2016. This is me talking about the website shit, stuff. Website, what's up, Jenny? This site looks great. Everybody knows my real name is Jenny Stanley. Everybody knows that. I don't hide that. Here's an email, November 6th, 2023. Mind you, this is after June. This is after July of 2023. This is after August of 22nd. Yeah. This is after that debacle about me calling out Tariq Nasheed as a CIA in 2022 and in July of 2023. This is November 6th, 2023. November comes after July, idiots. Tariq responded. It says Nakti by Kali J.N.S. Like this, it's all the best Kali J.N.S. And so this was a recommendation for certain speakers and shit for the reparations. Great info. This is 2018. This is just about some server shit about servers and getting the Amorous app ready. It's nothing fucking deep. But to say that you just don't know the person at all, that's just fucking ridiculous. Good looking out, fam. Again, that Facebook page will really show, like, nigga, you lying. Why did you accept why are y'all friends then? Like that Facebook, I'm telling you, I try to get access to that Facebook page. They have completely I had a school email and I graduated from the school fucking 10 years ago. It was a Buff State email, and Buff State was about to close, and then the Buff State, I couldn't get no access to retrieval of that into that email system, so I can't get into that fucking Facebook page. So that's when we would really be like, yo, what is this nigga doing? Like, what's the point of him lying? Like, that would be the bigger question. Like, well, why is he lying? KFlex for life at yahoo.com. Good looking out. Everybody know that was his email in 2018. Now he has the one at .la or whatever. But everybody knows that that's his fucking email. Y'all know that shit. And so again, I'm not saying, you know, we knew each other, we were so close or anything. Not by any stretch of the imagination. But for this bitch ass nigga is lying. Like, imagine if I did have that Facebook page. That would really be like, yeah, what's the point in lying though? What's the point? That's the bigger thing that you need to focus on. And why are you saying she's lying? And why are you saying she's crazy? That's what y'all need to be thinking as Black Americans. And at that time, when I was seeing stuff in the spiritual realm, I didn't have no proof of that shit. I know what I saw in the spiritual realm in 2022 and 2023, July of 2023 and July of 2022. I'm a very gifted priestess. Things that I've said have come to pass. Strategies that I've said has been used within this space and in the government. I said that we need an AI executive order less than a fucking month. By all of a sudden, they want to do an AI executive order. I know how this shit works. And I know my Hecka game is strong. I know my resonance is strong. I know what I saw some shit in the spiritual realm. Was it wise to come to the forefront and say what I saw? No. And so I did back down because I'm saying, well, you know, that wasn't fair, you know. But I in the back of my mind, I'm like, these again, everybody around me try to just say I was crazy, try to just say, oh, you had a nervous breakdown, oh, you did this, don't, you know, you're crazy. And so and I did start to feel fearful, and I had gotten threatened. I had threatened by family members and all this shit, and so it did make me shut up and back down. It did. It freaked me out. It put fear in me. I've had a doctor literally tell me, we know ain't nothing wrong with you, but you speak out. You don't take this medicine. We gonna make sure that you won't ever. We will court work. We will never. They really try to force me, because that's what they do when they want your pineal gland closed. They don't want people seeing in the spiritual realm. They don't want people to be able to see interdimensionally and in someone's past lives and to see what the fuck they doing. The government is very afraid of that. That's why all of my tarot videos are shadow banned. And the reason why I do them tarot videos is to prove that I can accurately predict shit that's going to happen weeks at a time. Now, people come to me for their individual reading. A lot of times it's always spot on the money, accurate. Sometimes there are people that I cannot connect to. There are people that I'm not trying to act like I have something special. Honestly, psychic abilities is the most easiest. It's the most easiest gift to get. To be honest, you can get your damn divination tool. Like that's one of the easier ones. I've always had that. That's nothing new. You know, and so I'm not trying to make it seem like, oh, I'm prop myself up above someone else or anything, because that is one of the easier. That's the easier ones too. There's other spiritual gifts that I have that I won't even tell people. And there's spiritual gifts that I have that I don't fucking use. I don't do remote viewing. There are people in my family that I know do remote viewing. There are people in my bloodline come from a very powerful esoteric occultic bloodline. It is what it is. It is what it is. Now, we don't have much. My people's walked away from their oath. It is what the fuck it is. But those gifts get passed on, and I have been blessed by God. And so, you know, some of my gifts I don't even fucking use. Straight up. Now, I do use that psychic one, because that's the one that's kind of like, that's the easiest one. Anybody can go and get some fucking, you know, anybody can get divination tools. With me, I use the tool, but I also have quantum entanglement sessions with God. And also, sometimes my ancestors, they give me information as simple as that, or certain entities, primordial ones, high level gods. I don't deal with tranquil spirits, random ass spirits. I don't summon spirits inside of me. I don't conjure ritual. I don't do witchcraft. I don't do none of that shit. This is a gift. And so I started seeing shit in 2022 about Tariq, about what he was doing, especially him as an occultist, as a Masonic occultist. And so I spoke out. I shouldn't have did that, but I did. Some things you just got to keep to your motherfucking self as a priestess. And that's what I learned. But it never escaped me. It's something that, and then I was kind of like, I was kind of backed into a corner, like, you better back the fuck down from saying what you're saying. And so I did. But and then it made me feel like, you know, to a point you start to kind of second guess yourself, right? Like, okay, maybe I was wrong, and maybe, you know, I was wrong. You know, you start to do that too. You start to feel guilty. People made me feel guilty. People made me feel crazy, you know. But I know that, so then I'm like, well, let me just not look at this as so much as in a spiritual lens, because yeah, I'm seeing shit spiritually with this nigga. But let me look at this objectively. And that's why it pays to be a scholar too. It pays to be an actual academic. Because I'm sorry, just let me just dissect this nigga's, just dissect it from what it is. As far as neutralization, destabilization, distraction. Let me just assess the work he has done in terms of the pivoting, the actual, the moves, moving from ADOS to FBA, fucking up the Security Tribe, fucking up INFAC, fucking up coming at Pan-Africanist scholars that he put on in his movies, and then pretty much destroying their body of work as academics and not bringing any solutions to how it would be better. Fucking with certain individuals in Security Tribe, having beef with some of the freedmans, having beef with people in general. He come at Mark Lamont Hill, he fuck with Umar Johnson. Some of these people, they deserve, like Roland Martin, like, hey, at that time, I ain't gonna hold you. Like, we were tired of Roland Martin, so we did feel like, yeah, we need to come at you, yeah, nigga. But certain people he had came for, it do be kind of like, what the hell? Like, Umar Johnson, like, it's just creepy. Like, it's like this person, either you stay in shit and then everybody around you got a new person around you every fucking chance you get. Nigga, it's you. You the problem. You the problem. You got caught stealing content. I'm about to show you. I'm about to go in because this nigga got caught stealing my content. This nigga don't know me though, but you see them emails. Let's look, because y'all bitch ass niggas, y'all fucked with the wrong one, man. Oh, I'm hot. I don't like when somebody to just do covert ways to they have been trying to discredit me, doing MK Ultra shit on my ass, all types of bullshit. And so yeah, this shit is frustrating for me. Knowing that, I'm like, these people are trying to convince me, oh, you are this, you are that, you are this, you are that. And these people can't light a candle to me. They can't. And so it's very infuriating. I showed you guys that he lied about that. Right? It's right in front of you. And he responded in the email after I had called him out for being Cointelpro twice. And again, I was very afraid to speak out about these things. But at this point, it's like when someone is now they're trying to look for some type of covert operations in which they would have plausible deniability. So if I misspeak out, then I can be gaslighted, and then they could just say, "Oh, you're lying," and then tell my community that I'm crazy. And so that's the new Cointelpro strategy. That's part of Project Phoenix. I know that tactic. And so those that undermine shall be undermined. And so this is a concerted effort in this reparation space to discredit me. You saw the messages I showed you about Wonni. That bitch blocks me. You didn't have no business. You should have just stayed a third party, a neutral party. But I know you don't fuck with me. You're loyal to Tariq or whatever, and that's fine. But why would you make it seem like I didn't show proof that nigga lied? I have no integrity. So what was the point of y'all even bringing that? Was that fucking orchestrated? I mean, come on. Like I won't even go that far, but it's like that seems mighty. That's like fucked up. And then I'm gonna call your family. I'm gonna call no what my family did to me. And of course they're gonna lie, say no, we didn't do that. No, we didn't do that. No, we didn't do that. I'm serious. The amount of Jesus Christ, but the amount of evidence that I have collected, and I haven't put anything out. Even the Tariq email me, call your family. We're gonna call your and I didn't show that email. But y'all niggas, if I was to go to the DOJ and literally, like, it's something. I know that there's some type of COINTELPRO shit going. They got a psychological profile on me. I remember when Western Union, I couldn't send money from Western Union years ago, and they told me I was a threat to national security. I should have reported that shit too. And And I didn't even know what the fuck was going on. I said, what did I do? I didn't even do anything. This is what I couldn't send money by Western Union. All my shit was getting fucked up. They started coming after me, put me on a blacklist. The watch list was a white glove treatment. Pretty much where anybody in the secret society or anybody that you piss off in a powerful place, it could be a government, it could be the Department of Justice, Department of Homeland Security, the CIA, the FBI, or even a disgruntled Masonic member or a disgruntled person that got connections could just put you on a list and they could fuck up your life as a targeted individual, as a targeted harassment, a part of a targeted harassment campaign. And guess it was that I know that has happened to me. Yes, it started in 2015. I remember when that shit started. I remember. I mean, it probably was before, but it really ramped. I'm saying it was parts where it really ramped up and then ramped down, and then a lot of times, a lot of target individuals are unaware. They just think they got a string of bad luck or they're not getting a break. Like I couldn't realize. I couldn't understand why nobody was ever supporting my businesses, why nobody was ever supporting my books, nobody was ever supporting my work. It was a smear campaign going behind me behind the scenes, a part of a targeted harassment campaign. Black people know what's going on, and I actually have proof where people pretty much have confirmed that the statements that I made about my family being tied to a secret society and to intelligence and military. At different points, I spent what after I got locked up like that. I spent 7 months on doing my own intel to figure out what to get down to the bottom of what I saw in the spiritual realm. When I saw that my ancestors told me, I needed to get down to the bottom of that. And so yeah, I triangulated my own. I've told you I'm a fierce military scientist. This government, they don't want to fuck with me. They rather kill me. But they haven't been able to. They haven't been effective. It's a no touch, non-lethal psychological program that they do, where they get you to self-destruct. That's the goal of it. And so I didn't realize what was going on around me. But I did take 7 months. I asked one family member, I said, are you in a secret society? He says no. I asked the other family member who slept with it, who fucking birthed me, is such and such in a secret society. She says yes, he's a Mason. He did that. It said my grandfather was a Mason. Okay, boom. He lied. I asked one family member, are you a part of the CIA? They say no. Another family member says, oh, I remember so-and-so did say they worked for the CIA. Okay, boom. Confirmation 2. Confirmation 3, my family is tied to military. Confirmation 4, I go to I call another family member. I say, yeah, I know y'all tried to sacrifice me. I know what y'all tried to do. She says, there was so many people involved in that. Last conversation I had with my dad, he admits that you know what, he finally admits, I know what I know. He said, I am a part of a order. I'm a part of a secret society, and I walked away. And I said, well, my God is telling me some things that I need to tell the public. And he says, you better not tell, you better not fucking do anything, somewhat in so many ways. And I know the CIA probably got a copy of this conversation. In so many ways, threatened to literally kill me. Very subliminal, very covert, very. It was more so like I see a person walking with a cross. I'll put you on a cross. We all know who gets put on the cross. I'm like, what the fuck is he talking about? But I hung up, and after that, my bank accounts was frozen. After that, my life was turned the fuck upside down. And I did go and tell people shit. My thing is, a lot of times, if you're in a quantum entanglement session, with quantum entanglement, that's God working through you. You don't have no fear. You don't feel scared. Like the average human, y'all walk around with fear. I don't walk around like that. The average human is, y'all sit up there and sell each other out. I would never sell my people. I would never sell an innocent soul out. I wouldn't, even if somebody was corrupt, I wouldn't fucking sell them. You couldn't pay me no money. Even somebody say, oh, hey, you'll pay this money, you go do these videos about Tariq Nasheed. I ain't got time for that shit. I'm telling you, like this, I'm covering this shit because of what happened in Denmark space. But after this, we gonna do the same shit, esoteric teachings. I want to teach you guys about some game theory type stuff. I want to get into the spiritual shit. I want to get into some more. I'm actually gonna be talking about military science. I'm gonna talk about some shit that I want to talk about. Talk about Noctu Queen Mothership Order and the Divine Feminine. I ain't got time to talk about this fuck ass nigga. There's no amount of money that anybody could pay me to turn on my family, to turn on people, but they did that to me. The black community did that to me. People in the reparation space did that to me. People in the reparation space know exactly what happened to me. And they are covering up and lying. Covering up for this nigga. Like Wonni Spots was doing. And so what would be the point of Tariq Nasheed lying about that is the bigger question. And so here's the recorded space. I already told y'all about the, actually we're about to go here. You know, Darren Seals and Nipsey Hussle were killed by Cointelpro. I don't take this shit lightly. You about to show this in a minute. But I don't have a history of just starting beef with random ass people and constantly falling out with people. I am a hermit. I live a very shamanistic. I told you I really live like John the Baptist. I really chill. Sometimes I don't be wanting to do it, and I just be chilling. You know? But it's fucked up that people would do that. And so they have plausible deniability and just say, and I have been told, you speak out, they just gaslight you. That's a part of it. Gaslight and call you crazy. And Black Americans in that space have been doing that to me. So you saw Tariq Nasheed lie and say that his team never reached out, prove that wasn't true. I'm sorry, prove that he lied. His team did reach out. Said he's never heard of me. And then I showed the emails that, okay, you even responded after I called your motherfucking ass CIA. Uh you have responded since you responded in 2016. You lucky I got that fucking Facebook page because you ass would have really been shown that your motherfucking ass is lying. So I triangulated these covert ways to undermine me. This happened in the spans of 2 weeks. I don't have no drama, no beef with nobody. And like I said, they don't have nothing on me. When it comes to the government, they kind of stuck on how they're going to bring me down. I'm telling you, a black American power broker, gatekeeper, called my phone and said that there were 7 state attorney generals asking, "What the fuck who is this bitch, and why she ain't why we ain't cracking down on her motherfucking ass." Like, it then asked about my military science. Said the government's interested in my military science. Oh, so I'm just lying about that too? I didn't record this stuff because I don't record. Like, believe it or not, I don't be sitting there recording phone calls. Like, if you talk with me on the phone behind the scenes or anything, I either keep shit private. I don't be thinking like that. Oh, let me get some intel. It's many of you guys in that reparations space that I've talked to for 5 hours, 7 hours on a daily basis, and none of your shit is out in the public. Even Connie Collins, I've had 5-hour conversations with Connie. Nothing that we ever talked about made it to the public. Nothing. Same with a lot of people in this reparation space. Even Don. Yeah, you can't say I've ever brought anything to the motherfucking public about nothing. So I'm not a messy person as much as I like this. Yeah, with this nigga and what I know, yeah, maybe you guys feel like, oh, you're going too strong, but I know what the fuck I see in that spiritual room. I know that I can predict events on a weekly basis, so I know what the fuck that I'm saying is accurate. And y'all don't have to listen. Y'all don't have to do anything. Y'all could roll with it and push me out, blacklist me, do whatever. Y'all already did that, so it doesn't even fucking matter. And y'all trying to come at me about this language shit. Oh no, I ain't never scam anyone. Can nobody come and say, oh, she took my money? Oh, I never stole from anyone. Nobody can say, oh, she committed a crime or she human trafficked. Like, come on. Nobody can say I human trafficked anyone. Nobody can say I sold drugs. Nobody can say I murdered someone. I'm in protection witness program. Nobody can say that shit about me. I have nothing over my head. They would say, oh, you took an Instacart credit or something. That's what they say. And so I've been able to circumvent. And another thing is they tried their MK Ultra, a no touch torture program on me. And so for the most part, I've been able to circumvent that as well with my military science, with my GIA science, with the things that I know from my order, And so they are looking for a way, like, okay, we have to say she's crazy. But then it's like the bitch is so fucking brilliant. We really don't even, you don't feel comfortable saying that the government be copying the shit I be putting out. I say that the 5th law of governance is the fifth law of the universe is resonance. And then the government come out literally, not the government, but a scientist journal, literally less than a week and say, we think we discovered a 5th law of the universe. I'm telling you this shit, it'd be funny. It'd be funny because it's like you trying to tell somebody that they crazy, but then you stealing their ideas and you taking their shit and you want their sauce and you can't get their sauce. That's what's happening to me, And then it's like I am just that brilliant that let's say like this person Tariq Nasheed is trying to say, oh, she's batshit crazy or all that stuff. You know, and so when I speak, it becomes very clear that there is nothing actually wrong with me. And the people who are running this narrative, Tariq Nasheed and all these people, Wonni included, if they were to ever go toe to toe with me on any psychological operations, any psychological engineering, any form, I can expose within 10 minutes that they have logical inconsistencies, that they lack analytical skills, that they have pathology. With Tariq Nasheed, I can definitely prove he has pathology within 10 minutes. Like in a literal discussion about proving pathology, militarily speaking, I could dog walk Tariq Nasheed psychologically and put this shit to rest if it was public. That's why the nigga made sure, oh, remove her, remove. He never wants to face me. He'll never. This nigga is scared to death. And it's not from the actual material stuff. It's the spiritual stuff that I know, the spiritual stuff that I can do. So this nigga is scared. As soon as he come to space, I get removed from the room. He gets to speak and say I'm crazy and I'm lying. I prove that I'm not lying. And then he proceeds to tell the Black American community that I'm crazy and I babble. But this bitch ass nigga copies my content, which we're about to prove too. I have the evidence that this dude has tried to copy my work. So go figure. So Tariq Nasheed, he's not political. And he's very problematic. He has done things that neutralize, destabilize, and distract this fucking community. And nobody gives a damn about it. Nobody gives a damn about it. And it just really pisses me off. It just really that really got me like, oh, y'all motherfuckers, y'all. Whew. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Like I said, me being a priestess and a military scientist, there's shit that I know. I caught Tariq copying my content. We do have minute exchanges, but they are exchanges nonetheless. And he does know. His team did reach out. I did not lie about that. There are other things that I know that I clearly will not be ever be speaking on in public. You have got to be kidding me. If you think that little bit I put out, that ain't nothing. That is nothing. I keep a lot of shit to myself. I'm very gifted. In addition to my psychic abilities, there are a host of other abilities. You could say, oh, you are a monarch, MK Ultra, government project, whatever. You guys know I was awarded a state in a foster care. You guys can look at it like that. I know God loves me. I know that if I was put in a fucking no-touch psychological torture program, because of ties to family being in intelligence and Satanism and Masons, that's not my fault. That doesn't make me a bad guy. And then my fucking dad tell me he breaks his oath and walked away. So who knows? Maybe when I said I told you my ancestors came to me and said they about to sacrifice you in my motherfucking dreams. So and I panic. When you panicking and you got fear is a mind killer. When you hear me on the internet talking like that, I was panicking. I was hysterical because I was seeing this shit all in the spiritual realm, 20th dimension, beyond 20th dimension. That shit was crazy. You know, and like it was a lot to handle energetically. I mean, energetically. Oh man, I don't think you understand what quantum entanglement feels like. If you really got a primordial God energy inside of your body, trying to teach you stuff and get information out, and using you as a vessel to get that shit out. I didn't ask for that. I didn't conjure something, right? Like no candle, no ritual, none of that. But due to me being a priestess in the military sciences, there's shit that I know. So again, I want to make it very clear. I'm not saying we close friends, but to play stupid like you don't know, I don't know who that is. That's just asinine. And you do have plausible deniability. It technically has a plausible deniability, but I proved that he lied in Demarc Vesey's room. He set himself up. He's not smart. He was not as smart as me. He may be smart compared to you guys. So it is what it is. And that's one of the things that sucks about being spiritually gifted. You can see things that no one else can see before they happen. And then when you say something, you be like, you have to wait till other people to catch up and for the shit to play out. I've seen people sold contracts. I've seen people like this stuff that y'all be doing all in up with these sold contracts. And these deals, I actually was able to see that in 2022 on the spiritual realm. You guys think I wanted to look at that and see that? His stuff came up. I'm like, why these people? I was literally it was a database, and I was literally whoever name I wanted to look at, including my own families. I was literally able to see their soul contract or the Babylonian Luciferian magic that's on those contracts. And you guys say you should be speaking out about that. That's going too deep. That's going too far. Look, I didn't ask for this shit. I don't even know what this shit is about. I'm not initiating anything. I literally was picked. Literally the day that the portal fucking CERN, they was messing with that fucking CERN shit. And the alignment with the Saturn, the Kali energy. Because I remember it was Black Americans messaging me like, "Oh my gosh, you were the one that they chose. You're the vessel that that Kali Ma chose." I don't know what the hell going on. Actually, I'm confused as fuck. I'm sitting here hysterical because I'm seeing visions and I'm literally in a quantum entanglement as a priestess. I want to make this very clear. The spiritual realm is very real. I don't care what they try to tell you. Spiritual realm is very real. Y'all fuck around with that shit if y'all want to. Y'all about to follow this nigga right off a cliff, and them ancestors about what the primordial energies that we see that's about to take this nigga out is about to take y'all out too. For even going there with this nigga. To line up an innocent ass person and got an innocent ass person. Y'all run around calling an innocent, brilliant person that don't even mean no harm to any of y'all crazy. Knowing what y'all did, knowing what the fuck is going on behind the scenes with this government shit. I can see psychic shit. I don't want to see stuff. I'm not asking about it. You know, I'm not. But I did see that stuff about him being Cointelpro and being CIA. Oh yeah. And the stuff he was, the rituals, cult rituals he was doing on me. And I seen that contract that he signed. And I did feel bad because I like that contract that I saw. I'm like, damn, I don't want to judge people harshly because people get in stuff that they don't understand. And so I could see spiritually into a thing. And I know what was done to me, and I know who was behind it. And so the occult is very real. Secret societies is very real, and ties to the occult is real. And to be frank, I pretty much caught certain people doing crazy ass shit in the spiritual realm to me, and I called it out, and I would never retract it because it's spiritual. Now, I understand Black Americans. You got to play dumb. You're under oath. You have to gaslight everything I say. You got to try to discredit me because y'all got caught. And to be honest, a lot of you Satanist, occultist ass niggas, y'all been getting your asses tore out the frame ever since August 2022. We're not playing out here with y'all. I ain't asked for this shit. When you look up Tariq Nasheed's name, what does it mean? Lucifer Morning Star. Y'all do know that, right? The nigga worked in Hollywood for 25 years. The nigga got connections to Hollywood and the mainstream medias and all this stuff. So you idiots need to wake up to what we are dealing with at this time. But unfortunately, like again, with a lot of stuff, a lot of these secret societies that y'all join or whatever y'all be doing is based on the particular one that Tariq Nasheed belongs to. They think that Lucifer and Satan are the same entity, and they don't quite understand octaves, and that group is running into severe problems because they are following botched teachings that were stolen and misinterpreted and used in violation of universal law. And so there's a scramble for energy markers, pretty much. And so I say this, you know, people in cults, they do horrific things behind the scenes to innocent people, and they have plausible deniability. There are black ops budgets, intelligence networks, oaths that people take. They can get away with anything, and they have plausible deniability to get away with it. So if you speak out, you will look crazy. And so and there's a lot of things that has happened to me that is literally no point in speaking out on it. Literally no point. Literally, I would never speak on this stuff publicly because I know the idiot. I know how you niggas are. You say everything is it's either you're just gonna use plausible deniability. But I want to speak in code for Black Americans that are honorable, sophisticated enough to know what I am saying and to read between the lines and move accordingly. Okay. I do know, unfortunately, that many Black Americans participate in Project Phoenix, which is Cointelpro 4.0. Shit, 4.0. That's a Freudian slip. For bribes and payment from the government. And many, including some in my family, have sold me out and actually want to see me dead because of what I know. But like I said, all warfare in 2024 is based on frequency and psychology. So may the best man win. If you can take me out, do it and face the consequences. If you can do that, then face the consequences. And so I'll say this: Black Americans, you do what you want. You turn a blind eye or whatever. And I really don't care because I expect that. But this is what I want to say to this government and to you Cointelpro niggas. You guys know good and hell well I'm not afraid to die. I ain't never harmed my people. I always want the best for humanity. And it is you black Americans in the United States government that should be afraid if I die, not the other way around. I want to make that very clear. It is you that should be afraid. It is you that should be afraid, not my motherfucking ass. Y'all have no idea who I am. I know what my oversoul is, and we activate. We have more power than what we can do in this motherfucking physical shell, in the spiritual realm. I know what it's like. I shit. Yeah, I done seen some shit. I feel like I aged 30 fucking years in a span of 2 years. I really do. I really do. It's quite at the same time it's humbling and it's alarming and enlightening at the same time to know the information that I know, the things that I know now, that I was completely clueless on. I mean, who would think that people are going behind your back just spreading all these crazy ass rumors about, like, and oh, you're crazy. This creepy. And I'm not saying Tariq Nasheed. I'm talking about the smear campaign, the Cointelpro Project Phoenix shit that had a lot of people involved. It wasn't just, it wasn't just Black Americans. Of course, it was intelligence agencies. But again, what do you think? How do you think this stuff works? And so I want to say this. My take on Tut language is Gloria McMillan. In 1995, she creates the first book on Tut. It gets recognized by the American Speech Journal. She gave out The Secret in Tut in a news station 30 years ago, which pretty much states that the spelling of Tut is based on the phonetic uh, pronunciation of the Western language. Anti-literacy laws necessitated it to be a secret. And 300 years ago, nobody really knows about it. In 2021, the youth brought it back to life. It was a dying language. I decided to create something for Black Americans and culture. I'm not giving culture away to outsiders, and I think that Denmark VC and Tariq's statements on Tut language in the last 2 weeks is fake outrage. I do. Denmark VC questioned me about my books, making these random non sequiturs to what people have done with Black culture and bringing Black culture to the white infrastructure. That was a way. That was I do look at it as a covert way to undermine me, and then to try to make it seem like I'm exploiting my culture or doing something wrong when my books are for Black Americans. And the reason why I say it's fake outrage because y'all waited 30 years to act like I want to keep it a secret. I didn't even know about it. I can Google Tut language and the Tut language alphabet pops up freely. There's a Tut language translator. Denmark or Tariq, did they try to get that taken down? No. Are they going after people who have websites with the Tut alphabet freely available? No. So it's fake outrage. Y'all want to talk about keeping things secret? Did Denmark or Tariq say anything about these Black executives who sold hip hop out? Did they name them by name to the Jews? White Jewish executives. Did they call out? Did Tariq call them out? The Black American executive. Did he call out P Diddy? He defended P Diddy. Oh, we want to talk about keeping culture sacred and hip hop sacred, and Denmark talking about we don't want to give our culture away to the white media. Did y'all call? Why the fuck is y'all having that conversation with me in some type of mix? About Tut language, knowing that I'm the person that works in this field, in this space, and then bringing it, correlating that with Bruce Lee being killed in his death by his own people for teaching the secret, and then correlating that with Black Americans who have sold out to white people, which I have never done either. But if y'all cared about keeping our culture and hip hop so sacred and keeping our culture stuff so sacred, when the fuck are y'all old ass niggas? Where y'all gonna call out them white Jewish executives that Black American rappers and Black American executives sold out to? Gave all our shit away. Did y'all call out anybody who sold out the Negro baseball league, the Negro basketball league? We had our own Negro league sports leagues. Y'all bitch ass niggas didn't say nothing. You Black Americans didn't say nothing. But all of a sudden, when I'm just minding my business talking about Tut language and trying to teach my people, mind you, all of a sudden y'all want to we're not supposed to teach Tut language. And it's been 2 weeks. Y'all think I don't see that's a covert fucking operation that the government them set up to try to figure out, okay, they don't have nothing on me. And you idiots are gonna fall for it. And y'all know what's happening, y'all don't care. And so I'm coming after everything, whether I die, whether I'm here or I die or not. Like I said, I'm telling this government very clear. I'm telling the Black American community very clearly. It is not me that should be afraid to die. It is you that should be afraid if I die. It's you should be afraid for fucking with me in the spiritual realm. Not me. I don't fuck with nobody. I don't wish nobody bad. I don't sit here and be thinking harm on people. I'm not a jealous motherfucker. I wish everybody the best. I love on people. I mind my business. I focus on myself. I focus on my own divinity. But I know what the fuck I've been dealing with this fucking government, and I know the people involved in it. I know that there's Cointelpro infiltration in this reparation space that I've been dealing with. Oh yeah. So did Tariq Nasheed, y'all talking about y'all want to gatekeep culture and keep it sacred? Bitch, did you call out P. Diddy for working with Liar Cohen and demand that P. Diddy stop working with Clyde Davis and just stop selling our music to those labels? No, you did not. You've been in Hollywood for 5 years and said nothing to these black executives about working with white people and being in contract with them and signing slave deals and call. In fact, you called out, you turned on Kanye West for trying to speak out about it. Bitch ass nigga. You called out. You threw Kanye West under the bus for calling out executives who've been exploiting Black American music and through contracts. Did you? So we were supposed to be keeping hip hop secret. You the nigga that just did hip hop. Why you ain't calling these niggas out? Why you talking about people getting murked by their own about for teaching a secret? And then you bring up tut language after you know that after I clearly showed that your team reached out to me to teach the tut language event, and then I go into Denmark DC's room, y'all bring up tut language out of nowhere. I bring up tut language. I defend myself, make my case. Make sure that that you guys know that I'm drawing a correlation and I'm drawing a corollary and a triangulation between what happened 2 weeks ago, what Tariq, the statement Tariq said, and what you're doing, Denmark. And then trying to bringing in a non sequitur of bringing giving culture away to white people, which I never did. I never worked with white people a day in my fucking life. But Tariq has. You niggas are so unserious. Did any of y'all call out them black executives that sold out to Def Jam and the whites who clearly are actively exploiting? But I'm supposed to act like y'all actually care about tut language. Y'all old as fucking never said nothing about them industry niggas. I've said something about it. I'm 32 years old. Taking hits, getting assassination attempts, all types of shit, I still speak the fucking truth. No matter what. So somebody's a fucking Cointelpro nigga. It ain't me, it's this nigga Tariq. But you can undermine my work for black Americans, but be on mute on how P. Diddy sold out aspects of our culture to these white billionaire executives. And since we are talking about gatekeeping, I want to show y'all how unserious this nigga is. Because y'all done fuck with the wrong one. I told y'all to leave me the fuck alone. You know, look, this is ridiculous. But I'm about to show y'all niggas. Y'all asked for the wrong, and I want any of you bitch ass niggas to come up and say, "Oh yeah, we want to challenge you." Y'all never win a debate with me. Y'all never can fuck with me. And it's not I'm trying to be arrogant, but it's like I'm dealing with people that I know is fucking. I'm dealing with Tariq Nasheed. I know he's fucking beneath me, and I know a slime ball, like something is. I know that this dude is doing covert Cointelpro shit, and nobody is calling out. But y'all trying to make it seem like, oh, Kylie's crazy. Oh, we need to call her family. This is what Wonni did. Wonni Spots covering for a sherm ass nigga. Y'all know that this nigga is a sherm ass nigga, and y'all still fucking with him. And since we are talking about gatekeeping, about the tut language, Mr. Tariq Nasheed, when I agree we should. Shouldn't we be keeping root work and Black American hoodoo a secret? You came out with a deodorant with High John the Conqueror. That is a Black American herb used in rituals by Black Americans to summon the energy of High John the Conqueror and Black masculinity energy. The herb itself. You, by your own admission, state that white people buy your deodorant. Is that gatekeeping? Black American hoodoo? Isn't that selling the culture to the white people who buy your deodorant? Why in Denmark VC talking to y'all asses about that? Why he ain't acting all outrage about that? But you want to act outrage about tut language? Isn't that, shouldn't you be taken out? I mean, Bruce Lee was taken out by his own people for giving a secret. Black American hoodoo is a secret. Shouldn't we be gatekeeping Black American hoodoo? We shouldn't be teaching people about High John the Conqueror, and commercializing the deodorant and having white people buy it. White people don't buy tut language books. White people buy your deodorant. You buy your own admission. By your own admission. Do you see how you fuck with the wrong one, nigga? I could do this all day. I have no idea. I'm telling you, within 10 minutes, I can make this dude look like a fucking clown fool. Y'all ain't gonna be able to say, "Oh, she's crazy." You can't say it now. Y'all feeling comfortable. Y'all getting paid to say that, but nobody actually believes that. You're supposed to be keeping hoodoo a secret. That's worse than coming up than the novelty of Tut language. I mean, hoodoo is like that's like real shit. Tut language was a dying language that is based on the English phonetic alphabet. You guys want some power? You better create your own ideogram and pictogram. And I create my own idea. Look, y'all always want to ride off of somebody else's energy instead of going to the person with the sauce. And so that's why y'all shouldn't be all getting fucked up. I'm telling you, it's up in the spiritual realm. It's up with y'all with these type of niggas. I'm telling you, they've done too much. But isn't it selling the culture to the highest bidder? White people buy your deodorant, the High John the Conqueror root work is on Amazon. So all of a sudden, Denmark, Wonni, and Tariq want to act like, oh, I'm doing something wrong. Wonni wants to block me for showing that I had evidence that Tariq lied. But my Tut books are the problem. But I said nothing about this hoodoo, which I could easily argue provides more productive value for Black Americans than teaching the novelty of Tut. Learning Tut language is a novelty for Black Americans. It's 300 years old, and it's based on it is, you know, you guys can say it's sacred, but Black American hoodoo is sacred as fuck. So Tariq is showing root work, but this bitch ass nigga gets 2 weeks ago. Again, y'all try to run a covert operation campaign on me. So let's say y'all are successful in killing me, or whatever the plan is. What's going to happen to you? What the fuck do you think is going to happen to you? Do you know who you're fucking with, Tariq? You do, but you want to act like you don't. But yeah, bitch ass nigga, you do selling root work hoodoo High John the Conqueror on Amazon. So apply that same energy to your motherfucking self. In Denmark VC, you apply that. Now that's the one you go and get it and go at, because that nigga admitted that white people is buying root work even more than Black people. So it's fine when he goes and put hoodoo on, and y'all remove me out of the room, which y'all scary punk asses. Y'all remove me out of the room so I can't speak. Leave Tariq, but I know he doing root work. I want to act outrage about Tut language, but this nigga is selling hoodoo, Black American hoodoo, which is our culture, that is more relevant than Tut language, I would argue, as far as more novelty, if less novelty rather. Y'all didn't say nothing about that. Did y'all all acting all outraged? Did Denmark VC say anything about that? Did any of y'all niggas say anything about that? Did Wonni say anything about that? Oh, I have a problem with our culture just being out there. Bitch, why you ain't saying that about this root work? Because again, like I said, I see this for what it is. I see this for what it is. Yes, I do. I know what covert. I'm one of the fiercest military scientists you will ever meet. This shit is in my blood. We've been doing this for thousands of years, and I'm not talking about American imperialistic style military science. That is not what we're talking about. We're talking about some shit y'all ain't never seen or heard of before. Saturn all day, GIA all day. We don't fuck with low level shit. No low frequencies. Our stuff is not based on setting motherfuckers up, lying on motherfuckers, doing Cointelpro shit on motherfuckers. We don't do that. We about governance of the actual entropy of the fucking universe. This is what melanated people were in charge for. Y'all gave y'all sold y'all shit out. We in this problem because of what y'all did to the divine feminine. Y'all, we in this shit because of y'all overthrew. Y'all know what y'all overthrew. I ain't even gotta say it. I've been saying it for 4 years. I ain't ever gonna move off from saying it. We know what the fuck y'all did. Y'all the ones that sold our secrets out. Y'all the ones that sold it. Shit. I'm sitting on a wealth of information that not even no one in this world knows about what has been unlocked to me by God. Yeah, as much as y'all think I put out in that books and this stuff that I'm talking about, it is heavy shit and it is new shit. And it is, and I know this government want me dead because I'm talking about MS team. They want to know what the fuck is all this shit about. It's melanated people shit. But you think if I was to give that and talk about that shit, I don't even care if they you give us the secrets, so we got a gun in your do what you got to do. Cause you ain't getting that. You think I can't keep a secret? Oh no, there's certain things I know I can't fuck up in the spiritual realm with my ancestors or with God. I know I can't fuck up. I ain't been given this amount of power for nothing. And they know it. They know it too. They know it. They know how they say they try to force me to go get something. I'll take that gun and do it because I can't. This is serious shit. As far as who I am as an entity, I cannot go and give out certain information. As much as y'all think I have given out that little book about the alternative to Freemasonry, the Noctic Queen Mothership Order, and the language of the gods, divine. I mean, for they do want censors on it, and they are trying to understand it. And yes, I have had phone calls with them, literally, with people saying the government's trying to understand what the fuck you're talking about. We're trying to uncrack this shit. You have to be at a certain frequency. That's nothing. It's lightweight. I've been given permission by my ancestors and God to get that information out. And the stuff that's really important, that's for melanated people. Melanated people got to get empowered before they can even get that knowledge. I can't even give out any information, any really true information to Black Americans until y'all get empowered. But that's why I'm pissed off, because we got niggas like this Tariq nigga like fucking it up for us, and we can't get y'all don't vote, don't take over the political process, don't take over the government, don't start organized militia, don't do that. Like, what the fuck is this bitch is fucking this shit up for us, when our ancestors literally are telling us we can get empowered. Our ancestors are literally saying we can get empowered. They got the power. We got primordial energies. We got primordial energies of the likes you have never seen, that is willing to push us up in that fucking White House. That's really to push us up all throughout the world, even in Africa. Black Americans is obviously going to be ruling America. We got that energy. But it's gatekeepers and it's Black people that's fucking this shit up, man. And if you could say, oh, well, you guys just do what you want to do. Just do your carve your own lane. I have been doing that. I'm telling you that these motherfucking gatekeepers are literally on my head on every little behind the scenes. Whether that be a no-touch psychological shit that they doing, whether that be trying to discredit me, whether that be saying I'm crazy, whether that be having my family sell me out. It's always something. And so you guys can say, okay, just focus on. And I have been. I have a very peaceful life. But I know the shit that I had to deal with the last 2 years. And whatever I had said, it needed to be said. Whatever I had released out, it needed to be released out. Y'all already know cloning is real. Y'all already know transfer of consciousness is real. Get the fuck real. I mean, y'all can't be that fucking behind. Y'all like 15,000 years behind, but y'all know that. And that ain't even nothing. We know quantum superposition in this real. We know quantum entanglement is real. Like, that's something the CIA admits. Like, themselves. The Department of Defense, they already talk about remote viewing and astral travel. You already know that shit is real. They confirmed that. So me talking about that, it should not even be that big of a deal. It is not crazy. If I can pull it up on fucking any website, if there's a plethora of information on it and confirmation from the authorities that y'all love to give credence to. Okay. And so, you know, I think that what is going on, and y'all want me to shut up, like Wonni keeps saying, please don't stop it, please, because they scared, because now y'all again, y'all removed me out that room and let that man lie on me and never gave me a chance to defend myself, and they proceeded to call me crazy and all this shit, because I'm about to play what else was going on in that room. But all of my work on TUT is for Black Americans, no one else. And so there's that. Anyone can debate me on this. I'm open to challenge. I really don't think I need to do that. I'm not into debate. I'm usually teaching. There's really no one that's in this community that is on my level to debate me, and that does not include the elders. I'm not speaking, because I would never try to challenge an elder. You know, like I wouldn't try to go and let me go be disrespectful to a Kaba. I mean, I don't care what. But yeah, they know I talk about I talk shit about Pan-Africanism and all this stuff. You don't do that. And that's the thing. That's the lack of structure in this community. You don't go and attack Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark and think you're cool. Y'all don't have no body of work. You have no, and Black people in this, Black Americans have done this. Y'all don't have no body of work. You have no scholarship. You have no credentials. But yet still you want to go and attack a behemoth like a Dr. Clark or a Dr. Ben. Even if you disagree with them, it's fine to disagree with them. They know, I mean, I talk my shit about Pan-Africanism, but you think if they was alive, I was, yeah, yo, shit, you don't know what you're talking about. And I'm not saying Tariq Nasheed has done that, but I'm saying I have witnessed Black Americans in the reparations space do that. Oh, yeah. And I'm like, you guys are out of your fucking mind. And I actually have the credentials. I am in a PhD program. I have multiple master's degrees. I would never, and I have 20 books, 20 books that I own 100% that no one helped me write. And I would never try to challenge Claude Anderson or challenge someone, Kaba Kameen or Professor James Smalls, because I don't like Pan-Africanism anymore. I would never do that. I'm gonna talk my shit. Oh, fuck, man, Africans are dead. But then when they come in the room, I'm gonna shut the fuck up and respect an elder and not even say shit about it, and just carry on about my shit. And I would never disrespect their body of work or act like they are not brilliant or they didn't bring anything to the table, or they didn't get Black Americans to be proud of melanin and proud of cosmic melanated science and things of that nature, and commission science and the things that matter. And so I don't even. That's another thing I need you Black Americans. I don't appreciate y'all doing that shit to them elders. And so when I say I'm challenge debate, that's for a nigga that debate me. I don't go around saying you debate me. I don't need to do that. Clearly, but I'm saying if there was a peer my age or someone that felt some type of way about anything that I've said or anything I've put in a book, then yeah, you can openly challenge me, and we'll get this shit straight. But again, when bitch ass Tariq Nasheed got on stage, Denmark and Wonni, they immediately removed him out the room. Neither one of them copped up to who did it. So I was out of the space. I don't care if that space looked like my face was there. Again, Cointelpro shit is very real. It literally said, you have been removed from the space. And I said, damn. I went by and said, damn, you removed me out the room. And I didn't move you out the room. Okay, so Denmark said he didn't remove me out the room. So Wonni said, you removed me out the room. And they let me, and I got the proof. I'm going to post the receipt. Stop, don't post it. I didn't remove you out the room. Okay, so which one of y'all motherfuckers is lying? Or is this some Cointelpro shit, intelligence shit? Because I know for a fact that they got that type of capability where they'll make you look like you still in a room. They'll make you look like you still on a stage and shit. Your ass be, I'm telling you, this is some real shit. Y'all have no idea how this shit works and who's behind it. And I have no for a fact that there's shit behind the scenes that Street got access to. This man is not, this, y'all may feel like, oh, you being so harsh or whatever. This nigga lied on me. I know what this shit this nigga has done. I watched how this nigga was doing in the reparations space for a minute. Since the situation when it fell out with ADOS, but way before you guys know since I was 19. So I've seen shit. I've seen the changes. I've seen the pivots. I've seen the fallouts. I've seen the beefs. I've seen everything. And this nigga know I've seen it all. Just like a Ustream. When this shit was on Ustream, yeah, I would call up on that show and talk shit about about the certain things. That probably got me on the fucking list because I was on there first talking about the police did this. We need to do this. 19 years old, don't know what the fuck is like how Mark Carter was saying. You said they were talking all that shit. You don't know how this shit works. I probably got my motherfucking ass on the list then. When Night Honor, who we know is FBI foreman that was following him, and we decided to be friends on Facebook, and I unfriended him once I realized that the dude worked for the Department of Homeland Security and some shit, and worked for the FBI. One of his followers, I found that we had linked up on the Ustream behind the scenes. He gave me his Facebook stuff. One of his followers, so I know that is very possible that I've been on the list since I was 19 years old, possibly. I don't know when this shit started popping up, but I know I was calling into that stupid ass Ustream. I'm not gonna call it stupid because I'm having that day. It's because I'm upset at the person. But I used to call into the Ustream show and and talk shit. Or want clarification about hidden colors or stuff, or being that comment thing. You know how Ustream is like how YouTube is. Ustream used to have a place where you could talk your shit, and then a place where you can comment. You guys know that. And so at 19 years, 20, 21 years old, damn, I know it was before I was 21, was it 21, 22, 23. Yeah, it is what it is. Yes, I feel stupid. Yes, I even feel shameful for not speaking out earlier. Yes, I wanted to not, it's like cognitive dissonance, or it's like cost sunken fallacy, arrested development, all that shit. Yeah, I understand that shit. Y'all can rag on me. Well, bitch, you should have known he was a fraud. Bitch, you should have been following him. Yeah, I mean, cognitive dissonance is fucking real. Sunken cost fallacy is real. Sunken cost fallacy. Look at, or is it cost sunken fallacy or sunken cost fallacy? Go look that up. Yeah, I know for a fact that that's what I'm dealing with. I know for a fact when it comes to drinking shit, that's what I like. Damn, like I don't want it to. I know I'm seeing problematic shit, and I really don't want to see this shit. I really like. You feel like the time you spent, like this investment. Not even so much investment, but like, because yeah, we did. I would say that because we were giving our money. Like let's be real, like we were donating to the films and all that shit and all this stuff. And so it does feel like, damn, like like you want it to not be what the fuck it is. You want to ignore what the fuck you see. It is what it is. But in that space, he immediately removed me, and just proceeded to lie and discredit me, like the coward that he is. And I also want to say this. Tariq Nasheed, you could stop making it seem like I'm trying to say we are closer, that we know one another and all this shit. You have plausible deniability. But you did leave some breadcrumbs of your sloppiness, and I know that more than what meets the eye. So, and I want to say this: if I wanted to pretend like I'm in association with someone, there are real niggas and bosses to choose besides you, nigga. You ain't that nigga. There's Robert Johnson. There's Judge Mathis. There's Andrew Horowitz. Anybody? What the fuck I gotta act like I pretend like I know you for? Let's be real. In this Illuminati card game, you're very low on the totem pole. To Black Americans, you may be, looked at as that nigga or whatever. But for those of us in the know, we know you are not as independent as you portray to be, as you're purporting yourself to be. You've been in Hollywood for 25 years. We know what you got to do to move up. Celebrities are not looked at as anything seriously for those of us in power. For those that run this actual system, celebrities are not looked at as anything even remotely serious. That's facts. If the politicians get dragged around like fucking rag dolls in Congress by the people the powers that be, the people that really run this shit. And what's been going on with the celebrities. Are you kidding me? Jaguar Wright's trying to wake that shit up. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm not a part of this. They know good and hell well you can't convince me to harm no humans or harm people. You can't convince me to. I don't roll that way. But we all know who's crafting this shit behind the scenes. Who got the heck of the craft shit. But if I wanted to be front, like I'm associated with someone, I would go. I'm just talking about completely just make up some shit. Like, why would I choose? Like, really, nigga? Really? There are even I could go to Claude Anderson. I would go higher. Like I would. Oh yeah, you Claude Anderson, you know me. Like, you're trying to make it seem like I'm some random ass bitch. Just nigga, get the fuck out of here. And I actually had another Instagram page that I could probably pull up some messages off of that old Instagram page too, because nigga, get a break. Don't flatter yourself. Get motherfucking real, nigga, because I caught your ass copying my content, nigga. So like I said, this shit is real. Cult is real. All this stuff is real. So now I want to actually just show this because I'm about to let you Freedmans know of a new strategy that he about to pull. And if your stupid ass fall for it, that's what you get. I'm a play this. Because trust me, y'all done blacklisted me, all types of shit. I will gladly say, I told you so. I'm gonna rub that in y'all face. I'm gonna be petty on that one. Y'all motherfuckers done blacklisted me and telling Black Americans I'm crazy and rolling with this Tariq nigga. Oh yeah, y'all about to get the frame torn out y'all asses. And so when it happens, unless you pivot, but if you don't, that's fine. But when it happens, I'm gonna replay this video, be like, I told you so. And yes, it's petty, and yes, it's immature, but y'all motherfuckers came for me, and I do feel slighted and very resentful in this space. I can leave the reparation space. I can go do anything I really want to do. Because I'm just that gifted and skilled. And so if my community's like, okay, you're talking all this shit about Tariq, we're all with him over you because we feel like you're crazy, then do that. And when the test of time tells all, man. Time tells all. Time tells motherfucking all. And then so then what? So then what? And so this link up here, which I did put in, that's also available, that is publicly available. I put like the evidence that I caught Tariq Nasheed like it's not like it's like trying. I won't say like some things that were verbatim and some things are a little more apparent than others. But when we're talking about like certain talking points, like whether it be the religion, the matrix, I was talking about Yeshua at one point. I was talking about the Bible. Just me giving, not saying people should believe in it or anything. I wasn't promoting religion. It was just more so like drawing different parallels or whatever. And so in these videos, the January 29th, 2024, the psychology behind the Psalms 2023, esoteric meaning and mind science. In this video, February 24th, Tariq Nasheed is like again, you won't see this. You have to study, and this is for people that's studying. And I would prefer someone that is from a higher level to actually, do the research. And the average Black American is all about entertainment. It's not about, doing research or anything like that. But for those that was like, I really want to understand, like, what the fuck is this girl talking about? You guys would have to take some time. I'm long with it, be 2 hour videos and shit. But if you were to study, like, it's like, say it was like an AI algorithm, right? AI predictive analytic algorithm, and we wanted to like just get a code. We probably put this in SPSS, and we wanted to get a coded version of similarities of certain words, certain talking points, certain words, certain codes. This is what you would do in sociology, by the way. It's called coding. You use SPSS, and we could look for similarities. But I'm saying, like, what if we had an AI do it or whatever from my content to? Talking about these specific videos. It's probably there's a lot more, but I didn't have time to go and like really be looking, Um, but if we were to do that, you would start to see like certain codes just pop up, certain speaking points. And so Tariq has been copying my content. So here's a big one. I did talking points about Minister Farrakhan and Trump. So he literally it takes the same title and talking points. This is literally just one day after. Can y'all see it? Let me see, because y'all like to play dumb and act like I can't see it like Wonnie spots did. You know what? I think I should be able to see it. Matter of fact, I could probably just do this, right? Okay, yeah, probably just do it that way. Yeah, December 23rd, 2023. Minister Farrakhan on Trump being good for Black people. So I'm talking all this shit, da 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 da, and then Tariq Nasheed's content. Yeah, Minister Farrakhan endorsed Trump, so he credits Sir Major for giving him this. But you see, look at the timestamp, December 24th. That's literally the day after. But look at this, December 23rd. I had put this under Sir Major's video for people to check out. And so he, in his videos, he credits Sir Major for giving his content. But you see that this video is up here. Now, the talking points within my video and his video are pretty much like the same. And so this is not a coincidence. I hope you guys can see that. You guys know what's going on. You just don't give a fuck. And that's fine. But when y'all niggas start getting sprayed in the spiritual, don't say nothing. So talking points about Pan-Africanism. I do a video about, is Pan-Africanism dead? This was August 13th, 2022. August 17th, is Pan-Africanism dead? He covertly mentions my father's name. My dad's name is James. My home state is New York. And then he references a private conversation that I had with a friend just the night before. Y'all don't know what that conversation was, but in this, he said something that I knew, something that triggered in this conversation the night before. He mentioned stuff in code where I'm able to pick up and realize, like, oh shit, this is man, y'all niggas, man, y'all so behind. And then like y'all getting paid to say I'm crazy and shit. Y'all know it's not true. Y'all know how this shit work. But yeah, I mean, if you're a Cointelpro agent and you say you are listening in someone's conversations, then yeah, you could easily just know their conversation, right? And so that's my claim. I'm telling you in this video, this nigga mentioned my dad's name, mentioned my home state, mentioned a conversation, references to a private conversation that I had with a friend just the night before. And I'm not going to get into what that was about. Just 3 days later, 4 days later. So here we have talking points about separating water molecules. So on March 16th, I streamed a 2-hour video talking about separating water molecules and hydrogen from oxygen to produce combustion, to talk about what Aaron Salters invented. Literally the very next day, Tariq uses the same talking point from my video about separating water molecules. So I do have this downloaded originally, just in case you try to remove that part from this video. But look at this. March 16th, I'm talking about separating water molecules. March 17th, in this video, he literally, at the 1 hour and 28 minute mark, he wants to all of a sudden talk about separating water molecules. And you could look at the dates, because this one was streamed 8. I mean, I've been catching this. And the reason why you probably like, why, I I have to, like, if you know somebody who's doing surveillance on you, you're gonna do surveillance back on them. Like, you know somebody watching you, then you're gonna watch them like a hawk too. Because and not no stalking shit. But I'm literally witnessing certain things of witnessing this nigga take content, which I noticed it with this. This right here was when I realized, like, no, it's just some other shit going on. And that's why I freaked out like that, was the stuff I was hearing, because I did a video, is Pan Africanism dead? Father named James, home state New York. He mentions this stuff in his video. But then when he referenced that private conversation I had with a friend just tonight before, I said, oh hell no, this is some other shit. It did freak me out. And I don't know what the fuck going on. I don't know what the hell's going on. And so, of course, you're gonna panic. I panic because I'm like, yo, this shit is creepy. Because the conversation I had with a friend, the private conversation I had with a friend, you know, there was a low key a threat. There was low key a threat to. It was just something that alluded to, like, and you know, about hotels and shit. Like, it was just creepy, man. And for that to be referenced in his video, that's when I started going on alert. That's when I was like, yo, this is some other shit. So that's when I started monitoring what the hell is going on with this nigga, as far as like, why is this content like, and it kept happening. It don't happen no more because, again, I know that I'm being surveillance, so I know that they probably tell, you know, she on you. She's literally what, like, go like a hawk, like making sure, like, that's how I found out about that tut language shit. Because I'm not playing with these niggas. Y'all ain't about to line me up. Y'all not about to line me up for this motherfucking government and get my motherfucking ass tugging out the paint. And this community know what's going on and not saying nothing. Y'all some weak ass bitches for that. Because y'all in on it. I'm telling you, this is how it works. This is how Project Phoenix works. Y'all get a paycheck to turn people in. So that's why y'all don't care. It's like, it's Black Americans making money off of this. This is off of what's happening when it comes to psychological no-touch torture program and the Cointelpro Project Phoenix. Like I said, I know unfortunately many Black Americans participate in Project Phoenix. For if it's Cointelpro, you take bribes from payment from the government, and again, people close to you will sell you out. People close to you will want to see you dead because they get a bigger reward if they can actually successfully kill you. But they have to do it through no touch, lethal, psychological. But like I said, I'm very much aware of that. So again, y'all take me out, do what you got to do, but face the consequences. I ain't backing down on no shit. I'm not gonna change up. I'm not gonna switch up on what I believe in. So the best thing is, like, if we isolate her, get her community to turn on her, get her community to call her crazy, and she'll leave. She'll stop talking about, you know, certain stuff about the government, overtaking the government, stop coming up with military science strategies for Black people, stop talking about the things that she has put out for Black people, as far as the enterprise architecture, a blueprint for rebuilding Black America, all of these outlines about my frameworks about the Queen Mothership, all this stuff, these esoteric teachers, they just want that to stop. So the thing is, they told a lot of Black American gatekeepers, don't fuck with me. I'm blacklisted. My stuff is undermined behind the scenes, whether it be my tarot business. Nobody supports me. Nobody buys my books. Nobody, like, it's literally orchestrated this way. My family, like, people turned on me. People that was closest to me all turned on me. And y'all think I don't know that this is Cointelpro and this is a no-touch psychological warfare program that I've been put in illegally? Y'all really think I don't know that? So when I speak the truth, bitches like Wonni is talking about, we gonna call your family, knowing that my family will Britney Spears me? And Tariq Nasheed said, oh, we tell your family. What the fuck I kept bringing in my family? Because they know what my family did behind the scenes. They know that my family was in on trying to sacrifice my ass. They know that. They'll deny it. They'll just say you're crazy. But y'all saw that I proved that Tariq Nasheed lied. And y'all saw that Wonni said, I'm going to call your family. For what? About me bringing a receipt about the truth? That nigga his team did reach out about that Dallas event? That's what I said. He said it didn't happen. I proved that it happened. And then you say you're going to call Mike. If you first, you freak out and say, don't post it. That's crazy as hell. But I'm going to have to play the rest of this, because then him and this weirdo Nikki the guy, person just starts like mental health and people with mental health and like this part, like any of these niggas can light a candle to me intellectually, spiritually, go against me psychologically. Yeah, they'll be dismantled. Seriously. So I want to continue to play this. I'm about to go to the I'm about to go to the bathroom.
Nobody's throwing subliminals. I don't know you, don't care to know you. So that's what it is.
Bitch. You a coward ass bitch, nigga, and you a Cointelpro nigga, and you just a fuck boy.
I am concerned about the Tut language being out there like that because I have heard a lot of Africans.
But you ain't concerned about Tariq, the Tut language being out there like that, bitch. But why you ain't concerned about Black American hoodoo, High John the Conqueror shit being out there, being sold to white people? But I ain't selling our shit to white people. I'm selling my shit to Black people. But you black ass niggas want to sit up there and act like I'm selling out Black American culture. But you ain't got shit to say about none of these executives. You ain't got shit to say about Tariq Nasheed doing root work, bitch.
Saying they're going to use it and speak it and do this and that just to get, just to take shots at us.
Right.
And they said we didn't have a language, and we do. That's a bona fide language, not to mention the other languages and dialects that we have. And our language has been studied. It is a bona fide English dialect with subdialects. So I'm not even thinking about all these criticisms about our culture.
Absolutely. Yeah. And yeah, the tethers, they're trying to get up on it, and they try to get into the little rooms that we have so they can try to pick up on the language so that they can exploit it. Just like, they do a lot of things relating to our culture. So it's very important that we do gatekeep a lot of this stuff. And again, right now we're still fighting with the whole hip hop thing. These people are fighting tooth and nail. I just had to get at Derek Cologne. Derek Cologne, this dude just tried to post a bunch of clips of microphone check on his channel. We had to get that taken down. So these people are trying to sabotage. They're doing little weird stuff. They're mad that we're gatekeeping and keeping the truth out here. So they're kicking and screaming right now. They're doing a lot of real slick stuff on the back end and in the front too. They're doing a lot of stuff out here in the public. So we got to stay on. Thanks.
This actually feeds into what we were speaking about, the new generation doubling down. And I said, is it really the new generation?
Yeah.
This down attitude after you've been slapped in the face with facts is really something to see. You're showing people videos of things and they are still doubling down. No, we really were there. No, you weren't.
Yeah,
I don't know what that phenomenon
they're
is.
doing the I'm white and I say so. That's really what because they don't have any facts, they don't have any proof, they don't have anything that can debunk us. All they're doing is basically, I'm white and I say so. We were there. We were in the Bronx. We was right there. We played a bongo drum somewhere at a park, and there was the Sugar Hill Gang across the street. I mean, they're just doing I'm white and I say so all day. It's insane. So we got to shut that stuff down.
Hey, let me ask a question. Why is it that the pioneer is not saying anything about it? Why is
That's
the people that been? Why is they not saying anything?
the great question.
I can't hear you.
Yeah, my man Denmark said, "How come a lot of
DJ.
the?" He said, "Why
I
like
heard
a lot
it.
of." Okay, yeah, a lot of the pioneers. Unfortunately, a lot of cats who were around um, in the very, very early days, a lot of them don't get platforms to say this. They deliberately skip these guys because a lot of them will actually tell the truth. So what they're doing, they're going to a lot of the second generation guys like the KRS Ones and MC Shans and people like that who weren't there in the beginning, but these guys, their audience, basically the people who book them on them old school hip hop shows, those are mostly Latinos who do that. A lot of Latinos go to these old school shows. A lot of these um, cats who are into the old school b-boying and all of that. A lot of Latinos. So that's who's booking these guys. So they don't want to mess up their bookings. And also, and we talked about this thing, London upon Latino audience, old school summer. These are the first generation West Coast now. So they're already.
Yeah, that was that's gatekeeping. That was necessary.
Man.
They were coming hard and strong prior to you putting that piece out there. So thank you for that.
That's gatekeeping, but did the nigga speak out about P. Diddy? All these white, he's doing hip hop microphone checking. Is he calling out them white ass executives that's fucking up black and the black people that's working with him? That ain't no motherfucking gatekeeping. Is he gatekeeping root work and Black American hoodoo? What the fuck are y'all talking about? That's what I'm saying. This is that Cointelpro agent shit, and this is what I'm speaking of. I'm triangulating this on a real surgical level, on a very analytical level, where I can see where people are having fake outrage and triangulating shit to low key subliminally throw shots at my work, knowing that I like to do stuff with Tut language. Before Black Americans, mind you. But this bitch ass niggas want to act like it's a problem for me to make a book about Tut language for Black Americans, but don't say nothing about Black American hoodoo being on Amazon that white people buy that Tariq Nasheed is promoting. That's gatekeeping. Did Tariq Nasheed call out Lero, Cohen, and the black people, the black gatekeepers that work with them, with this gatekeeping, quote unquote? They're the ones that's selling out the culture. He ain't say shit about that. He arguing with some stank ass Africans and Latinos.
Appreciate that. I mean, man. Anyway, y'all do your thing, man. Much respect, man. And again, the movie Microphone Check is going to be back in theaters July 19th.
Hey, can you post it up in the Jumbotron before you leave?
I posted up. I can't.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Yes. All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Very interesting. You got our people, they don't even want to stand on their own shit, man. It's crazy. Yeah, I have to go buy this. I ain't got a Blu-ray player, but I still got to buy it though. I don't know how I'm gonna play it, but it's too long. Where John Wonni go?
I don't know.
Damn app.
Don. Oh, there she is. There she is. What happened? Did you get kicked out, Don? Don the Juan? Juan the Don? Okay. She's having some difficulties right now. Hey, Nikki, how are you today? How's it going this afternoon?
Fantastic. Doing a lot of work from home, trying to get ready to start a new contract. So I'm just going to be really busy. I've been catching y'all spaces though. Y'all been talking about some really good stuff. I just I hope everybody stays focused on what's important. I understand there's been some drama, but we still have work to do. And I like y'all spaces. Everybody in your spaces seem to be highly intelligent. So I just hope we stay on focus. That's about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And that's kind of like what we've been talking about here this morning is getting back on track and getting focused Dawn came in talking about the reparations out in California, and so yeah, that's what we need to be on.
But I'm gonna just come on out and say this big Boda guy on stage, he's been throwing shade at me and Afro for the longest and making up lies. This guy is off code. You should not have him in your spaces. He is a whole bitch. I got him blocked.
Okay.
He sits up telling lies on me all day. And I'm somebody who is respected in the movement. He's somebody who should be kicked out of your spaces immediately.
Okay.
May I say something real quick?
About
Denmark,
that?
No. I sent you something about the previous guest that was there just before Tariq. So you'll know what's going on.
Okay. Yeah. And that's why I said I didn't want to talk about that any further.
This part I didn't hear because I was out. I was kicked out the room. So that part I didn't hear. I'm actually about to remind us opening up a package because I didn't even hear that. Like, I didn't watch this part because I was moving up the room and I was doing something.
Far that lie into LA hip hop. They're already on you.
Fantastic. Doing a lot of work from home, trying to get ready for to start a new contract. So I'm just been be really busy. I've been catching y'all spaces though. Y'all been talking about some really good stuff. I hope everybody stays focused on what's important. I understand there's been some drama, but we still have work to do. And I like y'all spaces. Everybody in your spaces seem to be highly intelligent. So I just hope we stay on focus. That's about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And that's kind of like what we've been talking about here this morning is getting back on track and getting focused um and Dawn came in talking about the reparations out in California. And so yeah, that's what we need to be on. I
But I'm gonna just come on out and say this: this big Boda guy, on
yeah,
stage, he's been throwing shade at me and Afro for the longest and making up lies. This guy is off code. You should not have him in your spaces. He is a whole bitch. I got
oh,
him
okay.
blocked.
Okay.
He sits up telling lies on me all day. And I'm
Oh,
somebody who is respected in the movement. He's somebody who
yeah,
should be kicked out of your spaces immediately.
okay.
May I say something real quick? Um,
About
Denmark, I
that,
sent
yes.
no, I sent you something about the previous guest that was there just before Tariq, so you'll know what's
Okay.
going on.
Okay. Yeah. And that's why I said it.
So she's running intel for Tariq. She pretty much showed him what she was texting, what she was showing me some random shit in the background from 2 years ago to try to, I guess, put again. This is a smear campaign. I know exactly what she sent him to. This shit that I put on Twitter in 2022. She sent that to run interference for him because I had told her, I'm like, y'all, when we at the room, I'm about to put the receipts that he signed,
Didn't want to talk
and that's when she said, stop, don't post nothing, and then started threatening to get my family after I'm literally showing that the dude lied. He lied. Can anybody say that he? I mean, you see the receipts for yourself.
about that any further, you know. But okay. Big boat has been moved. Um,
Thank you, God. Thank you so
yeah,
much.
right. We respect the work that you're doing. Hey Kathy, what's going on? Kathy, Kathy D. Oh, go ahead, Kathy. I'm sorry. How you doing this afternoon?
Yes, I was, yeah, grace and mercy. Yes. Thank you. I'm just a supporter. I am FBA, as Tariq says, heavy on both sides. And I'm just a supporter, y'all. Y'all can look me up and see if I'm really don't crack,
That's
right?
right.
And Denmark don't give
Yeah.
Denmark don't give I remember you from Clubhouse. Denmark don't give compliments to people who don't deserve them. He
You
not
got
gonna
that
lie
right.
about if you
Oh,
think
I'm
somebody was
I'm
nice.
really. Oh, all right, dear. Well, I appreciate all of y'all. I'm not here to try to you know, push myself out there. I feel like I've already been there and done that, y'all. So, in over here by the Kennedy Airport, Rochester, you know, accept it. Okay, dear.
Say that. I apologize. We have to protect, and we not talking about nobody from previous. We talking about someone from a long time ago. Nobody that has been in our spaces previously. This person has not been on Twitter in maybe a good year. And sometimes we just have to look out for each other when it comes to mental health issues, but sometimes we need to run from things that are just damaging to all of us. So that's that's how that
Is
goes.
this where when they close the mental health care asylums down? Is this where everybody?
They were probably like in some type of back channel, just saying, "Oh, Kali did this," or you know. But again, I proved that he lied. And so why did he lie is the obvious question. Why? So Wani is threatening to cough. Like, I'm telling you, this is Cointelpro type shit. And so it's very disappointing how Wani handled this. She tried to play like I'm literally showing her the receipts that what he said. My team never reached out to you. Showing emails from 2016, 2018, 2023. Even after I called Tariq Nasheed CIA twice, he's still responding. Um, yeah, and there were even emails where when I called him out about that last subliminal shit, but like I did email him and said, "What the stop fucking undermining me, and bitch." stupid ass and fuck you, like all this crazy shit he be saying. Like, that's not a normal response. If you really felt somebody had mental health or someone was really out there, would you be calling them stupid ass and bitch and all this stuff and trick? So this is what Tariq Nasheed has done. I haven't showed those messages yet. I haven't showed those messages because Tariq know that what I picked up on was accurate. Y'all just scared of what I know and what I can do, and then y'all want to sit there and play like I'm fucking crazy. Wonni would get wiped. She would get her ass washed by me at any debate, anything. And this bitch sitting up there running interference, gonna tell me not to. Don't post nothing. Don't post nothing. Got real scared when I said, you know what, the dude lying. I'm going to post the receipts. Don't post anything. So y'all really wanted to have a back channel discussion with me, have Denmark thinking I'm crazy, whoever else in the space, that I'm just making up some shit on Tariq Nasheed. That's what she wanted. And then block me and then threaten to get my family involved, knowing that my family want to actively has sold me out on some Cointelpro shit. And Tariq did had two messages referencing my family too, because they know what my family did. They know that my family was willing to work with the government to sell me out for money. They know that. And I'm not saying this pretty much when I had they locked my fucking bank account, right? I couldn't get access. It was the weekend too, but even with the transfer, they still was fucking with my bank account. I had some monies where I was trying to get out of Buffalo, knowing what was happening in that house. My place, I didn't feel comfortable at my space because there was some type of DEW. There was something going on in there where it was very uncomfortable to be in there. Now the Biden administration does admit that they have DEWs, by the way. If you have any electric wires externally that are above ground hanging from your house, it can be immediately turned into a fucking military weapon. You stupid asses do know that, don't y'all? No, because you're gullible. They got wires hooked up in every house, black house in the fucking hood. You act up, they'll turn that shit on. Your ass is fried, radiated from the outside in, microwaved alive. You think this shit is a fucking game? I knew what was going. Like somebody that whose bank account is locked, and I ain't got no money like that, but I had like $13,000 in the bank. That's all I had. My shit is frozen. This whatever they turned on in this motherfucking house, this DEW is fucking going on, frying my motherfucking ass. I got so desperate, I just packed up my shit and got the fuck out. Didn't know where I was going, didn't care where to go. I called every single last family member, adopted and biological, and they all said no, can't. And it was just more, mind you, it wasn't like, oh, can I come live with you? It was more so, can I come stay a couple of days until my fucking bank transfer come through, and then I'm bolting the fuck out of Buffalo. Nobody would even help me with that. I asked for some money because again, my shit was frozen. My shit, it's the weekend. You do a transfer, you gotta wait, and then even when it was the weekday, they still wasn't like releasing the money because they didn't want me to leave Buffalo. They didn't. I don't know what they wanted me. They wanted to find a way to lock me up, pretty much. They was telling me that they was. I mean, y'all some fucked up ass niggas for that shit. Y'all just think I forgot about that? And I know who was involved in it. I know exactly who was behind the scenes behind that. Even people in this reparation space had to introduce me to black gatekeepers that I'm thinking I'm about to work for, and they was acting on some weird ass shit. Nobody helped me. Not one biological family member. Not one adopted family member. All of my friends turned on me. Not one friend helped me. 20-year-old friend. 20-year friends and shit. Nobody wanted to help me. I said, well, can I call a friend? Can I at least stay at your mom's house for a couple days? You can't stay at my mom's house. Everybody turned on me. Because I wouldn't take the devil's deal. I wouldn't take the oath and shit. All this bullshit that y'all, whatever shit y'all got yourself involved in, or you're trying to sacrifice somebody else. Like, nah, I don't play that shit. Or whatever the government bribed. And I remember, one of my family members said, "Don't folks done came here." So I guess they sold them like some type of fake investigation or some type. This is for the Cointelpro do. They'll send a fake ass dossier investigation. I have committed zero crime. I've been a target individual for a long time. I have never committed any crime. Every family member. This was a family member that I used to send Instacart food items to, DoorDash. Get them DoorDash shit, get them banana. You know how you could send a gift to your people's house or whatever. This is an adopted family member that's old as hell. I would just help, call and look out for her. They said no. Adopted sisters. They try to line my motherfucking ass. They said no. And I remember my sister was like I could tell on her voice. Oh my God. My adopted sister. I could tell that she knew what was happening to me. It's like she felt in her. I feel the fear. It's like she knew what was going. No, nobody would help me, mind you. Like none of my adopted sisters, not one person would help me. And I could tell that she felt like they want to kill you. Like I could feel like her fear. Like these people want you dead. Like you're gonna die. And she said, "I'm so hurt and I'm so saddened by all of this because and they knew who. And so I go to parents. But I told you my this shit is real. Cointelpro, this shit is real. Isolation tactics, psychological warfare, plausible deniability. All this shit is fucking real. And I know where it stemmed from. And if I speak out, then, oh, you're crazy. And this motherfucker just could sit and lie. And then these people will cover for him. Y'all some fucked up ass niggas for that. And like, it's just horrific. And then for people to say, oh, you're just crazy when none of, and it is not me being arrogant, but I know for a fact that I'm one of the most brilliant minds of the 21st century. I know why this government came after me. It wasn't just because I'm talking about some black stuff, black. It's I have spiritual gifts. I have come from a certain bloodline, a certain monarch bloodline. They did try to do the perverted form of MK Ultra on my ass. It didn't work. Nothing worked. I kept breaking my programming. I was awarded a state. My father's military. My father was a Mason. My father was in a secret society. So yes, if you become a ward of state as a foster care program, what the fuck do you think the government's going to do? They're going to probably do all types of shit. I know something was going on, but I didn't have a rough childhood. You know, I was a foster care, got adopted, whatever. It wasn't rough. I expressed those things. It just wasn't. I didn't have I went to a Black American family. I thought they, it was like a real, they didn't. It was decent. I wasn't the best, but it wasn't, horrific. I wasn't molested. I wasn't raped. I wasn't abused or anything. I wasn't trafficked, at least not sexually. Maybe there's different, there's covert forms of, experimental trafficking that this government does. I can't say that. I know that it exists, but I can't say that I am a victim of that. But I do know I'm a victim of some type of experimentation. And MK Ultra and bullshit that this government has been doing. I don't know how long. I know that stuff started getting real weird in 2015. I know that stuff ramped up in 2017. Things were fine. 2020, it got worse. 2020 to 2022, it got really bad. And in terms of, I knew I was under psychic and spiritual attack. And as far as the occultists, and I knew that from 2020 to 2022. So I would say that things were okay, but I do remember I wasn't able to open certain bank accounts. Mind you, I don't have nothing on check system at that time. Like it wasn't like I had violated check system that had already been up, so I couldn't open bank accounts. I couldn't send stuff from Western Union. I called Western Union and they literally said you're on a watch list for national security, threat to national security. And I remember I said it got to be some type of mistake. It's some type of mistake. And I remember saying it because I'm like, I don't do anything. I don't know. I'm like, what the fuck? I know I was talking about reparations at that time. At that time I was on Clubhouse. And so I remember that happening. And then I remember I was able to, I waited and I did say something because at that point I said, I'm probably being surveillance. And I said, I did say, I did say, I don't have any, I don't know what this is about, but I don't really have intentions on doing anything. So I don't know why I'm not able to send, so a couple of days later, I was able to send in Western Union. But at that time, I said, fuck that. I got a cash out because I'm like, I don't know what that was about. But I do remember that. I wish I would have recorded it. Dude said, you're on some, it's some threat to national security. But it felt like he said too much. And then he started saying, I can't tell you any further. I can't tell you any further. I can't tell you any further. But I remember that part. Now, I don't know if he slipped up and said that was supposed to come out. But he kept saying, I can't tell you any further. I can't tell you any further. And so when all that shit went down and none of my motherfucking family, not one family member would help. So I find it really, I find it fucked up that Wonni would sit up there and say, we're going to call your family. We're going to, knowing that these motherfuckers, they waiting for it back. That's why I'm saying this also publicly. My will is left to no one. No family member or friend can come and say that I'm leaving my intellectual property to any one of them. I don't care what will was out there. It has been changed. My will is publicly available on my Google Drive, which is linked to the link of my Twitter, pinned to the top of my Twitter page, the chief architect folder, that will in there. It's an internet version, but no one could come forward and say I'm leaving them. I'm not leaving not one family or friend. No motherfucking royalties from the book. The little bit of royalties that I did get, which I do know, will stand the test of time in terms of what I offer and what the monetary value of my stuff is too early yet. And so when they was trying to do all this shit, whatever they was insurance policy, whatever it was, they also would have been an heir to that. So I had to change all of that around. Once I realized that not one motherfucker would help me, or then the person that did help, I had a whole slew of evidence that they was doing some crazy shit behind the scenes when it come to me, selling me straight the fuck out. A psychotic, fucking narcissist, fucking crazy as shit. Like when I saw that in their eyes and I saw that in their spirit, and they started screaming and and I'm trying to get, I'm trying to record the conversations and shit. And never use a digital. Don't ever use digital if you're trying to record some shit, because the government will snap off the other person's side. And when I was able to get proof of what I'm talking about, of my parents, of what was last said and who was, I've had proof that okay, there, if I would, and I was recording stuff, and then it was digital, so their side got cut off, so you couldn't. I lost my evidence. Shit that was in my Google Drive started disappearing. So you bitch ass niggas don't know what this shit is about. Y'all want to sit up there? Y'all could never. Y'all know y'all quiet. And that shit is so motherfucking hurtful. None of my, so for Wonni Spots and Tariq Nasheed to keep bringing up my family sold me out, and y'all know that. So what the fuck y'all keep? They will lock me up. They will conspire with this government and with these Cointelpro niggas and with the CIA when they are military and they are in a secret society. They will fuck my life up. And technically, the people you trying to call, the people you got access to, they are not on my birth certificate. So legally, I can say I don't know them. I can legally say that. The people that y'all think y'all now behind the scenes, they're not on my birth certificate. I was adopted. My best friends, the one that works for the Air Force, they sold me out. I seen the way my friends was treating me when I was calling. They literally switched up on me. I don't know if this was fucking AI, if they NPCs. I don't know what the fuck that shit was. They wanted the people I grew up with for motherfucking 20 years. 20 years, 19 years. What the fuck? I'm like, this shit was blowing my mind. I'm like, this cannot be real. This cannot. I'm like, I'm thinking I entered into an alternative reality, a parallel universe. I mean, the way I could never see somebody, everybody in your life just switch up on you like that. Well, I mean, what did they pay you guys? And what did they tell you guys? That's crazy. And for them to all defend Connie and Tariq, all of my family, and then for them to say, yeah, we knew what was going on. We didn't give a fuck. And I got them text messages. My thing is, they were saying this stuff because they figured, bitch, you're gonna be dead. We trying to, I guess they figured you'll be dead, so none of this will get out. But I still got these text messages. And so, yeah, some sherm shit going on in this space. Like, if y'all want to test my thoroughness, I could draw correlations to people that I know deal with the occult, that I know deal with occultists that have ties to the CIA. I can draw triangulations. Try me. I can draw triangulations to somebody in this reparation space that I literally know was in a picture and is friends with someone who has a top security clearance that works for the NSA. That is easily Google and verifiable on Wikipedia. I don't go and I don't run my mouth about a lot of shit I know. Try me if you want to. If I was to draw a map, y'all would really like people. I would really blow up this spot. I would really probably motherfucker. They'd probably be like, "Yo, we really got to get this bit." Somebody would show up and really try to take me in because it will just be so obvious that y'all getting played, and y'all deserve every last bit of it as far as this community, because people ride out for y'all. People was willing to, people have died doing this shit. I have fucking suffered so much, and nobody cared. And for people to just keep going the way that y'all going and knowing the truth, and then literally having and going around saying, "Oh, you're crazy," that's some wicked ass shit, man. And I know for our ancestors is pissed off about it, and I know that's why y'all haven't been able to kill me. They have tried. Don't make no mistake about it. They have tried. But I'm not saying people in this space or in this. I'm talking about CIA, Cointelpro. That's what I'm saying. I'm the government. And I do think that there are people in the reparation space that are in on it. Yes, I do. The space is heavily infiltrated. It just is what it is. You don't think Project Phoenix is in the Black community? This is crazy. And so they talk about mental health and all this stuff.
Anybody went?
Anybody that will sell their own people out, man, or try to play on somebody's top, or join a secret society, a cult, an idiot, that would take a bribe from the government to sell someone out, like that's
What's
mentally
happening?
ill. Having your integrity, having the truth, like Wonni spots what she did, she showed no integrity in those back messages. She did. And so whatever happens to be, it happens. But at least y'all know that there's some sharm shit going on with these people. And I know my community didn't have my back, and so it's up. I gotta defend myself. I gotta defend myself against bitch ass niggas. So now I want to talk about how Tariq is going to once again try to undermine politics, but now he's going to go after the freedmen. And I'll speak in this video about he did this video about reparations in California with that 12 million. Okay. So obviously he's taking credit by saying we have a plan, we are making progress, we were able to get the language right, and the 12 million is a start. And he's mentioning Camilla Moore, and then it takes a turn for a worse, and he mentions a plan to start a database. And I actually want to play that because y'all niggas is y'all are some of the most, like, excuse my pessimism and my resentment for my community, but I literally know that my community was in on what the fuck was going on, and they just didn't care. Like, and that shit is so fucking hurtful. Like, for all your life work to really just pretty much mean nothing because the government is doing some real fucked up shit. Like, and people are in on it, and then it's people that are black that are participating in that. And so I just find it horrific. It's like I can't relate to that level of low frequency. I just can't. I can't relate to that level of treachery, wickedness. I don't understand it. It's literally like, what the fuck? Like, it's creepy as hell. But watch this.
In tribes, we have a Freedmen's Bureau type of organization or institution like we used to have. We used to have the Freedmen's Bureau.
So he's pretty much regurgitating. This is not his talking points. These are the talking points of the freedmen. Just like he used the talking points of the ADOS, just like using the talking points of the Skater Tribe, just like he was trying to use the talking points of INFAC. Like seriously, wake y'all asses up.
And they still have the Bureau of Indian Affairs. They were running parallel. They got rid of
that is freedmen talking points, and indigenous. Now he's talking indigenous talking points.
Freedmen's Bureau. We need to reestablish that. And there's some other grassroots ideas that we can do with that as well.
Now check this part. This is the part that's really dangerous. Grassroots part. So now you see he's demarcating from. Let me just let it play, and then I'll break it down.
Tighten that up to make it a smooth transition. One thing that I would like to do, we get volunteers. Again, this is why we got to get volunteers to start helping put things together. What we need to do, this is what we can do on a grassroots. We can start getting all of those 1870 census forms because we have a Freedmen's Bureau type of organization, or what we need to do, this is what we can do on a grassroots. We can start getting all of those 1870 census forms because we can access those through ancestry.com and other mediums. I think I don't know the number of freedmen that's on the 1870 census. I don't know if it's 50,000, 100,000. I don't know how many. But what we need to do, we need to have our own database where we.
Mind you, he demarcated a grassroots database to track 1870 census ancestry of freedmen. Didn't give quite a number of how many that was, or so I'm assuming he's talking about the freedmen's, the people that literally identified as freedmen on this census. That's not quite clear from this, but just based on what he said, 50,000, I pretty much I would give him that. I would give that. But look at the demarcation between what the Freedmen's Affairs Agency had stated they wanted to do with their own database of genealogy and ancestry chasing, and now Tariq Nasheed's one of the grassroots, quote unquote grassroots. This nigga is not grassroots. A nigga lived in a $2 million house in a white neighborhood, 25 years in Hollywood, and been in every aspect of media. That's not fucking grassroots. Y'all are idiots. Um, But yeah, the demarcation between grassroots and what he wants is his own database, an FBA database, pretty much. What of tracing ancestry. Now watch this.
List all of those freedmen. That's on the 1870 census. That's what we can start doing. We can list all those freedmen. So now we can start tracing our ancestry back to some of them.
Start tracing our ancestry back to some of them. What does tracing ancestry back to someone mean? 1870. This is genealogy. Now we're talking into genealogy. We're talking about a database. We're talking about a grassroots database, which is not. Now watch this part. Just keep watching.
You understand what I'm saying? We can. Those are the people we're going to have to trace our ancestry back to. I can trace mine to on both sides of my family to those 1870 census forms. I can go back to the 1700s. But all of us as foundational Black Americans, your family, somebody's on that damn 1870 census form. So we have to start doing some some data input, and we have to
data input of Black Americans. He's going to oversee this. FBA database of ancestry and genealogy.
Or we should. We don't have to, but we should. It would make things more smooth.
It should. It will make things more smoother. Now, he mentioned grassroots. So this is a demarcation. Now, mind you, everybody knows what they propose in California with the Freedmen's Affairs Agency that they want to build. And part of that is to have a genealogy system and have ancestry. Keep that in mind as we good or bad, right or wrong, whether you agree with Freedmen's or not. I'm just saying, I'm making a demarcation between the two. I'm going to do a comparison. I'm going to tell you what this is about. Now, Freeman, y'all want to sit up there? Oh, okay, you're doing too much. I'll get to the motherfucking point. But y'all niggas, y'all let this slide. Y'all niggas deserve everything y'all about to get to. But what this nigga about to do, y'all? Watch this.
We put that together ourselves. So
we put that together ourselves. Okay.
And when we get with the government boards, we'll say, hey, okay, look, we already got this stuff documented. We can already get people ready to start tracing their ancestry back because.
So he's going to take a private FBA database of tracing ancestry, a genealogy, and then once we then go with the government board and say, look, we already still got this. We already got a bunch of Black Americans gave their information in the database that's FBA privatized that will be given to the government. Mind you, the Freedmen's Affairs Agency has said they want to do their version of their genealogy and ancestry testing. See what we're talking about? Some people taking other people's energy, coming up with Brenham Spoon's ideas. Look at this.
Should. We don't have to, but we should. It would make things more smooth if we put that together ourselves, so that when we get with the government boards, we'll say, hey, okay, look, we already got this stuff documented.
We already got this stuff documented. Okay. So this is undermining of there's plenty of Black Americans that's doing genealogy, by the way, right? That has experience doing motherfucking genealogy. Tariq Nasheed has no experience doing genealogy or ancestry. He is not qualified. He does not have a background in tech to even build out the database to get this done. We don't even know as far as the privacy laws, the security systems, the encryption. Like, what the fuck is he going to build with? Like, who in his team is going to build this? And again, he's never wanted to do ancestry and genealogy. We all know that comes from the indigenous, the Black indigenous, and the Freemen did take that idea from the Black indigenous and added it to the Freemen's Affairs, which was, cool, as far as the genealogy tracing and the services that the Freemen's Affairs Agency wants to offer. So why the fuck is Tariq Nasheed talking about an FBA database, his own database on the grassroots? He said grassroots. He didn't say Freedmen's Affairs. He said grassroots database to trace our ancestors to the Freemen in the 1870 census, and then go connect it with the government once and say, oh, it's already done and completed. Mind you, I ain't getting no direct cash payment, not in California, not on the state level. So is the Freedmen's working with it? Are y'all in on this? Or did y'all make a deal for him to be the one to go and get these numbers and have him as the front man for this database? Or did the Freedmen do that? Or do y'all not even know that this is happening? So it's either one or the other. Either they working together, about to work on this shit together, and have a whole honeypot motherfucking shit on y'all asses, or he's trying to pivot enter into a genealogy space, a database service that competes with Ancestry.com, probably gonna monetize this shit. Build that out. Have a bunch of Black Americans, have a bunch of, well, not FBAs, have a bunch of FBAs put their information in that fucking database that links all of their genealogy and ancestry and all of their relatives to cross-reference social security numbers and whatever in that database, and have the government be able to have a better psychological profile on you, have a better assessment of your lineage and your bloodline, your personality, for a better in a whole, actually a system that can build a social credit system, a digital identification system, a authentication of identity system with all Black Americans lineage going linking back to the Freedmen's or 1870 census rather, because technically anybody, you know, could claim a freedman status, or we would find somebody would find an ancestor. But this is what he's trying to get into.
We can already get people ready to start tracing their ancestry back, because you're going to have to trace it back there anyway. So we might as well go ahead and lay some of the groundwork out already. But again, it's all about being able to trace your lineage back. I'm all for DNA testing as well. I'm for that too, if need be. But we should be able to be good with the paperwork. My only thing, again,
this is what we talking about. Somebody just speaking up, like he talking about somebody babbling and talking about somebody speaking up about shit they don't know. This is what he's doing.
I'm concerned about ops and tethers and $5 FBAs. Somebody coming around
saying,
and
hey, it switches. This is more distraction and destabilization. It switches to ops and tethers. So Freedmen Affairs Agency talk about they want to do their own database as far as their genealogy tracing on the state level. This is what the Freedmen's Affairs Agency has said they wanted to do. Tariq says he wants to start a grassroots version of a database, and then when the government, whatever they do, they're gonna link up with a government committee, and then so did the Freedmen's give him the pass to do this, or did he decide to do this on his own? Is the question. Why would y'all trust him with this? So that to me, that's alarming. That's alarming as fuck. And then this fool was talking about this fool was this fool was talking about DNA testing and all this stuff. So again, I showed y'all the video. He's taking credit for saying we have a plan. We are making progress. Linking up with who? The Freedmen's. And then mentioning Camilla, then talking about this database for genealogy for tracing Black American lineage back to 1870. And then they say we started the database. Mind you, this is a private initiative that he will somehow link with the government in the event that I guess they pay out a direct cash payment, or he didn't even articulate any of that. So no one challenged this idea as per usual. But this is a half-baked ass idea, and a stolen idea for one. It's a stolen idea, and it's a half-baked ass idea. For one, the methodology of helping Black Americans trace their ancestry has been started by multiple people in the reparations space already. Let's first go back to 2021. We had the American Indigenous offered this service freely for Black Americans called Truth and Higher Learning. And the Black American Indigenous were offering this in 2021, Truth and Higher Learning. There's 5,000 people in there. And thousands of Black Americans were getting free genealogy help, including myself. I didn't really get the most help, but I had, but it was I learned about it from them, right? You have to give credit where credit is. I learned from them. Then, Security 2022 comes. Secure the Tribe starts doing genealogy as well services. KD started doing genealogy services, and then in 2023, a part of Secure the Tribe, Big Chief CR started doing treaty and trade tracements and also offering genealogy services. And if I had that wrong, I know KD definitely was doing the genealogy services in 2022. But if there were more people involved in that in Secure the Tribe, then I didn't mean to leave you out. I just know that KD was one of them. And Big Chief CR, I know he talks about treaties and genealogy services. Truth and Higher Learning was doing treaties. I'm sorry, not treaties, but they did talk about some treaties for sure. But I know they were doing genealogy services in 2021 as well. Next, we got Cherie DC and April Showers. They set up something on the back end to help Black Americans trace ancestry, and they were also talking about doing a database. Now, they started in 2022 as well, I believe. I believe so, right? They might have been doing the genealogy in 2021 or 2020. I know it's for 2022 for sure. I heard Sharidi, you know, they were. I'm not trying to put people's names. I'm just saying that I know for a fact that there were people in this space doing genealogy and doing ancestry services. And Cherie DC was one of them. And April Showers, they were doing things to help Black Americans trace their lineage as well. And then lastly, you got the Freedmen's themselves. They proposed in legislation, the Freedmen's Affairs Agency, that they wanted to start to offer genealogy services and a database to help us track our ancestry back to the 1870s. So regardless of whether you agree or not with the people involved with putting it forth, you have to admit that it has already been done. And if the Freedmen's Affairs Agency will offer genealogy service in a database, then why are you, Tariq Nasheed, who is not political, telling FBAs that you need to start a private database to trace our lineage to an 1870 census, then link with the government when the time is right? That's what you said in that video. And I downloaded the original video just in case you try to go back and remove that part. This is that inconspicuous behavior. This is that shit that I'm talking about. Again, the mirror casting thing that he's doing. He's acting like he came up with this fucking idea. This idea is old as hell. Other Black Americans have started this. It started with the Black American Indigenous, and they are going to get the credit for that. The Black American Indigenous and those that don't, I know it's American Indians that don't like to use Black, but Truth and Higher Learning started this in 2021. Security Tribe started offering their genealogy services in 2022. Cherie in DC, they started. Cherie DC, she started doing genealogy services as well around this time. And then the Freedmen's offer in legislation, they want to start an agency with genealogy services. So what are you doing? This is not a new idea. It's a stolen idea. This looks like another cash grab or another way to try to infiltrate or destabilize. That's what it looks like to me. Because you came after Security Tribe. You dismantled, undermined the Black Indigenous, even the ones that from Truth and Higher Learning. You dismantled that shit. You came at ADOS. You came at anybody that was doing genealogy. You fell out with the people, the Black Indigenous that was doing genealogy, actually. And so now all of a sudden you want to act like you about to do some ancestry database after you know the Freedmen's Affairs already said they wanted to do their own database. And so Tariq comes along with an FBA database to trace ancestry. What would be the outcome? Black Americans actually, so what would be the outcome of that? An FBA database. It's either distraction, it's either destabilization. And y'all are going to mark my words, if y'all don't nip that in the bud, y'all about to, what do y'all think is about to happen? Fighting, infighting. The Freedmen's fighting the FBA database. Freedmen's Affairs Agency database versus the FBA database, unless they are in this together. It was either one or the other. You either are working in cahoots together with each other, and that way that lack of transparency gets found out. Grassroots ain't gonna fuck with it because that's a big detail to not talk about. If you know if it's a part of the Freedmen's Affairs Agency, then it's not grassroots. But we heard in that video that Tariq said it's grassroots. So this leads me to believe that this is its own initiative and that this is an FBA database for tracing ancestry, lineage, genealogy. And he's not political, and he's not qualified to lead an ancestry database for Black Americans, to have their ancestral information in his fucking database. He doesn't even have the team to put together as far as the security. That like none of this is well thought out. I could hear just from the way he was talking that none of this is thought out. And again, this nigga made me an enemy. So this nigga made me an enemy. It is up. So it is what it is. Y'all probably feel like, damn, you going so hard at this nigga. It is what it is. I didn't ask for this shit. I didn't ask for this shit. This nigga lied on me and say, oh, she's crazy. But and y'all be doing that shit behind the scenes. And then again, when I saw how Wonni reacted, that makes me know that this is a converted. This is something covert, some shit going on. And so, yeah, it's up. Yeah. But he is not qualified to lead an ancestry database. Do you know the security that you need for that to secure people's fucking privacy and their data? And knowing that this man's history of beef, destabilizations of movements, involvement with various movements, jumping around from scene to scene, incoherence, consistencies, lies. He got caught in lies. He lied on me. Y'all saw that he said, I don't know. My team never reached out. And I showed that he did. Check proved that he lied. He told all his following that he never knew who Check was, never heard of him. And then Check proved that in multiple Check spaces, Tariq Nasheed was sitting in the listener section listening. And he took the screenshots and showed us the screenshots. Tariq Nasheed says, you know, we don't need pull-ups, pull-ups of this, pull-ups of that. Destabilize and secure the tribes pull-ups. And then the next year later said we need a pull-up summer, which we got the screenshots. I actually have the data on that. I have the intel on it. I've been watching. I'm telling you, once I saw that shit pop off in 2022, I said something's not fucking right. I saw that shit in the spiritual realm, and I started doing the assessment. And when I saw the spiritual realm, it just jumped out there, which was not the most smartest thing to do. It should have been more covert. I should have just studied it objectively and made those points objectively instead of just saying, "Oh, cheat, CIA." I mean, come on, like really. But that's really what my spirit was in. I was like, I'm literally seeing it, fucking database. I was, you know, you see a database. I was literally seeing a database of contract souls and shit people were involved in, the witchcraft people was doing on the spiritual realm. I could see all that shit. And so I'm sitting there looking like, let me just do some, let me just really research this shit, like, and think about this objectively and scientifically. And so that those screenshots I'm talking about, that with what happened with Secure the Tribe and the pull-up stuff, as far as how he was saying, we can't say pull-ups because they gonna do this. And then at the next, less than a couple months later, talking about pull-ups. That inconsistency, y'all didn't even catch that. That's how stupid y'all are. Y'all didn't even catch that.
So stupid.
I have them screenshots.
Crazy.
Obviously, Secure the Tribe caught it because they were the ones caught. They were the ones that were dealing with it. And so they kept trying. They was the ones saying, "What the fuck? What is you doing?" Like they was trying to call out these consistencies. But again, he's good at covert character defamation and smear campaigns. So he had already ran a smear campaign on couple of many of the members of the Secure the Tribe. So that at that point, that Black Americans or the larger following of Black Americans, they were already against Secure the Tribe. So they wouldn't listen and see that the dude was actually like as far as when it comes to that pull-up stuff, and he said, don't say the word pull-ups, but then use pull-ups. And they're trying to make it seem like people hating on him and all that stuff. That was grotesque. That was grotesque. And that's when I realized, okay, this stuff is not to be ignored. This stuff is not to be ignored. It's just not to be ignored. And you know, people have tried to call him out. But you know, some of the people that try to call him out, they just as fucking problematic. You know, Morgan tried to call him out, but she, it's like, oh god. But shit, you know, FBA JoJo realizes some shit ain't right about this, and he fell the fuck back after blocking me, acting like, you know, I'm just, I was so crazy and so wrong to call out Tariq Nasheed, and so many people blocked me. A lot of people unblocked me, but FBA JoJo was one of the ones that blocked me, and it was also running with that she's crazy campaign, only for the nigga to end up not following Tariq, end up removing FBA from, end up talking all and moving away from him. Like Secure the Tribe, they all had unfollowed me in 2022. Didn't know what the fuck I was saying. Come September, they all fall out. That was all the ancestors, by the way. The spirits that told me that, you know, what they did, they failed their test, everything getting torn down. I'm telling you what happened. This was like a test, and so many Black Americans failed it, and it really did anger a lot. Some, you could say, primordial spirits. It really did, and so that's why a lot of people was falling out with each other. Secure the Tribe and Tariq Nasheed fell out literally several months after that situation that happened in August 2022. Mad people fell out. Shit was never the same. People thought they were going to write off other people's energy. People played dumb. So many people blocked me and unfollowed me, only for them to fall out with Tariq. And then to say that the same thing, that, oh, that's Cointelpro. Oh, he must be working for them people. I mean, it is what it is. Or for them to fall out. Or people just didn't say anything, but and believed me and knew and thought what I was saying was true, but they were scared to say anything. They just didn't say anything because they're under oath, or they know more than what meets the eye. And the ricochet from that is still not done. I'm telling, like, a lot of things they'll be test. A lot of things are test by the spirit to see where you're at psychologically. Do you fall for distraction and destabilization and neutralization? Do you want entertainment, or do you want enlightenment? Do you want a bodhisattva, or do you want an agent? And y'all, you know, failed the test. I don't know what else to say. But yeah, this nigga is not qualified to run no motherfucking database, knowing what this nigga is into. This is very dangerous. This nigga, every time somebody come around, Dipsy Hustle, Darren said, like, everybody, somebody said they end up fucking fucked up. Tax tone. That shit he pulled over there in Jamaica, that heist. Y'all think this is a fucking game? This ain't no motherfucking game. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? And so this database, and again, I know he got a lot of protection, and a lot of people in this space are in on it. A lot of people are, they a part of a brotherhood. They got to feel like they have to protect each other. So y'all gonna just blow this off and continue to walk around in a circle. I mean, these people have sold y'all out. I don't know what else to say. Black Americans, that's something y'all have to. Eventually, you'll see that. You know, time tells all. Time tells all, man. So knowing what this nigga's into, and his ties to covert. I'm gonna say he's Cointelpro. Y'all want a database where he can build psychological profiles on Black Americans based on your grandparents, your uncles, your aunts. Now the government can study every one of your relatives, dead or alive, to help them. They can run data analytics on this information to profile and map certain neurolinguistic programming, go in the database, run social security numbers, see who had certain medical conditions, who had this, what was your personality like, what did they do for a living, what is the surnames. They want to map all this shit out. They want to do some personality mapping. They want to do some brain mapping. They want to do some psychological profile mapping. Y'all are fucking stupid if y'all can't see that. If y'all niggas fall for that, then God help you. Because I'm telling you, this man is intelligence, and they are starting a database for your ancestry and admitting that he will link up for the government once the time is right. After other people are more capable of doing the database. Freeman's agency said they would do one. Black Americans have already been doing genealogy for years. And so all of a sudden you want to do an ancestry database and go link up with the government when the time is right. And you are not qualified. You have zero experience doing genealogy at all. You're not a genealogist. Once again, here we go, writing other people's energy. So Black American, what would you do? I think this shit is a game. If you got dead ancestors, do you know the level of? Do you know what I discovered just from 1,000 years? Just literally just from just a small amount of genealogy that I've done. Just a small amount. But surnames are very powerful. Surnames can tell you your clan. Surnames can tell you your clan. Yes, they did. Yes, they do. For 1,000 years, my surnames in my bloodline have a history of being priest, and military. Literally. Ties to, I mean, it is what it is. Some people's bloodline, they had ties to doing more of horseback riding. The names speak to what you do. The name on my mom's side, on my parents' side, on one biological parent's side, literally means following the holy way. People that follow the holy way. People that are of a priest. They in the clergy, they work in clergy and they follow the holy way. It was like a church that you would be at the top. They follow the holy way. Then you have, on my father's side, his last name is someone who studies the scholarship aspect of priest, liturgical, and theological aspects of spirituality. More of the scholar form of it, and the monastic form, monastic, hermit, shaman, monastic priest. So it's more of the study, and then the other one is more of the action. So it's to follow the holy way, and then it's the so you got action, and then you got study of religion. Both sides have ties to the military. Both sides are in the military for thousands of years. So both, in addition to that, like going back, literally the surnames go back to dealing with military priesthood, the Knights Templar. Yes, Black Americans have connections to this stuff from the Sephardic Moorish. Not everybody. I do, and I know I can recognize it when other Black Americans do. And that's, yes, that bloodline is very much targeted. You become a targeted individual just from that, let alone me being a scholar and being a priest and being psychic and being an activist and being in the reparation space, let alone all that. I mean, come on. I mean, they have been targeting my family for a long time. The women in my family, the men in my family. They've been fucking us up, man. This government fucking us up, boy. And some more than others. Because again, you got the Black Americans of the royal monarch. Even though my family is royal monarch, again, it's a bloodline that relates to a certain bloodline. I'm not gonna get into that. But it is priesthood. It's people that are gatekeepers, secrets, keepers of a secret. Keepers of, it's the priest. It's the same priesthood that the Knight Templars ascend from. Order of Melchizedek. This is very real shit. And you would think that, there's no Black Americans that have. That's why they want this fucking database, because they know, oh shit, we got a lot of royal ass niggas up in Black American society. We didn't say they hood, they niggas, we gonna put them in the projects and gave them Section 8 and all that shit. But these niggas is actually like literal fucking royalty. As many Black Americans. I talk to you guys all the time. You guys tell me about the things that you guys have. Some is more indigenous royalty. I literally met someone who was like the great grandson of a Mattamuskeet chief, a literal prince, a chief, and that was like his grandfather. Like they had the proof of it. They sent the tribe to the rest of the tribes in that area in North Carolina. They had sent them to apprenticeships to pretty much that's where you got your classification back to black. But the Mattamuskeet tribe didn't do that. That's why they had their records so impeccable. And they know who's of the chief bloodline still. And I'm not saying they're the only ones. I know the Algonquians got fucked up. Dark skinned Algonquins, your ass got put in a capture band. Can't your ass label slave, African slave. Shit, it is what it is. And that's the part of the indigenous part of my bloodline. That's what happened with them. I don't even want to get into them tribes because I had to keep a lot of that private. I don't feel comfortable talking about that kind of history in public like that. So people could just go and look up and shit. But the Black Algonquin tribes, unfortunately, in the southeast of America, they got their ass tore out the paint because they were fighting. You know, the Tuscarora Wars, you know all of that. You look at the Contraband War and where the contraband camps and where the Tuscarora War was fought in the South. That's where there were slave plantations. Y'all do know that, right? No, you probably don't. But yes, that's the truth. And so anybody that was a Algonquian, which is where my people were more from on the indigenous. Now we do have, again, I'm admixed. I don't hide it. I can't sit and act like I'm 100% Indian. I can't act like I'm 100% African. I can't sit and act like I'm 100% white. I can't say act like I'm 100% more Sephardic. I can't. I do have more. I ain't gonna hold you. I do have more Black European blood line, and European just and it says Negro, Black American. But I do see. I know the shit. I know them. I know the surnames. Study the surnames are important. The coat of arms and the surnames tell you stuff. It just is what it is. And so some Black Americans, they want your ass in this motherfucking database. They want your ass. They're gonna be running some because a lot of here's the thing. There's supposed to be this this shift 3D, 4D, 5D ascension. Black Americans are awakening in spirituality. A lot of Black Americans are becoming telepathic. They're waking up to spiritual gifts, psychic phenomena, all types of shit is happening in Black American community. A lot of you are smart enough to keep it a secret. Please still continue to keep that a secret, especially if you become telepathic, telekinesis, all of that. Keep that secret for now. Don't be a dumbass like me and just go out and say, hey guys, hey, but keep that stuff to yourself and, have them carve out the limits of where you want to go in terms of this tracing of this genealogy sit on a governmental level, especially with this Tariq nigga. I'm not saying genealogy is wrong. Genealogy is what is needed. But as far as the bureaucratic, this shit they trying to pull, y'all be very careful with that because they can run a psychological profile on your ass. Okay, they know all of my family. Like if they was to go, and for people like me, like when you become a ward of state, they know they purposely drove my family. They did stuff to my bloodline, and so they had hid a lot of. So if certain monarch bloodlines, they'll hide your genealogy. Y'all do know that, right? Like certain surnames they know already. And so they'll make it more difficult for you to find your genealogy. So you'll probably be able to get back 300, 400, 500 years. Your shit go back to Europe, it's cut off. And once you start getting into Europe, and I'm telling you, multiple people in my family had done the genealogy already. It does go back to Europe. And so you could still go past that. And Europe has their own old heraldry. Sure, you could probably get a Europe database and keep tracking it. And actually, one of my family members did say they went back and kept tracking that shit. But when it comes to America, for Black Americans, they got monarch royal bloodline or Sephardic Moorish blood. They'll hide that shit. They'll let you get back 300, 400 years. And then after that, you just cut that shit off. Now, that's enough for, obviously, the 1870 census, of course. Clearly. But they hoping, they banking that your motherfucking ass don't go over looking up in Europe. They hoping your ass don't go chase your motherfucking ass back to them Moors or them Sephardic Moors and shit. Start going back. They got Ireland. They got their own heraldry. They got their own coat of arms. They got Ireland, Spain, Great Britain. Shit, some of this shit would take you back to the Roman Empire. Y'all think this shit is a game? This shit would take you back to the Roman Empire, the Emperor of Rome. Yes, it will. Phillips and all this stuff. That's my sixth great mother's name. She was white. What does that? Do y'all study them surnames? Them surnames are so important. You follow the clan of them surnames, and if you start going back in Great Britain, which was originally Rome and stuff, then you'll really start to look to see who your clan is. Even if, say, you don't find actual paperwork for that particular person, the clan is important. The clan is most important. You can study them clans. Like you say, you got the Brown clan. Look at Browns compare. I mean, look at even just compare the surnames, and then look at how people end up in life. The government knows this. They know predictive programming. They know time looping, time travel. They know about they want your motherfucking database. They want your shit on it. Oh hell no, these niggas waking up. They talking about they telepathic and shit. These niggas is talking about reparations and money, and they know that they got to turn the system over to Black Americans. And so they are looking for certain royal bloodlines to be able to do that. That got the light codes. To an extent, they do need royal bloodlines in that regard, and they are only going to choose Black Americans that have that. It don't even matter your income status, it don't matter your education status. It is going to go on bloodline because epigenetics is real, and the codes that have been programmed, these codes go back a good 2,000 to 3,000 years. You may have awakened to. I have awakened to them. I know what the hell's going on. So I know the rest of the Black people. They think, oh, that ain't true. That ain't okay. These people is moving cold. These people is moving, they moving fierce, man. And so dictate to the government how y'all want this genealogy shit to pop off. Y'all really got to do that because we want to know some parameters. We need this shit in writing. There is no linguistic programming, no selling to third parties, no getting third parties involved. You can't sell this data to anybody, personality mapping. You can't use it for medical research. You can't use it for cross-referencing. You can't use none of that. This is just for your 1870 cents. That's it. So that's what you tell them, people at the Freedmen's Affairs Agency, whatever they're going to try to do, if that's the way you want to roll. A lot of Black Americans and a lot of American Indians, they have been told by our ancestors, we got to stay out of that, even if that means foregoing the check. This is serious. Like there are people that our ancestors are. Some of them are kind of like, hell no. And then others are like, this is our chance for us to get our royal monarch bloodline back in its fucking power. It is what it is. And so the Freedmen's did jump to that. The government selected them, but they know that they are not the rightful heir. They are part of the heir. They are part of the bloodline for sure. They are a part of it. And so that's why they got the money. That's why they got the access. And that's why they get through the door. That's what Camilla Moore. She's a fucking Moore. Same with all these people. You say, but they Moors. They part of. How did they get up there? How did they start writing this stuff? This is how the government worked. The government was based on Moor science. They stole all that stuff. That Babylonian, Sumerian. That stuff came. Oh man, it's so deep. I don't even want to get into all of that. Oh, we can't get into that. We can't get into that. Oh, it's so powerful. But they know how this country was started. They know who's supposed to be running it. They know how they got to turn it over. But they do know of the bloodline because this is Sephardic. Now the Freedmen's that is running this shit now, they are not Sephardic Moors. They are just Moors. They're not Sephardic. Some are. So there are a couple that are, but they don't have a mic. The government was trying to see if they could swing it with just going at with their bloodline. They realized they don't have the power to keep this system running just with that bloodline, though. It has to be the Sephardic Moor, Black American with indigenous ancestry. That's what the Watchers are calling for. It's as simple as that. And so that means the Black American. That's why a lot of the Black American indigenous are going to still, even though they may not be fully identify as a Moor or anything. The government knows your surname. The government knows your gene. They know that shit. So that's why you see some of the Black indigenous coming more in the forefront, like Sonny or like Booby. They already know. They already know that they're not fully. They're not fully 100% American Indian. They do know that they got Sephardic Moorish blood in them. And so that's how it works. It is high-level social engineering, high-level psychological operations. Not all entirely bad, but they are trying to make a shift in the system. But they were trying to cut corners. And Kalima, y'all can't cut no motherfucking corners, man. In this age, this day and age. We told y'all the age we going into. I'm not talking to Black America. I'm talking to the Watchers. Y'all know good and hell well y'all can't cut no corners with that. I said y'all follow prophecy. The fuck? So Black American, you gonna turn a blind eye to this? And then what will happen if left unchecked? Got the FBA Ancestry database will clash with the Freedmen's Affairs Agency database and the work that Black American Indigenous are doing. So if you can't see that play, then y'all niggas, either y'all working in line together with this shit, and having Tariq kind of filter funnel this, acting like this is grassroots, and then put it into bureaucracy with the Female Affairs Agency, or is this two separate databases? So which one is it? You can never see the play, but y'all niggas, y'all like to work together to line somebody else motherfucking ass up to cover for Tariq. No honor, no integrity. And again, it's another death blow to the movement. Another test failed. And this is why Mark Carter called his ass out. This is why people are sick of him in this space. This is why Black Americans, you're going to face the consequences by our ancestors and God for having no integrity and letting this shit slide for as long as we did. I tried to mind my business, but this Cointelpro shit came at my motherfucking door. And I can triangulate back to this bitch nigga. So y'all want to cover for this person, letting this nigga, it is what it is. It's up. It's up. You got to pay for covering for it. I don't care about no brotherhood, no oath, and all this shit. Y'all got to pay for being an unrighteous ass nigga and lacking integrity. I don't care what system is backing this person up. Y'all let this nigga lie like that, and then y'all move me out the room, and then was spreading shit behind the scenes, and I'm crazy and so talking about your own content, my family, Wonni spots. Yo, bitch ass nigga for that. And I'm proving that this dude is copying my fucking content. Nobody's speaking out, so what's up in the spiritual realm for this community? You failed your test. We down here, we're doing a recognizance mission to see what the fuck is happening to the Black Americans. See what the fuck is going on? Like, why are they what the hell is going on down here on this planet where y'all motherfuckers is that damn behind with all this power and these blessings that God has given us? And we found out. Yes, obviously white supremacies is whatever, but the MK Ultra is still being used in this community. In the Black American by secret society. That's another thing we found out. There are Black gatekeepers. The biggest assets to white supremacy is not the ones that like a Larry Elder or obvious Stacey Dash or something. It's the ones that can camouflage with your dumb ass. That's the biggest asset. They project COINTELPro, the Project Phoenix COINTELPro shit on me, and all hell broke loose. Because again, they have been doing this to thousands of Black Americans. They've been doing this to people from, oh my gosh, it's not even just Black Americans. They use this is a very illegal program that has been running down in the United States. But when it came to me, I am a principality. Y'all can laugh and say, oh, she's a principality. Everybody is a spirit in a human body. Some of us just have higher rank in the spiritual realm. I'm from the 125th dimension. So that's why you can't kill me, and that is why they have tried. But that's literally fucking with a wrong one. Y'all do realize like that's insane to do that. Like, okay, we're gonna put her in this program, and all that shit backfired. 125th dimensional being in a human flesh. Yes, I'm human. I'm in the flesh, but I'm saying my spirit and the rank that I have, and that's just like a snippet. I don't tell people that's all I will give you, and that ain't even really nothing much of giving you nothing as far as who I am. But countless of Black Americans have died with this fucking COINTELPRO shit. We got Darren Sills, Sandra Bland, Thomas Sankara, Nipsey Hussle. So I don't take this shit lightly at all for a bitch nigga to lie on me and tell my community that I'm crazy. When this nigga will make for a pimple on my ass. This nigga wouldn't even make for a pimple on my ass intellectually or spiritually. So, the system protects you, nigga. So good luck. Good luck. You are part of the system. You are oath taker. You lead our community astray. It is what it is. I try to speak out. Y'all niggas want to sit up there and go popularity and go and sell out or whatever. Y'all, a lot of y'all, y'all are satanic cultists. Y'all in a cult. I gave these satanic occultists a chance to make it right. Some did and some didn't. He's one of the ones that refused. So it's his motherfucking ass in the spiritual realm. And you think that fucking contract you in now is something? You think you can gamble? You found the right one to gamble your soul with, nigga. You found the right one to go to the casino, as y'all say. This is a code. It's not literal, Black Americans. I have to speak in code. This is something that he knows. He gonna act like he plausible denied. I don't know what you're talking about. She's crazy. Yeah, nigga. You just can't. You can't be too kind to people in this world. Is what you realize. It's to corrupt people. You can't be kind to corrupt people. You can't negotiate with corruption either. And so it's up. And I'm gonna say this to you, Black Americans. Anybody that you working for COPS program, you're working for Citizen Corps, you're working for the Regional Informational Center, or you got Regional Information Sharing Center on your phone and the app. You're working for a fusion center. You're an FBI informant. You corrupt law enforcement. You corrupt neighborhood watch, or you're a part of a satanic occult or a secret society. And your bitch ass is participating in this Cointelpro shit or targeted harassment, gang stalking of innocent civilians for money from the government or for entertainment. We are removing you off the face of this earth. It's done. We're talking about blotting out your entire bloodline and cursing your entire bloodline for all eternity. You will forever be on 3D, while the righteous move on to whatever dimension they can handle freely. If that's 4D, if they still want to be 3D, that's on them. But I don't know about that. But 5D, 60, 70, 80, 20D, 45D, 100D, 120, whatever they can get to is what they will be freely be able to get to. But you niggas that's participating in harassing innocent ass people and COINTELPRO type shit, and you working for, again, I'm gonna say it one more time, COPS, Citizen Corps, Regional Information Service Center app on your fucking phone or in your computers, fusion centers. You're an FBI informant. You're a corrupt law enforcement, or you're a corrupt neighborhood watch, or you're part of a satanic cult, or you're part of a satanic secret society. Your bitch ass, and you participating in this COINTELPRO shit. Yeah, you're on the list. Just so you know, we have our spiritualists. Y'all think this is funny? It's okay. It's okay. And we told this government to make it right. We did reach out to the CIA. Y'all better get it in order, CIA. Shut that shit down. They don't listen, which we know they will, and we know there are going to be some whistleblowers come out about this shit, about this program. Not with me, but I'm saying it's thousands of people that are being affected by this. Thousands of Black Americans, thousands of American citizens, targeted harassment, political prisoners, and people don't speak out about it because they scared. They'll kill your family if you start talking about this. That's why I did go no contact with everybody to protect people, but also they sold me out. But also in a sense, I don't have hate in my heart, so I'm like, okay, I want to protect because I ride out. I don't give a fuck. I'm not afraid of anything. I don't have kids. I don't. I'm a part of a priesthood where we don't think like the average human. We're not geared. We don't think the way I can't relate to the way you guys think, but all this fear and all that. We say the truth. And so there's a lot of people that know what I'm talking about. Congress is scared as shit to talk about it because the CIA got blackmail on their head. Trump was dealing with this, and anybody else following Trump. A lot of people that are closest to Trump got put in a targeted individual program. Freezing of the bank accounts. You can't get access to your money. Nobody give you a reason why. Illegal harassment. Illegal putting you on a watch list, a blacklist. Your Black community, y'all in on it. Not everybody in the Black community is in on this. I'm pretty sure there's Black American community that protect me. But I do know there was some that was in on it, that did participate in that stuff. And so I do know that there's judgment for that. You don't just get out of that. I mean, people get paid to get people to commit suicide. They get paid to get people to, if they put them in a mental institution, they get paid by the government to do this. Informants. What the fuck do you think is going on? Why do you think nobody is speaking out about what happened to me? We talk about the jackpot. Yeah, it's a big price on my head. It's a big contract for hire show me, but they can't. It's no touch. It's no touch torture. It's no touch non-lethal. So they can't physically do anything, but they have to be able to do it by whether that be through the occult, whether that be through DEWs, whether that be through. Usually it's the occult. Usually it's high level MK Ultra. MK Ultra is a cult, and that's what the CIA still uses. But it is a cult practice. It is a spiritual practice. It comes from melanated people, monarch mentalism, but it's perverted. It is the wrong version of it. They twisted and reversed engineer our shit, and so they are using it for mind control, pretty much. And so, yeah. We going. It's spiritual warfare out here. You talking about World War III, nigga? World War III is frequency war. It's spiritual war. World War IV pops off when I go. World War IV pops off if y'all fuck with me in any significant manner. But World War III is already taking place. Y'all niggas is just y'all 3D niggas just can't see that shit. I can see that shit. We know it's bloodlines fighting. We know it's secret societies fighting. We know it's spirits fighting. Primordial ancient spirits fighting against homunculus fucking deities, fake ass gods, fucking with real gods. Melanated people trying to get back in power through our ancestors, but y'all bitch ass niggas is selling us out. Many of them. I know for a fact that Black Americans are supposed to be running America. I know for a fact that Africans are supposed to be running Africa. I know for a fact that Caribbeans are supposed to be running. I know for a fact that melanated royal bloodlines are supposed to go back in power. But I do know that our ancestors ain't going. You're not about to go in with they shit and negotiate with them. And I do know that they not about to sit up there and give you power and you hate the divine feminine. You a sherm ass nigga. You took a deal with this motherfucking system to sell your people out, or you willing to work with them to sell your people out. They not. No. Then you fail the test. We just sit here. No power. Y'all niggas just sit here. You scared to build your own shit. All this stuff. But I would say this, Mr. Government, y'all put a 125th dimensional being in an illegal monarch blacklist program. So the jokes end up on you. Y'all wanted most of CERN, which I think was coming through on CERN. I know in that video I know what I was Tiamat, Tahuti, Kalima. And speaking oof, good God. We know what we opened up on in August 2022. I didn't ask for this shit. I'm telling you, I remember my ancestors getting enraged by what was going on. And I don't know, again, I was in the days, I'm sitting here, but I do remember feeling, and there were times like in 2021, I felt a lot of witchcraft. I remember, I told you that story about Ogun. And I remember Ogun, I'm telling you, I always tell that story. I told that story years ago in 2021. When I said, how is Ogun coming to me? I don't know nothing about this because I didn't know anything about it. I'm like, Ogun literally, like 3 times in one night. 3 times in one night. Then the next day, gave me confirmation. Like something on my computer popped up, and then it was a big ass. I don't have to believe me, but shit on your shit. Something is real with this stuff. I don't know, man. And y'all can say that's African voodoo, whatever. I didn't ask for that. They came to me. Multiple. I mean, there are different pantheons, but primordial energies are primordial energies, whether it's an earth type of energy or a galactic type of energy. I deal more with primordial, I have to say, which is the divine feminine and Shekinah, Shakti, the divine feminine, black women's. That's what I deal with, and I don't hide that. But that's why I was shocked when Ogun came through. I was like, what the fuck is this going on? I was shocked. I was literally like, what do you want? And I do remember his sadness. This was a dream. This was a dream. Good God. I gotta say that. Yeah, but I'll never forget like the sadness. And he said, "You are under such spiritual attack, honey." And I'm stepping in. It's as simple as that. I'm stepping in. I'm stepping in on this one. I didn't know what he was saying. He was saying, "You gotta wake up, sweetie. You have no idea who you are. You gotta wake up." And I'm thinking, I'm smelling palm oil. I don't know nothing about this shit. I'm trying to look him in. I'm looking like, and I said, "What's your name?" And I remember he said, and I'm like, "What the fuck you?" I just didn't I was so confused, and I remember, I was, oh man, I can't even express this shit, man, because this is esoteric video, man. I mean, this is too esoteric to get that deep, especially when you didn't conjure that up or be involved with that stuff. And so it's possible that somebody, because I do know, like at that time, like a lot of priests, like there were evil priestesses that would Instagram message me and say, "Hey, we feel your energy. We know what's going on." And I'm thinking, honestly, I was clueless. I'm like, what the fuck are they talking about? So I do think that somewhere there was maybe some priestesses or somebody that knew it was that could really, at this time I could feel witchcraft. I could feel certain things. I know I was going through stuff, but I didn't know the severity of it. And I think other people did. And so I do think maybe there was a priestess or a priest somewhere that sent that conjured that up maybe on my behalf and said, "Go help her," or something like that. That's the only thing I could think of because I was not into that. You know what I mean? Same thing with his Lidan tour. I don't know nothing about like sometimes I think that there were people that knew exactly what was happening to me and they was, you know, probably sending help my way or spirits my way for help. Because I'll never forget that. I said, and he was like, he in his sadness, he was like, "Oh my, I can't believe this level of spiritual attack on this woman for virtually like no reason. Like he was just like, she's innocent. Like what the fuck is going on?" Like, and he said, "I'm stepping in. We going. It is what it is. I'm protecting her." And we had a conversation. She came 3 times in that night, in one night. Anubis. I mean, I wasn't asking for it, so I'm like, what the hell is going on? Like, I don't know. This is the people always say people are demons and all this stuff. Even Yeshua. I mean, like this stuff, and this could be archetypes of the mind in terms of how the mind processes the way it protects itself. In terms of we look at this as actual energies or actual as fractal aspects of light or a fractal aspects of the quantum realm. It's something to this shit. That's what I'll say. It's something to this. Oh, for sure. If you're not a spiritual nigga, then you're just not a spiritual nigga. And now, maybe if you're just Christianity, that's fine too. You say, because oh yeah, I grew up Pentecostal, and Baptists. And yeah, we did do layings of the hands. I actually know how to heal with my hands. My heka is strong. I know how to prophesy. And I was doing that. I don't even need any divination tool for that. I was still prophesying. I've prophesied a long time. I can heal. We were doing all types of stuff in Pentecostal church. We have revival, charismatic revival. We had a female coming in, and we're not talking about no mega church. We're talking about there's 20, 30 niggas in the church, right? And we have a revival. It's 20 to 30 niggas of us, and we got some power in there where the shit is fucking shaking and uh everybody you remember the revivals where Benny Hinn, but we having the people passed out and they all passed out on the floor. Oh yeah, we was like that in my Pentecostal church. No lie. All passed out on the floor, shaking and convulsing with spirits, angels in the church. Man, it was some wild shit. Real wild shit. And let me give you something. I've been eating anything all day. Trying to think I need something kind of more electrolyte. Hold on a second. Oh, you know what? I've been ginger. I'll do beets, ginger, and turmeric. I got me some. Organic beet, ginger, and turmeric juice. I'll have me some of that. But anyways, yeah, when we would be laid out on that motherfucking floor. I'll never forget that. I was never the same when we had a revival. And there was a female that ran that. She came just from Jerusalem. She had a staff, just like how Moses had a staff, and she had a shofar. And I was never the same after that. She came here. First of all, she prophesied on everybody. I was sad because I wasn't able to get my prophecy because she said she couldn't see nothing on me because God has blocking it. The second time she came on, I was able to get a prophecy. But the first time she said, I can't find nothing on her. It's blocked. I can't get nothing on her. So, that happens to me too. Like, that's actually normal. Like, sometimes God don't want you to see shit. You ain't gonna see it. And so, she prophesies and everybody's getting accurate. She's prophesying. And then that church just lights up. Like, she takes this staff and boom, everybody speaking in tongues. We passed out on the motherfucking floor. I was passed out on the floor. She would come every time she would walk near you with the staff. You would start shaking uncontrollably shaking. And this was happening with everybody. And mind you, it was like 30 of us, and it was black people. It was all black Americans. And we was, oh man, it was some wild shit, boy. And I know for a fact that there was nothing but angels in there. There was some powerful ass angels in that revival, boy. And I never was the same after that. I was more spiritually inclined. I'm able to speak in tongues, not the shatalana di dong. No, I'm talking about like real shit. Like, I'm able to do that at will to the point where like I can speak in tongues and shit will start moving. I can speak in tongues and I can turn the lights off. I can speak in tongues and if it's a certain person or a certain thing that is around me that's got demons on them, they'll run. I've seen it. I've tested it. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. We're talking about demons. We're talking about in tranquil, or I won't say the word demons, but low frequencies or wickedness. I've seen it. All I had to do is just speak in tongues. No, obviously I'm not like that. I won't do that on here, but I could just speak in tongues, and I have seen people that literally look at me, run, get away from me, and run. It was real shit. Yeah. Another thing we used to do was healing of the hands in Pentecostal. I remember one time, lady, she was saying she needed some money. She was like, I'm waiting for my check. My check ain't coming. I'm waiting for my money. I'm waiting for some money. I'm waiting for some money. We didn't have no money. And they had came and got the kids. Since I was, I think it was like 19 years. I was actually 18. I was 18. And they put us in the kids section, obviously. And they was making us lay our hands on her and, pray for this money to come through. And I remember putting my hands on her shoulders. And I'm like, you're gonna get this money tomorrow morning, Saturday. We give her this money, God. Give her this check is coming through tomorrow morning. I'm 18 years old. I really know what's going on, but they telling us to lay our hands in for this lady to get, because we were laying our hands. Some people wanted healing, some people wanted, their leg to stop hurting and their arm to, but then some people just wanted shit, I want my money to come there. And I remember knowing for a 100% fact that lady was going to get her check. I said, that's you can get that money tomorrow morning. In my soul, I knew. I said, this motherfucker gonna get literally money in the morning. Money in the morning. I just knew it. I knew it. We come back for the next revival the next day, Saturday, in the afternoon. And she literally said, she's like, oh my gosh, that prayer was so good. Oh, I got that check in the morning. It came in the morning. And that's how kids do. I'm not saying I'm the only one that was booked, because it was multiple kids, but I think it was 4 of us. But I remember as soon as I put my hands on that lady, I just knew. I'm like, you gonna get this money tomorrow morning. Because she was like, I had no money. I know where my money gonna come? We're waiting for and she didn't really know when it was gonna come. They said, hey, I don't have no money. But but yeah, this shit is real. And so, but I do know the esoteric sciences behind how that, even the machinations behind how that works. And so do other pantheons. Obviously, Cometian science knows that. Hindu science, good God. And them Hindu gods came to me when I was 19 years old too. Kali Ma came to me. I didn't go out searching. I ain't joined no cult, and nobody put nothing in my head about. This shit is real. If you call for, if you're a monarch bloodline, royal bloodline, you already know, and you're a priest, you already are expected to be a scholar of multiple. You're expected to know multiple pantheons. You can go with whatever one you want to, but you are at least supposed to know the machinations of how everyone started, how every pantheon started, including the founders and you have to be able to draw the corollaries and the correlations between all of them in order to be effective, to know the actual secrets. And so in terms of that's why when we talk about how Yeshua was studying Cometian science, and then how he's studying the Agori tantric practice of the Hindus, the Shakti, studying Buddhism, then come back, then study Kabbalah, then come back and start his ministry at 32 years old, 30, 32, 33, whatever. Yeah, that's real shit. Royal priest, that was just the path that if you're in the order of Melchizedek, they still do that to this day. They just keep it secret, and they did pervert a lot of our stuff. It is perverted. It's not, nothing is the same. But yeah, that's and a lot of times you can do. It's only very few bloodlines that are able to do that. Very few bloodlines know the things that I know, and even Black Americans. I'm not initiating anything. Everything was given to me literally in dreams, or through sometimes my ancestors or literal gods. It's either a literal God that came and said, ran their mouth, told me this, do this, right this, blah, blah, blah. Whether it be Tahuti, whatever, you say he's trickster, whatever, whether it be Yeshua, whatever, whoever. This is the original form of monarch mentalism, which was, again, it's not created on planet Earth. It was taken and turned into the MK Ultra shit, mind control shit. But that's not what it originally was for, as we know. And so, yeah, it was either sometimes the literal ancestors. When it got real shit, when it got real bad in August 2022, one of my agreements with God was, I don't want to ever see ghosts. That's my rule. I don't see ghosts. I don't hear nothing. I don't want that. That's the rule in the agreement. I told her I was coming down here. I'm talk about octaves of myself, obviously, but I'm not. It ain't no motherfuckers. Go. You know how people got that gift where they could talk to mediums and they got necromancy. That was a no for me. I ain't even gonna hold you. That was the agreement. I don't want to see people could see this stuff. I had friends that could accurately see certain shit, where a spirit had died, or spirit walking around and spirit really did die in the house and all this shit. These people, come on. But no, that was not ever me. So when my ancestors came all heavy like that in 2022, I knew it was an emergency. I know it was something serious. But I'm gonna pop out like I never know. Mm-mm. But yep. And it wasn't like I was seeing them. I'm talking about they was coming in fucking dreams. Like yo, motherfucking ass. You know, they weren't saying wicked motherfucking ass, but that's how it felt. But you know, like the white ones was coming through, the indigenous one, the Indians one, they was on it, boy. The Sephardic boys, the Moorish men. I'm telling you, my granddad died. I didn't know he had died, but he was already dead. But he had came to me. I just didn't know he had died. And I'm thinking, I had a dream about my granddad. He did. Oh, come to find out, he actually did die. So I had a dream within 2 days of that man dying. He had died, but I will never forget. He says he passed on all this information to me, and all these black males, black men, they were standing around in their original gear, their original. They know the original form of what they for the first reason they chose me. I don't even know how the fuck that happened, but I know he was multiple patriarchs on my father's side, and all of the information from for thousands of years or whatever it was. He was showing me they all had Mason clothing on, every single last one of them. They all had that on, and they came to me. He came to me. He was showing me shit. That's all I'll say. Then Saint Bernard comes. I don't know. It is what it is. I don't know what all this shit is about. Look, all I'm saying is I got caught up in some shit. I don't know, and you know, you speak out on things, you get in trouble, I guess, or they want to watch you, or I don't quite understand how this all works because I'm not formally trained. I am a renegade, and my order is of the divine feminine, and it's not earth based. And so I know a lot of Black Americans struggle with the spiritual. I know they struggle with not so much struggle with the spiritual, but they have even limitations around what that stuff really means. And I do know they get a little spooky when you start, you know, that's like the Black Americans like, we want the Black church. And look, I'm for it. Y'all want me to shit? You know, I'll break down. I told you I broke down that Psalms 23. Y'all go and read that. That's the key. But again, only certain bloodlines will know what all that stuff means. Certain bloodlines, I mean, the Bible just fly over most people's heads. Even the teachings of Jesus, they just fly over most people's heads. It's like whoa with the in and up, you know. So I do know eventually I'm definitely gonna be breaking down a lot of that stuff on an esoteric level because it truly has flown over people's heads, and we break it down the divine feminine teachings of the primordial mother, you know, because that's the work I really am interested in. I'm not interested in tearing down other people. But if someone come for me, I'm going to come for them. If someone lies on me, I'm going to vindicate myself and call out bullshit. As simple as that. But yeah, my work is not. You guys know I would want to help the reparations. I want to help Black Americans, but I do know that the corruption in that reparation space, it doesn't make it. I don't feel comfortable around that. Fakeness, people that will line you up, people that will start. You know, I don't feel comfortable around that. I believe in the purity, and I like more of something that feels more organic than something that just feels like a psyop or a dangle and a carrot or you know a horse and pony show. I don't like that energy, but it doesn't mean I don't think about reparations or that I don't think that there's no people in that space that are genuine. I do think there are people in that space that are genuine. But I do think the gatekeepers at the top. I don't think so. No. And after this shit, Tariq pulled. And like I said, I told. I'm telling you, Black Americans now. I'm not afraid to die. I'm not. But it is the United States government should be afraid if I die, not the other way around. And Tariq, you wanted to play on my top, and I never did that. Stop it, okay? Well, you want an enemy, you got it. I try to just let this shit go and let things play out the way they played out. But you know, that's honestly how I feel, especially after like bitch and trick and stupid ass. No, you an enemy. Okay, so I never was talking like that to you. So since you like, and again, I do have the evidence of that too, just in case I never said that. Obviously, I have And I think most people know that, okay, something's going on with that situation. They want to stay out of it, but yeah, you made me an enemy, nigga. So what's up? It's up. And so, really, what's important now, again, Black Americans, I'm going to be starting to talk about more of this military science that I want to give to you, as far as the no touch torture, non lethal experimentation program that includes organized stalking and other covert harassment techniques, whether that be in the internet space and in military literature. I'm going to be talking about some military science on psychological military science, so psychology of war. You think we have the art of war? Now, God told me, say, well, we're going to come up with the psychology of psychology of war, military science. We're going to teach your Black American people that, and most likely the government's going to take it and start learning, trying to decipher it. It requires a certain frequency. We're not going to be giving out like anything that's secretive or anything that would be like blow the keg off of, what I know or what's protecting me. What's protecting me is beyond my comprehension. God won't reveal that to me because I know I got a big mouth. I know how to keep it a secret. I know my limits. But my loyalty was to the spirit realm. My loyalty is to the spirit and righteousness and God. My loyalty is not to materialism on this planet. I'm not a materialistic nigga. My loyalty is not to unrighteousness and people that are corrupt. It's not to corruption. Now, if you're loyal and you're a righteous nigga, I'll fuck with you all day. I'll be loyal. But I can't. I'm not fucking with unrighteousness. And so anything that I give out that y'all may think is, even I started talking about game theory and Nash equilibrium in terms of a component of military science and computational algorithm complexity of the universe and how that's built using game theory. Yeah, anybody can look that up. That's not. I'm not. I mean, it's deep shit because I use it on a different level, but that's not giving something out that is like, oh, that needs to be secret. That needs to be. If we're giving it out, that means it's supposed to be out, because the shit that's supposed to be out is not going to get out. Trust me. And the shit that so as far as the power that's protecting me, I'm not able to uncrack that ever, and nobody on this planet will be able to uncrack that. Okay, so mysteries is a real thing. Mystery and encryption. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I can't encrypt it. I can't decode. I can't decrypt it. Rather, I can't decrypt it. It is what it is. So for people that say, "Oh, you're giving away your secret," and all this, I ain't give out shit. This is that stuff you can look up online. Now, as far as my ability to triangulate information and to be able to dissect things and combine things, that's unique. But as far as anyone that's going like, okay, well, what's game theory and how are you using that to manage your frequency? Anybody. I mean, come on, anybody can teach you. Anybody know that. But yeah, we're gonna be dealing with that. We're gonna be looking at the how to disorient your opponent. We're going to be talking about informants, how people try to discredit people by using the crazy stuff. By they fuck with you. We're going to be talking about Cointelpro, MK Ultra, fusion centers, a JTTF, partner harassment campaign, all types of stuff. We going deep. This term of conspiracy theory, plausible deniability, mixed directions, disinformation. We going there. Okay. We going there. We all remember the chief of the FBI, Ted Gunderson, that said that the DWs was real, gang stalking is real. All that. They already he's dead. The FBI had over 600 agents quit because of the outcome of the misconduct in investigations, and paid informants over $500 million and committed over 20,000 authorized crimes. Just so y'all know. So trust no one. And yeah, we're gonna be cracking it. We already gave orders to the fucking CIA and the DOJ. Whatever. Get this shit under control. This is illegal. And so y'all don't want to get under control. Answer to the GIA. We in the age of fucking Saturn. What the fuck y'all think this is? Y'all can get mad. All warfare is psychological. It's through frequencies. Okay. There's no touch torture, plausible deniability, self-destruction programming. This is the stuff that I had to deal with. This is stuff that was used on me. I'm telling you from experience. This is stuff that was used on me. And everybody want to say I'm crazy. But none of you people can fuck with me on this level. None of you. Not Tariq Nasheed, not Wonni Spots, who's pretty much you covering for. I mean, you're op for what you pulled. That was some fucked up shit, Wonni. That was to sit up there and try to get me not to speak my truth, and then try to insinuate getting my family involved if you know what they did in 2022 or been involved. I'm telling you, people sold me out. People sold me out. Don't ever say, "Oh, we're gonna get your friend. We gotta call your friend." What the fuck is they gonna do? They ain't my motherfucking, like, y'all cannot, this crazy shit that y'all pulling. Y'all won't. Nobody believes it. You have to act like y'all believe it because y'all under oath and y'all took a deal. That's sellout shit. But nobody actually believes. Now I know y'all can't fuck with me intellectually or spiritually. I'll be tagging that. You think I can't feel when a motherfucker is using a DW and doing all types of shit? I feel it. I can see it. I just don't say anything about it. You think I don't know what be going on? But for y'all for want me to cover and say don't show the receipts, want me to cover for Tariq Nasheed when Tariq Nasheed clearly lied to y'all in that room. He clearly lied to y'all. He got caught up. Desperation and deception always leads to sloppiness. So we was waiting for that, nigga. You fell right into the y'all, both of y'all fell right into the hands where, again, yeah, y'all got plausible deniability now, and you know, you made real that's why they like, oh, we really, it's not that, you know, they feel like, oh, I'm actually saying anything wrong or doing anything wrong. They know good and hell well they ain't nothing wrong with doing no book on talk language if the nigga is doing root work. But I know that he's freaking out because as far as like the plausible deniability thing, he's starting to lose that grasp. As far as like, oh, I don't know her. I never, like, I clearly showed that the dude lied. As far as